Chapter 251. A huge secret room under the Heartfilia family castle. At this time, a huge portal more than 10 meters high stood here. The portal is covered with mysterious magic runes. This is the eclipse gate that can open the passage of time and space. Time is too late. Is Grammy still not able to make it? Lucy's mother, the contemporary heir of the Heartfilia family, Layla. Heartfilia was standing in front of the portal, looking at the 11 celestial spirit keys of the zodiac inserted in the portal and seeing the only gap. After sensing through the monitoring magic circle around the castle, Layla was disappointed when she found that Grammy's magical aura was still not sensed. Seeing that there was only half a minute left before the agreed time, Layla's eyes gradually became firm, her hands folded to her knees, and a magic circle appeared under her. Layla began to recite the mantra to open the eclipse gate. The gate of time and space to the past and the future is screaming, "Come on!" The gate of the eclipse. Wong. At the next moment, the magic runes on the entire eclipse gate were lit up, the entire portal moved, and the pointer on the gate began to rotate. 187. At the same time, it was also at this moment that Layla found that her magic and vitality were rapidly being swallowed by the eclipse gate, used to replace the missing Aquarius celestial spirit key, and used to complete the missing conditions for opening the eclipse gate. As a powerful celestial spirit wizard and a blood descent from the Heartfilia family, he can barely manage it. However, the loss of magic and vitality caused Layla to fall into an extremely painful situation at this time, as if the flesh and soul were scraped by a knife, and it almost made her collapse. Oops. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After half a minute, the eclipse gate opened, and the absorption of her magic and vitality stopped. Layla breathed a sigh of relief and sat slumped on the ground, her whole body wet with sweat. At this time, she could clearly feel that the magic power of her whole body was swallowed up, and even the magic source was full of cracks, crumbling, and might be broken at any time. In addition, only half of the vitality remains. The price was far beyond her expectation. I'm really naive. Layla panted weakly and looked up at the door of the eclipse that was gradually opening. The golden light in the door was reflected on her face, reflected in the entire secret room. Light up the darkened secret room like daylight. Hey! At this moment, 5 rays of different colors suddenly burst out from the gate of the eclipse. These 5 rays of light kept on, in Huang La's stunned eyes. Boom! They smashed the top of the secret room and smashed the obstacles along the way. In the end, the castration rushed out of Heartfilia's castle, scattered around, and rushed towards the furry kingdom. Layla barely recovered a bit of strength and got up from the ground in a panic, looking at the 5 holes at the top of the secret room that could see the starry sky outside, feeling a little at a loss for a while. Tattoo. At this time, a sound of footsteps sounded from the eclipse gate, and Layla quickly looked back. I saw a mature woman with long blonde hair who looked very much like her coming out of the eclipse gate. After the woman walked out of the eclipse gate, she felt the concentration of magic power in the air, and a smile appeared on her face. From the perspective of the concentration of magic power in the atmosphere, we should have succeeded. Then, the woman looked at Layla. From Layla's familiar appearance and kind bloodline, she immediately judged Layla's identity, immediately smiled and said, "Are you my offspring? I am your ancestor Anna Heartfilia. What age is it now?" As she said, she looked around with some confusion, but she didn't find Natsu who came out first, and she couldn't help asking Layla, "Where are the Natsu who just came out of the eclipse gate? Are you the ancestor of Anna?" Layla also woke up from shock at this time. A trace of excitement flashed in her eyes, and she took 2 steps. Layla Heartfilia, the descendants of the next generation, had been the ancestor of Anna. It is July 7th, X777. As for the Natsu you said, "Excuse me, we saw that I only saw 5 rays of light rushing out of the eclipse gate before you. They broke through the roof, and I don't know where they flew." How come? Anna looked stunned. It shouldn't be. This is a bit troublesome. Originally, she came here to continue teaching the Natsu 5, but now it seems that it will take a lot of time to find their tracks. Asked for flowers thinking of this in her heart. She quickly calmed down, condensed her mind, smiled, and walked to Layla and stretched out her hand to support Layla, who was pale, and said with a gentle expression, "Thank you. X777, that is 400 years from now. Almost as we expected. You have completed the mission of the family very well." Layla, "Thank you." Layla smiled and shook her head. "Where? This is what I should do. I don't want to leave this mission to my daughter. It would be great if it was done with me. Only she herself knows how heavy this mission is. Now that it is finally done in her hands, her daughter Lucy will no longer have to carry these things in the future. She will be healthy and grow up happily. It's just, feeling the condition of her body, a trace of haze and sadness flashed through Layla's eyes. It's a pity that she may not see her daughter Lucy growing up. You are a great mother. Layla. Anna glanced at Gala with admiration and appreciation. Where? This is just what parents should do. Layla shook her head. Next, the 2 closed the door of the eclipse, and then went out of the basement chamber and went outside. I and Natsu and their 5 children are separated. This is something I didn't expect. Then I might set out immediately to find their whereabouts. Anna said to Donghua. When she said this, she still had this worry and anxiety in her eyes. Need my help? Ancestor Anna. Layla said. It is not 400 years ago. It would be very troublesome if Ancestor Anna wanted to search for 5 children here. If Heartfilia intervened, it would be much easier. Unexpectedly, Anna directly smiled and shook her head. No need. Lena, you have completed the mission entrusted to you by the family. I myself feel that I owe you a lot of offspring. How can I trouble you anymore? Just stay with your daughter. In addition, I always feel that this is a change caused by our time and space. It is not suitable for more people to intervene, so let me do it myself. Duh. Chapter 252. As a very powerful celestial spirit wizard, as Anna who also came from the past to the future, she had a faint hunch for this and felt that this was the most correct way. Is that so? Layla was a little clear, then smiled and nodded. Then I won't say much anymore. I wish Ancestor Anna success in your search. She could feel from Anna's words that the ancestors apologized to her and to the ancestors who had been responsible for the past 10 generations, and Layla felt a lot of relief. Yeah, I will. Then goodbye. Say hello to your daughter for me. After speaking, Anna flashed away and disappeared in the castle of the Hartfilia family. Lucy ? Layla looked at the place where Anna disappeared. The sadness in her heart could no longer be hidden. Tears slipped from her cheeks unconsciously. Huh, that's it. In the 253, in the forest east of Magnolia, the old man Makarov just finished today's affairs and hurried to the guild side unhurriedly. Suddenly, seeing a red streamer across the sky, he suddenly looked up and found that the streamer was falling towards a place not far from him. I don't know why, Makarov's heart throbbed at this time, and he felt that he should follow him to see. Could it be? Makarov instantly rang the words before Tianchen. The gate of destiny has been opened, and the pace of the great era is advancing. Let's take a look. Maybe I can really pick up another genius to come back. Haha. Thinking of this, Mr. Makarov immediately flew up, turned into a golden light, and hurried towards the place where the red meteor fell. Soon, the old man rushed to the place where the meteor fell and saw the situation in the deep pit on the ground. Child, sorcerer, so strong, so special magic power. I always feel very familiar. I saw that at the bottom of the pit was a 10-year-old boy with cherry-colored hair. The old man also found that the child possessed a very strong magic power in his body, and the nature of the magic power was very special, and there was a slight sense of familiarity, but the old man couldn't remember it for a while, etc. Suddenly, the old man's brain flashed, his eyes widened, and said, "Isn't this the feeling of dragon killing attribute magic power? No wonder I feel a little familiar." He could feel that, different from the power of the dragon with the lightning attribute of Laxus, the magic power of the little boy in front of him gave him a hot feeling, which was clearly a very pure and pure dragon power of the fire attribute. Fire Dragon Slayer? Dragon Slayer? Does this indicate something? The old man murmured, touching his chin. He always felt that there was something he didn't think about clearly, and he felt it necessary to ask some old friends who are good at prophecy magic. Let's take it back first. He is indeed a genius. Let the boy Tianchen get it right. Ha ha ha. The old man can feel that Natsu's talent is even better than Gray. With that, the old man walked to the bottom of the pit, ready to pick up the child. As soon as he walked over, he found that the child's hands were moved, and then the eyeballs under his eyelids were gurgling. Then, the child let out a soft hum and opened his eyes in a daze. What caught his eyes was Makarov's kind old face. What? Natsu was taken aback at once, and hurriedly backed away with his hands and feet. At the same time, he shouted, "Who are you?" In addition, he was distracted to look at the surrounding situation, feeling very strange, and he didn't see Igneal. He suddenly panicked and then asked Makarov, "Grandpa? Where's this? Where's Igneal?" The old man is a little speechless. This kid has overreacted. He could only comfort and explain in a good voice, and it took a while to reluctantly explain clearly. At the same time, he also knew the child's name, Natsu Dragneal. According to Natsu himself, he is the child of the fire dragon Igneal. So, don't you know why you became a meteor and fell here? Natsu, do you remember where you originally lived? The old man asked musingly. Fire dragon. According to the old man's understanding, the real dragon in this world had already died out hundreds of years ago, but he could see that Natsu did not lie, which is worth pondering. Perhaps, go back and ask Tianchen this kid what he should know. The old man thought about it. After all, judging from the previous situation, Tianchen has a different and detailed understanding of the pirate world, Pokemon world, and HP world, as if he knew the direction of these worlds in the past and the future. So, as Tianchen's first real world to travel through, does Tiandi also know the past and future of the fairy tale world? Father thinks this is very possible with this kind of speculation. Then looking back on some deeds and behaviors of Tianchen in the past, the old man is more certain. Don't say anything else. It's just the fact that Kana is Gildarts's daughter. In the past, Tianchen's explanation was when he accidentally heard Kana was alone. Now, the old man thinks this is a problem. Maybe, this kid knew it a long time ago. Huh? Meteor? Grandpa, what are you talking about? When Natsu heard the old man's question, he touched the back of his head speechlessly. How can a person become a meteor? This old man is weird. Isn't it the brain what? Natsu thought to himself. It's a pity that he is such a simple fellow, and he writes everything he wants on his face, and the old man doesn't need to read minds, so he can see it at a glance. Makarov, ahem. However, the old man is not easy to care about with this kid, so he can only ask again. Don't worry about the meteor. Do you still remember where you used to live, and what was your name? The question is like that. The old man actually has no hope for this. This kid looked silly. He probably couldn't figure it out. Sure enough, the next moment, Natsu said with a blank face, "The name of the place where I live? I don't know. Wow. I only know that there are mountains everywhere. Igneal often takes me to fly. It's interesting. There are mountains everywhere. The old man said that this description 3.9, he knew where the ghost went. After communicating with Natsu for a while, after learning a lot of information from him, the old man had to tell Natsu that he should have been separated from Igneel for unknown reasons. In addition, the old man also told Natsu that there should be no dragon alive in the world except for the dragon of the end. I lost Igneel. How could this be? Natsu listened, and suddenly seemed to have lost all his strength, slumped on the ground, murmured with a look of loss and sadness. Tears began to shed tears in his eyes, not up to date. Wow, Igneel, father, where are you? Chapter 253. Yeah, don't cry. Boy, crying won't solve the problem. Seeing Natsu start to cry, the old man Makarov quickly comforted. Wow, Igneel, where are you? Unfortunately, the comforting effect was not very satisfactory. Natsu didn't care, still crying, and got up and ran around, trying to find Igneel around. Unfortunately, after more than an hour of tossing, I still found nothing. Instead, exhausted myself from tossing. After the old man's easy comfort, Natsu may have been tired from crying, so he stopped the crying, and his stomach was grunting, screamed. Natsu's tender face flushed suddenly, and he glanced at the old man, embarrassed. Makarov met, smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and took out a piece of barbecue from the space, and handed it to Natsu. Hey, eat that. Since you can't find your father now, and don't know where your home is, do you want to go back with me and join my grandfather, my guild? I can teach you to become a powerful wizard. It's also convenient for you to find your father's mouth. Natsu took the grilled meat in one hand, while whistling at 23, nodded and said, Okay, Grandpa, I'll go with you. He is not really stupid, since I can't find Igneel, and the neighborhood is very strange. Let's follow this old grandfather who feels like a good person. At this time, the Fire Dragon King Igneel sealed in Natsu's body. This kid is really easy to believe in people. Fortunately, this human being is really not bad. It's good to follow him. Haha, then let's set off. If we delay, it will be dark. With that, the old man greeted Natsu and set off with him, heading towards Magnolia. It has been an hour before returning to Fairy Tail Guild. The old man arranged for Natsu to join the guild first and printed the guild crest. Then, he was going to arrange Natsu to live with him for a while, and when he could be on his own, he was allowed to move out. As for Natsu's welcome banquet, it's getting late today, and the old man simply thinks that he will come back tomorrow. Everyone had no objection, and a group of people gathered around Natsu and chatted with him enthusiastically. Makarov, at Laxus at Kana at Guildarts at, you prepare your own dinner for today? I have picked up a new child here, and will eat it at home. Laxus, I picked up a child? And there wouldn't be a Tianchen like Tianchen, right? Of course, Laxus is just joking. He knows that Tianchen is an exception. How difficult is it to find one? However, according to his understanding of his old man, this must be another genius. Otherwise, the old man would not take care of this to such an extent. It's not that the old man is snobbery or something. Isn't it human nature that geniuses are more valued? In addition, Fairy Tail sponsors Magnolia's orphanage. Generally, orphans like Natsu will be arranged to live in the orphanage first. At the same time, the guild will regularly have people take turns there to teach some children with magic talents some basic magic knowledge and magic. It can be regarded as training talents for the guild. Kana. Impossible? Tianchen can never have a second one. Okay. Guildarts. Haha. It seems that the president has picked up a genius. Makarov. Hush. This kid is indeed a genius, even better than Gray. His name is Natsu Dragneel, and he is the Dragon Slayer of Fire. According to him, he was raised by the real fire dragon Igneel. I don't know how it turned into a meteor and appeared deep in the eastern forest. Your kid said before that I can pick up a genius today. You should know some inside story. Just like you know part of the past and future information, such as Pirate World. Gray: the talent is better than me? Or the fire system? I'll wait and see. Tianchen, haha. I do know part of the fairy tale world's past and future information. Of course, this is the part of the past and future that I haven't appeared before this world. Now, there will inevitably be a lot of changes because of my arrival. Makarov, sure enough. Tell me what happened to the little guy Natsu. What happened to the fire dragon Igneel, he said. Where did he come from? As far as I know, there shouldn't be alive except for the black dragon. The fire dragon, right? This is also where the old man is puzzled. Laxus, the dragon slayer of fire? Isn't it also the one embedded with the dragon slayer crystal, right? Makarov, I can be sure that it is not. Maybe this child was really raised by the dragon. There is no dragon-killing crystal in his body, and the power of the dragon is purer than that of Laxus. Laxus, remnant? This is a bit interesting. The power of the dragon is purer than his. Laxus doesn't care. He is not based on dragon-killing magic. He is dominated by lightning magic. The mere dragon-killing magic must of course be included in his divine thunder. What's more, he is now also practicing physical skills and has achieved very good results. The more mature his mentality is, the less he will care about this. Natsu's situation is a bit complicated. He was indeed raised by the Fire Dragon King Igneel, and his Fire Dragon Slayer magic was also taught by the Fire Dragon King himself. Laxus, Fire Dragon King? Listen to what you mean. This is not an ordinary fire dragon, but all fire dragons kings. Does this exist in this world? Makarov, same question. You kid quickly talk about it. Don't sell off 253. Other people were also aroused. A dragon slayer who was nurtured and raised by the Fire Dragon King is not an exaggeration to call it the son of the dragon. The talent is really not easy. Tianchen, Naturally, there is no such existence in this world. Natsu and the other 4 Dragon Slayer children all passed through the Eclipse Gate today, and came to this era from the past 400 years ago through time and space. Puff. When everyone heard this message, they almost sprayed it out. Laxus. Through time and space? 400 years ago. Real or fake? How did it happen? There is still this kind of magic in our world. Tianchen naturally exists. There are a lot of secrets involved. It is not suitable for all of you to know now. You only need to know that they came to this era from the past to destroy the Black Dragon. Of course, Zeref had another purpose in participating in this matter, and that was to let Natsu kill him. This Tianchen is temporarily not going to tell everyone, but only going to tell the old man and Guildarts for the time being. It's too early for the others. Let's talk about it later. Chapter 254. Guildarts, Black Dragon? Is it the legendary dragon of the end? Tianchen, yes. The specific reasons and information, I will talk to the old man and Guildarts, and you two separately later. Don't ask other people. Guildarts, okay. I'll be back now. Wait a minute. Makarov, since you think it is not suitable for everyone to know now, then do what you said. Laxus, don't ask. Laxus, scream. It's up to you. Next, Tianchen and the old man waited for Guildarts to rush over, and the 3 of them avoided Natsu and stepped into the small space Tianchen's living suite. Tianchen first directly passed the content of the entire fairy tale anime to the old man and Guildarts, and then described it in detail according to his own understanding. Unbelievable. Actually, that's it. Is this the original future development process? Lord Guildarts was shocked after hearing this. It really contains too many secrets. For example, the surviving Great Dark Master Zeref, the relationship between the Albarez Empire in the Western Continent and Zeref, the life experience of Urza, the life experience of Natsu, the existence of the Fire Dragon King, the past of the Black Dragon, the secret of Grimoire Heart, and the secret of Tartaros, etc. The old man frowned. Will there be so many things in the future? However, your appearance did bring about a lot of changes. Apart from that, Kana and Guildarts recognized each other a few years in advance. The ghost of Jose was beaten by me in advance. After a meal, Laxus has matured ahead of time. It's all. Speaking of this, the old man gave Tianchen a thumbs up. Good job. Thank you, Tianchen, indeed. Guildarts also smiled and nodded. If you really wait for 8 years to recognize Kana, then I would be too jerk. Now at least I can accompany Kana to grow up in childhood, and I will be a father earlier. Responsibility. This is important to him. Guildarts is also grateful to Tianchen for the changes brought about by him. Ahaha, this is nothing. I just hope everyone in the guild becomes better. Tianchen touched the back of his head and smiled. Your kid. When the old man and Guildarts met, they both smiled knowingly. This kid is really nice. But, at this time, the old man thought about Hades again, and frowned again. I didn't expect the 2nd generation President Precto to become the president of Grimoire Heart. I really can't understand his existence, so I would choose to fall into the dark. Back then, Precto taught him many principles of being a man and doing things, and taught him how to lead a guild well. It was also that he personally handed over the chairmanship of Fairy Tale Guild to him. What is this? Things are impermanent? It's really hard to imagine. Guildarts nodded in agreement. Then, Uncle G said solemnly. However, combining some of the past and future conditions, it is not difficult to understand his thoughts. Although he is indeed a qualified president, an admirable elder. But from the beginning to the end, he has this dark side in his character. It should be a very unexpected situation for him to take over as the chairman. The accident of the 1st generation will never sleep. The father of the old man, Yuri, died early in an accident, and the remaining Lord Vorit Sequin is not expected to be the president. He should have no way to take the burden left by his close friends. When you grow up, President, he will be completely liberated and completely thrown into the arms of Demon Dao. It's just that his path is crooked. It's a pity. Unfortunately, even now, many things have become settled and cannot be reversed. Now Precto has become Hades. Judging from the information given by Tianchen, he will undoubtedly be Fairy Tale's absolute enemy in the future. 2. A trace of distress flashed in the old man's eyes. This was a big blow to him. The 2nd generation is like his teacher. Then, the old man thought of his unfilial son again, and his debut anger appeared in his eyes. However, Ivan, the B******************* D, has always been obsessed with Lumin Xinghue. In the future, Zeref and the Albarez Empire will be attracted, which has brought such a big crisis to the guild. Slap the beast to death. Of course, this B*********** D Precto is not a good thing. He actually revealed something like Looming Xinghue that only the president of Fairy Tale is qualified to know to this be D Ivan. Thinking about it this way, the old man suddenly didn't feel that it was any pain for the B D Precto to fall into the dark. As Guildarts analyzed, this old guy obviously has darkness in his heart, but the time has not come before, and it hasn't been exposed. Well, dispel your breath. Dispel your breath. Old man. Tianchen and Guildarts met and quickly persuaded them. Although, they also felt that there was an urge to kill Ivan. But this guy was also the father's son, Lax's father, and it was a bit wrong to kill him directly. They felt that it might be a good idea to abolish his magic and defeat the disabled. Of course, this kind of bad idea is just what they want, and they won't talk about it. Oh, What I want to know more now is, does Ivan already know about the Star Hui? The old man rubbed his temples with his fingers with a headache. Tianchen nodded and said, it is very likely that I already know it, and secretly preparing. Then, he turned around and touched his chin, thinking, however, this is not a big deal. After all, fairy tale is not the fairy tale of the past. There are still more than 10 years to go. There is a communication center. Really at that time, we might be able to push the whole world equally. The old man and Gildarts listened, looked at each other, their eyes lit up, and said, really? So we don't have to worry at all, as long as we work hard. Li Hao, can we improve the strength of the guild? That's right. Tianchen spread his hands. Also, the old man laughed loudly, but he really let go of his worries. Indeed, now there are so many excellent members of Fairy Tail on Fairy Tail. Everyone is roaming in other worlds and growing so fast. How can the original work be compared? But how do you deal with Natsu's affairs? Do you want to tell him about Igneel now? In addition, the Book of the Devil in Fiend is best to find a way to get it back. I also need to help him eliminate the demon seeds in his body. I don't know if the magic of the divine light can have a purifying effect. The old man tremblingly pondered. Chapter 255. Gildarts was open-minded and suggested, I think it's better for the time being. Take it slowly step by step. Don't say anything about Igneel in advance. This is a driving force for Natsu's efforts, and you can't lose it. Speaking of this, Gildarts paused, then said, as for the Yindi matter, let's not say that we may not be able to beat Tartaros now. Moving these demons now will undoubtedly alarm Zeref in advance. Maybe Alvarez will let the Empire attack in advance. It shouldn't be a serious problem for many years, so let's do this first. Maybe, in a few years, I can find another solution from other worlds. Not to mention other people. The head of Tartaros, Pluto Mardgear, is an extraordinary existence. The original work was dropped by Zeref in seconds. If you let Fairy Tail come by yourself, I don't know how many times it will take Natsu to beat it. Now, neither Gildarts nor the old man have the confidence to defeat this kind of guy. Tianchen also nodded in agreement. I also don't think this matter is easy to rush. Come on steady. Then come steadily. It seems we need to urge everyone to practice harder. The old man said solemnly. You always decide. Tianchen and Gildarts had no objection, and at the same time, they mourned for the others for a second. 253 as for themselves? Uncle G has already passed this stage. He will practice hard without urging him. Tianchen is almost the same, so I don't have to worry about it at all. You are welcome to join. Natsu, welcome. Cheers everyone. Cheers. The next morning, before lunchtime, the old man held a celebration banquet for Natsu on the side of the guild, which made Natsu feel the enthusiasm of everyone in the guild for the first time. Thank you all. Natsu's eyes flushed suddenly, and he said excitedly. He used to follow Igneel alone. The memory of learning with Anna was erased by Igneel. Now, when he first came into contact with human society and the Fairy Tail Guild, he felt the difference. He liked this feeling very much, and even the sadness of not being able to find Igneel was diluted a bit. At the bar, Tianchen and the others rushed back today when they were able to come back, including Laxus, Urza, Mila, Gray, Lisana, Aluffman, Kana, Gildarts, and others. Everyone smiled knowingly when they looked at Natsu, who was moved there stupidly. Mira walked over, patted Natsu's head with one hand, and rubbed several handfuls of Natsu's short orange hair, turning his hair into a chicken nest. Then, he stared at Natsu with a playful look. Boy, I've decided. You can mix with me in the future. I promise you will taste it and drink it spicy. You, who are you? Natsu was frightened by Mira's behavior and look, and stepped back a little frightened. It was really that he keenly felt bad intentions for Mira. His sixth sense told him that this woman is very dangerous, and it is safer to stay away. Humph. Good question. Mira let go of Natsu, gave Natsu a thumbs up, pointed to herself, and said, I am the strongest female wizard in the guild, Majin Mirajane. I will be called the big sister in the future, do you know? Lisana in the distance saw Mila's appearance. She couldn't help covering her face with her hands, and said in shame, Mira is really just like to tease people. In fact, Sister Mila was not like this before. I still remember that at that time, Sister Mila was still a gentle and kind-hearted sister. However, since she accidentally awakened to receive magic and accidentally received the devil, her personality seemed to have begun to be affected. Although it is still as good to her and Alafman, but to other people, the character is not so good, and there are a lot of evil tastes and a dark side. Hey, Mila, you fellow, don't embarrass the newcomer. At this moment, Urza felt that he couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over to stop him between Mira and Natsu, and said seriously, she feels that the discipline and atmosphere in the guild really need to be reorganized, especially like Mira, which is simply a model of corrupt atmosphere. In the past 6 months, the chairman has finally turned CDDJ a bit, and he feels that there is a tendency to go backwards now. This cannot be condoned in the eyes of the Commission for Discipline Inspection and Urza. Okay. Mira was immediately upset when she saw Urza jump out to stop her. The two of them were like a volcano hitting the earth, and they endured together in an instant. Mila slanted Urza and said, Are you trying to grab the younger brother from me? Or do you want to compete with me for the name of the strongest female wizard in the guild? Where's the head? Huh. Urza held back his anger and frowned. Hey, what are you talking about? Natsu, wouldn't you come over to me? Do you want to join the Urza pie next to you? Huh. Mira directly ignored Urza and shouted at Natsu, who was hiding not far behind Urza. You devil girl, will you be obedient to me? Urza stared at Mira angrily. You girl in armor, do you want to fight? Mira suddenly put her forehead on Urza's forehead with a wicked smile, and the two of them faced each other. Their eyes breathed fire, and they were full of murderous aura. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Urza won't be used to this devil girl. Ever since she joined the guild, Urza felt that she had nothing to do with her. The two were almost like rivals. As long as they met, they could quarrel. Noisy can't solve the problem, so it can be solved by force. This situation became more intense after Mira joined Fairy Tail. By the way, the talents of the two are almost the same. Although Urza joined first and had an advantage in the training progress, Mira accidentally accepted the powerful soul of Satan, and her strength exceeded the standard from the beginning. Although the control was still a bit weak, the two were almost in line with each other. Dress Up Magic, Armor of Holy Light. Sponsored by Tianchen Yuqing. Receive magic. Satan's soul. Seeing that Noisy can't solve the problem, the two are ready to fight in the guild hall. When the other people in the guild saw it, they stopped their business and prepared to watch the show. Natsu stood there with a dazed expression, looking at Urza and Mila, who had thrown away his quarrel, with a dazed expression. Who am I? Where am I? What are they doing? Don't stop me. You two idiots. Do you want to tear it down? At this time, the old man suddenly reacted. A sip of wine came out, his head suddenly swelled to the size of a round table, and he roared at Urza and Mira, who were about to fight. Urza, by the way, didn't I come to persuade you to fight? Why did you fight yourself? Mira, unfortunately, the president is here, I couldn't fight. Some M************************** ion. The old man has come forward, and this battle will naturally not be able to go on. However, in the end, both Urza and Mila glanced at each other with sharp eyes and read the same message from each other's eyes. Let's see. Make an appointment later. Chapter 256. Everyone felt it was a pity that a lively queen's battle failed to fight. The banquet continued. Everyone was in a pile and continued to have fun. Kana stayed with Lisana to test her newly developed card magic. Laxus ran to chat with Uncle G and Fart. Tianchen was called to the side by the old man. Are you free these 2 days? The old man asked. Huh? Have a mission? Tianchen knew what was going on when he saw the old man's expression and immediately asked. Yes. The old man nodded and came up with a task list from a cabinet in the bar and handed it to Tianchen. The task was just issued through the council. He also specifically designated you to go. Tianchen was a little curious. He immediately checked the task list and then let out a suspicious sound. The mission from the Heartfilia family? Wouldn't it be asking me to treat Layla? Heartfilia? The gate of solar eclipse was only opened yesterday, and now Huang La should have suffered from mana deficiency due to backlash, and his life will be short. It is not difficult to understand that a mission will be issued at this time, because, in the past year, the news that Tianchen has mastered the powerful healing magic has long spread. Has a lot of fame. Layla's situation, other people can't treat it. Yes. The old man nodded. It was the Heartfilia who sent the mission. I don't know the cause and what is it. I don't say you should know it. Go and see. It's best to get a cure. In addition to the 20 million J bounty, you should still get a sum of origin points. It's been a year since I joined Fairy Tail. Everyone is constantly exploring how to earn origin points faster and better, and has some experience on what kind of tasks can earn origin points. Layla clearly belongs to the source point. It's not that she is really so important in person, and saving her will be of great help to the development of the world. The main reason is that she is the mother of the heroine Lucy. In addition, she is indeed not an ordinary person. She is also one of the key figures who personally started the Great Era. Saving her will have a big impact on the future. Okay, then I'll go there. I hope it can be cured. Tianchen put away the task list and nodded in response. Without actually seeing Layla's condition, he didn't dare to pack a ticket and say that it would be cured. Time is urgent. If you can go now. The illness over there can't afford it. The old man urged. Okay, then I'm leaving. Tianchen nodded. Tianchen greeted a few people such as Laxus, Urza, Mila, and left the guild, released the fire-breathing dragon, flew over to the fire dragon's back, and directly specified a direction for the fire-breathing dragon, and set off directly. Is that a dragon? And it's a fire dragon? It happened to see Tianchen releasing fire dragons Natsu, and he stayed for a while, and then he pointed his finger at the fire-breathing dragon that was going away with excitement, turned his head, and asked Urza on the side. Oh, you said this? Yeah, that is Tianchen's fire-breathing dragon. Right now it is Yalong. Urza glanced in the direction Natsu pointed, and replied. Yalong, isn't it a real dragon? Was the fire-breathing dragon obtained there that day? Is it possible to know the whereabouts of Igneal? Natsu asked anxiously with expectation. He desperately wanted to know about Igneal. It's a pity that he is destined to be disappointed. At present, apart from Tianchen, Old Man, and Guildarts, no one in the guild knows the news of the Fire Dragon King Igneal. Urza naturally didn't know, and she knew what happened to Tianchen's fire-breathing dragon. She immediately shook her head and explained. Tianchen shouldn't know either. As for the source of Fire Dragon spray at this moment, the old man walked over and watched Natsu answer the conversation. Spray fire dragons. If Natsu, you practice hard and pass my test, I can be the master, and I can give you a mouth in the future. Really? Natsu listened, and after sweeping away the emotions he had just lost, he looked at the old man a little excitedly and confirmed. Real? The old man smiled and nodded his head. However, it is not easy to pass the test. You need to work hard to learn literacy and magic. Obviously, since the old man received information about the future of fairy tale world from Tianchen, he made up his mind to train Natsu and the others. Isn't this a good starting point now? I believe that with this as a temptation, Natsu will study and practice hard without supervision. Okay, study, assessment, etc., just let it go. I will definitely do it. Oh, it's burning up. Ask for flowers. Natsu responded with full fighting spirit, raising his small fist. Haha, that's it. Urza, Natsu's literacy is up to you. No problem, right? The old man nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Urza. Hand it over to me. President, I will definitely let him learn in the shortest time. Urza took his orders solemnly. As if this is a mission that must be completed, she is going to put 200% of her effort to urge Natsu to complete it. That's good. When the old man sees Urza's expression, he always feels that this child is a little too serious about doing things, but it's not a bad thing. So be it. Natsu does need a strict teacher. Then please. Natsu happily bowed slightly to Urza, unexpectedly and politely. Believe that it won't be long before he will regret his decision. This idiot. You will have to suffer next. Gray, who was watching the play not far away, was shirtless, holding his hands, and said with a playful smile, Gray, clothes. At this moment, he heard Kana's reminder. When? He was shocked, looked down at himself, and quickly went to look for the clothes he was still aside. I are all idiots. Talk about others. Kana shook her head speechlessly. What weird things have been added to the guild now? The talent is excellent, but one or two are problem children. In comparison, Kana feels that she is really a normal and good boy. It was her smelly dad who didn't know what was going on yesterday. He actually asked if he likes to drink and if he ever drank, and he told her righteously that he was not allowed to drink. Kana has nowhere to complain. Please, she's just an 11-year-old girl, okay? How is it possible to drink? Neither the guild nor Hogwarts would allow it. Besides, what's so good about wine? It's better to study card magic and learn spells. Chapter 257. I always feel that I can't hide Hermione recently. Do you want to apply to Tianchen to pull her into fairy tale? Kana thought to herself. She thinks it should be feasible, right? Hermione is her first friend of the same S***X. After a year, the two have a very good relationship. They are already good girlfriends. Hermione is a school bully again, which is very helpful to her study and research. Kana immediately made up his mind and talked to Tianchen about this. Yeah, let's talk to Dad and Principal Brydundo in advance. Kana pondered. In addition, I remember Tianchen said that he wanted to set up an Enlightenment Academy on fairy tale to teach talented fairy tale members from all walks of life. This may also be a good opportunity. I think I can put it on the agenda. With this, she won't have to go to Hogwarts for many classes without any problems. 25/7 will be taught directly on fairy tale. It's not that learning from Hogwarts is bad. It's just that a few flies have come to look for things recently, which disturbs Kana and Hermione. She thinks it's better to avoid them. A group of little shit kids really don't know that they have brought so much shit. Can't you study hard? On the other side, Tianchen took the task and rode the fire-breathing dragon, rushing to the area where the Heartfilia family was located at an extremely fast speed. But more than an hour, it crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers and appeared in the territory of the Heartfilia family. What? When Tianchen was about to take the fire-breathing dragon to fly to the heart of Heartfilia's core castle 2 kilometers away, his mental skin suddenly found an abnormal situation, and he immediately drove the fire-breathing dragon to the location of the abnormal incident. In the process, he was discovered. He also used the newly created light and shadow warping magic and breath shielding magic to hide himself and the fire dragon's figure, and quickly came to the sky over there to look down. You are Lord Zoldio? 4. What? At this moment, a green-haired woman hung her abdomen that was eaten by her head, turned her head with difficulty, saw the appearance of the person who stabbed her back, and asked in astonishment and incomprehension. You damn it. If it weren't for you, how could Master Layla become like this? I can't forgive you. Only by killing you can I barely understand my hatred. Zoldio's face was distorted with a wretched face. His eyes were full of resentment, and he looked at Grammy's hate. The hatred in his tone made Tianchen, who was sitting on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, felt goosebumps. What is this? Hate because of love? He always feels that although this guy is a servant of Heartfilia's family, he has an extraordinary sentiment towards the mistress of Layla. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so crazy and distorted. It's a pity that the gap between the identities of the two is destined to be impossible. However, this does not prevent Zoldio from resenting Grammy, who indirectly killed Layla. Ever since I learned that Layla suffered from magical backlash due to lack of the key to celestial spirit of Aquarius and suffered from magic deficiency syndrome, and he asked many doctors who are good at treatment and potion wizards to cure Layla. Zoldio already thinks Layla will die. This is fine. It is true in the original work. Yuan, is that so? Then I really deserve to die. Grammy listened, but tears with sadness and remorse on his face. Why doesn't she resent herself? Because of her own mistakes, Master Layla has come to where she is now. Her loyalty and admiration to Master Layla has always been no worse than Zoldio. But I didn't expect that. Because of her unexpected delay, it became like this. Originally, she also wanted to end her life to make atonement for this. But Layla relieved her and came to her forgiveness. Most importantly, she still couldn't let go of her daughter Brittany, who was only a few years old. She is still so young. If she loses her mother and she has no father herself, what should she do? But, feeling the passing of her vitality, Grammy knew that she was afraid that she would not survive today, so there was no way to worry about these things. She only hoped that Brancher would be strong. Thinking of the resentment that Zoldio had just conveyed in her voice, she was a little worried and pleaded, I am more than guilty. I have no right to resent Lord Zoldio. Everything is sinful and wrong. I blame me. After I die, I can ask you not to go. Did it hurt my daughter? When the above Tianchen heard this, he also sighed. Perhaps, this is the great maternal love. In the case that he has no precious life, it is his daughter who is worried about. When Zoldio heard this, his heart was a little shaken. His footsteps followed 2 steps back, and at the same time he pulled out the 7 stabs in Gramin's abdomen, and wanted to say something. I heard an indifferent voice from the top of my head. The magic of light, the sacred light. The next moment, a golden magic circle appeared above the 2 Zoldio's heads, and a golden beam of light instantly fell, covering the 2 of them. What? A sad scream came from Zoldio's mouth. I saw that under the shining of the sacred light, black smoke began to emerge from his body, and his body began to melt. After a while, he lost his vitality, and his whole person was purified, leaving only a golden celestial spirit key on the ground. Sure enough, are you insane? Tianchen sneered. He had discovered through psychology before that the latter had a strong, evil aura on this Zoldio's body. This was not formed in a short period of time. Obviously, this guy himself is not a good person. Author. Divine light is similar to the law of fairies. It judges evil, and at the same time, judges the enemies and evils identified by the caster. On the contrary, when Gramin was enveloped by the sacred light, she felt a warm current enter her body, began to repair her wounds, restore her physical strength, and the sense of passing life disappeared. This, after feeling that the injury was completely healed, after Tianchen interrupted the magic, Grammy opened his eyes and touched the wound before his abdomen with his hand in disbelief, and found that there was no trace of the wound at all. 3.9 Then, she suddenly turned around, trying to find Zoldio, who screamed before, but did not find him. I only saw a handsome little boy who was reaching out and picking up the celestial spirit key. Your Excellency. Grammy's heart was shocked. He felt the bright breath of Tianchen, thinking of the previous situation, and suddenly had guesses in his heart, but he was still uncertain. It doesn't matter who I am. You should go. Go back and grow up with your daughter. Don't make your child sad. Tianchen looked through the celestial spirit key, turned his hand into the space bracelet, and smiled slightly at Gramin. Chapter 258. Thank you for your kindness. Then I'm leaving now. Grammy felt Tianchen's meaning from Tianchen's expression and words, and did not ask anything else, but bowed deeply at Tianchen sincerely, and left here quickly. In her heart, she just eagerly wanted to rush back to the western continent, hugged her daughter in her arms, and never separated from her again. As for Zoldio, Tianchen obviously didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask. When she wants to come, there are no more than 2 possibilities. One is to be eliminated. One is being punished by this mysterious and powerful young man, and taken away. No matter what it is, she should not be in charge. She should thank God for her life and cherish the rest of her hard-won life. Brantish, Mom will be back soon to accompany you, never to be separated from you again. Grammy thought so. Yes, the host saved Brandish's mother Grammy, leading to huge changes in Brandish's future. 23. Killing Zoldio, leading to future changes in Grimoire Heart. Reward, origin 47 points. There are still a lot of rewards. It's worth it. Tianchen heard the system's prompt sound, and suddenly the corner of his mouth moved up slightly. A flashback returned to the fire dragon's back, patted the fire dragons lightly, and said, let's go. Go straight to the castle. Roar. Okay, master. Naturally, the fire-breathing dragon had no objection. It spanned a distance of several hundred meters between the 2 breaths of flapping its wings, and appeared over the front yard of the castle. The oppressive feeling brought by the huge size and extraordinary aura directly alarmed the servants in the house, and a heartphilia. Of course, there is little Lucy. This is, dragon. How could it appear here? Seeing the fire-breathing dragon through the window, Giodo was shocked. Hello, Your Honor. Then, without waiting for him to act, Tianchen flashed away and appeared directly in the room where Da was, shocking Da. However, Tianchen didn't care, and then introduced himself. I am Tianchen from Fairy Tale Guild. I was invited to check your wife's condition. It turned out to be Lord Tianchen. I didn't expect it to be you. I don't know who the dragon outside is to suddenly realize that he was surprised at Tianchen's rapid arrival, but also curious about the fire-breathing dragon that Tianchen was riding outside Tianchen. That's my pet fire-breathing dragon. It's not a real dragon. No need to blame. In addition, let's go see Ms. Layla's condition first. Tianchen explained briefly, and then turned to it. To be honest, he didn't like this merit very much. He is too powerful and arrogant, and likes to look down upon others. Had Tianchen not introduced himself just now, he also knew that Tianchen healing magic was in Fiori name, and his wife was sick again. This guy wouldn't have such a good attitude. This can be seen from the unconcealable arrogance deep in his eyes. Tianchen is really incomprehensible. In an extraordinary world where power is respected, there will be such a naive person unexpectedly. It's no wonder that a huge Heartfilia family will be defeated later. Obviously, there is a problem with the brain. Good. Please hear. Mention the condition of his wife's illness. Myriad did not ask questions and hurriedly led Tianchen to a bedroom. Tianchen also saw Layla Heartfilia, who was lying on the couch with a pale face, and Lucy, who was sitting on the sidelines and chatting with Layla. This is my wife Donghua. Please take a good look at your excellency Tianchen. As long as Layla can be cured, money is not a problem. Even if the bounty is increased tenfold, I am willing. De introduced Layla to Tianchen, and then looked at Tianchen with a trace of expectation and hope in his eyes. Tianchen was a little funny when he heard it. This is a local tyrant. The task commission on the task list is already as high as 20 million too. 10 times that is 200 million, darling. The Heartfilia family is indeed rich. It's a pity that money or something is really not a big deal to Tianchen. He is not interested in money. If he didn't feel that he had the original point to earn, and he could make up for the regret when watching anime, he would not come. Honey, actually you don't need to do this. I know my situation. At this time Layla spoke. She first said apologetically to Da, then looked at Tianchen with a soft smile and said, thank you, please. It's okay. Let me show you first. Maybe there is a way. Tianchen shook his head. Just now, he had the mental power to scan Layla's situation initially, and he also had a superficial judgment in his heart. The situation is really bad, but for Tianchen who has mastered the magic of life light, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's take a look. Although Layla didn't hold any hope in her heart, since everyone was here, she couldn't refuse directly and made Tianchen's face. Lucy, come here first. Let this lord treat your mother. Obedient. Seeing him, De quickly waved to Lucy who was sitting on the side of the cave. Good. Lucy obediently ran to Gongda's side, and at the same time, looked at Tianchen curiously. She was wondering whether this elder brother, who was not too old, could really cure her mother's disease. In the past 2 days, the family has invited many well-known doctors and wizards who are good at treatment to see my mother, but the results are not good. Although neither father nor mother told her, Lucy could still tell. Therefore, she has been very worried about her mother's situation in the past 2 days. Tianchen didn't go to 257 to control Lucy, walked straight to the side of the court, and said to Layla, offended. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on Layla's forehead. The hand glowed with light golden magic, and the magic and mental power came out at the same time, and he began to carefully check Layla's condition. Both Joda and Lucy looked at Tianchen nervously, with expectations in their eyes. Layla felt the magic power entering the body at this time, and was also surprised by Tianchen's powerful magic control ability. This young boy, who seemed to be young, had such a strong ability to control magic power, and faintly felt that the magic power was also very strong. Layla was a little surprised. Genius, is it? She thought to herself. However, this is not the focus of her attention now. She is even more surprised that Tianchen's magic power seems to be of great benefit to her physical condition. As the magic power flows around her body, she can feel the signs of recovery from her bad body. This is simply incredible. Check it. A minute later, Tianchen retracted his hand and said, it looks like a typical magic deficiency. In fact, it is the result of forcibly using a certain forbidden magic and suffering a huge magic backlash, and being drawn a lot of vitality. The source of magic is almost broken. Am I right? Duh. Chapter 259. Both Joda and Lucy looked blank. It was obvious that their father and daughter had no idea about the Eclipse Gate. Layla, on the contrary, looked at Tianchen in surprise and said, I didn't expect that your excellency could detect so clearly. As you said, it is true. Do you think it can be restored? When he said this, Huang Le's eyes also had a hint of hope. Obviously, if possible, she didn't want to just die. She was reluctant to part with her daughter who hadn't grown up yet, and she couldn't bear to part with this family. Of course, when my daughter was here, she didn't directly ask if there was any help and expressed a little bit of euphemism. Are you a great mother again? Tianchen thought when he saw it. It seems that Layla is also doing it otherwise. Lucy will take on the mission of the Heartfilia family again, so that when the Aquarius key is missing, the Eclipse door is forcibly opened. It's almost the same as Grammy, who was dying of his daughter Brittany. Tianchen smiled confidently and said, I think it won't work if I change to another person, but you are still very lucky. Because you met me. My light of life magic can basically cure your illness and replenish your lost vitality. Speaking of this, Tianchen turned around and said, however, I can't repair your almost broken source of magic. I guess you won't be able to use magic anymore. How? Do you want to heal? Real? Layla listened. Her tired eyes burst into an astonishing light. After seeing Tianchen nodding affirmatively, she nodded and said, then please, please. It's a big deal if you can't use magic. As long as you can save your life, it's enough. Merritt and Lucy on the side looked at Tianchen with excitement and expectation. This is the only good news they have heard in the past 2 days. Then let's start. Tianchen nodded, and in the next moment, directly mobilized magic power. The magic of light, the light of life. A golden magic circle appeared directly above Layla, and then a light green beam of light fell, directly enveloping Layla. The gentle vitality is directly integrated into Layla's skin and enters her body through the skin. Some of them begin to supplement the vitality of her lack of cells, and some of them begin to repair the injuries in Layla's body. As the treatment progressed, Layla's face began to become ruddy and shiny at a speed visible to the naked eye. Layla's whole person has become healthier and more energetic. Okay, the entire treatment process lasted only 5 minutes, and Tianchen interrupted the magic, stopped the magic, and announced that the treatment was complete. Thanks for your hard work. Gioda and Layla said in unison. Then, there was a little ignorant of Tianchen and ran over to hold Layla's hand and said with concern, "How do you feel, my dear? Is it really cured?" It's not that he doesn't believe in Tianchen. It's just that this kind of thing makes him laugh so loudly that he doesn't want to be disappointed. Mom, how do you feel? Lucy also ran over, leaning over to the side of the collapse, looking at her mother with concern and asking, "Don't worry, I'm really good." Layla smiled knowingly, just sat up, and then fell directly under his surprised and excited eyes, and put a circle on the spot very vigorously, and said to her husband and daughter peacefully, "Look, it's really complete." Then, she took 2 steps forward with a sincere expression and bowed deeply at Tianchen. "Thank you very much for your help. From now on, you will be my savior, the benefactor of the Heartfilia family. What will be useful in the future? Don't hesitate to speak. Of course, please don't refuse the 10 times commission. It is a little bit of our heart. The Heartfilia family in this period is really not bad for money. You are polite. It's a pity I can't restore your magic source. You will really only be an ordinary person in the future." Tianchen shook his head and said, "It's nothing. There is no magic, and there are benefits of not being able to magic." Layla didn't care at all, stretched out her hand to hug Lucy, who was holding her leg, and smiled softly at Tianchen. Tianchen could tell that she really looked away, not the kind that didn't care about it on the surface, but didn't let go of her heart. I have to say, this is a woman who can afford it, put it down, very free and easy, very angry, but also very gentle. It is really a blessing that Gioda Heartfilia can marry such a good woman. As long as you feel that there is no problem, that's fine. Maybe in the future I can find a way to repair your magic source. It won't work now. Tianchen shrugged his shoulders slightly. Don't bother about my business anymore. This is fine now. Thank you, Your Excellency. Layla shook her head. She knew that the difficulty and possibility of this was minimal, and she didn't want Tianchen to bother about it anymore. The mission of the family was completed, and her life that was about to end was miraculously rescued. If the family came to a complete success, what else could she not be satisfied with? Is it really okay? Mom, then you can't use magic anymore. Lucy in Layla's arms was a little sad for her mother. She likes magic very much, especially her mother's celestial spirit magic. In this way, would she not see those celestial spirits in the future? Gioda didn't care much about this. In his opinion, as long as his wife was safe and sound, it was enough. Seeing her daughter feel sorry for her, Layla guessed part of her little princess thoughts, smiled, and touched her head to comfort her. It's okay. Mom can't use magic anymore. But Lucy can. Can I? Lucy looked up at his mother in surprise. Of course. Layla smiled and nodded. Mom can teach you. Meow. This Aquarius celestial spirit key is for you. Speaking, Layla didn't know where to get a celestial spirit key from the zodiac. Obviously, this was returned to Layla when Grameen came to visit Layla before. Although it's too late. Thanks, Mom. Lucy happily took the key of celestial spirit from Aquarius and kissed his mother's face. The baby held the key of celestial spirit in his arms. Next, Tianchen did not stay in the Heartfilia family for a long time. He chatted with Layla again and promised Lucy. After she came to Fairy Tale to entertain her well, Tianchen received the commission for the mission and jumped on to spray Fire Dragon's back and ride, leaving with the fire-breathing dragon. Wow, Big Brother Tianchen is so amazing. He can actually ride a dragon. I will become as good as Big Brother in the future. Mom, what do you think? Seeing Tianchen riding a dragon away, Lucy asked with a look of longing. Li Zhao hee. If Lucy is ours, there must be no problem. Lucy nodded happily, and at the same time, secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely go to the Fairy Tale Guild to find Tianchen in the future. Also, she will join the Fairy Tale Guild in the future. Ding. The host rescued Layla, Heartfilia, leading to huge changes in the future of Lucy, an important luck character. After testing, rewards, the origin point is 165 points. On the other side, Tianchen rode a fire-breathing dragon and dared to leave the territory of the Heartfilia family and received the system's reward prompt. Should I be said to be the heroine and the heroine's mother? This time the mission reward is really rich. Tianchen said in surprise. 165 points, which is quite a lot. In those days, he joined Fairy Tale, but that's no more. Chapter 260. By the time Tianchen returned to Fairy Tale, it was already more than an hour. Back to the guild, Tianchen discovered that the banquet here hadn't ended yet, and the guild hall was still very lively at this time. Tianchen is also drunk. It's really noisy. Tianchen shook his head funny. Master, I'm back to hand in the task. Meow. This is the guild's commission fee. Tianchen walked straight to the bar, took out 10 million, and put it in front of the old man. Why so many? The master nodded first, and then found that the money seemed to be too much, and he asked in surprise. Isn't this kid wrong? The total number of tasks is only 20 million J, right? That's right. The employer has increased the commission for the task 10 times, so naturally there is so much. Tianchen smiled and shook his head. When the old man heard this, his eyes widened suddenly, and he exclaimed, What? 10 times? That's 200 million. Not much. AAA. Tianchen smiled and said with 2 fingers erected. What 10 times? What 200 million? At this time, the old man's exclamation also attracted the attention of many people in the guild. 257. Myriad didn't even know when she ran over, looked at the money on the next bar, and looked at Tianchen in surprise. A lot of money. This won't be the guild commission fee for your mission, right? Yes. Tianchen nodded affirmatively. Mira, 2 million commission fee? 200 million mission commission? What kind of mission is this special? S level? Or SS level? Or Supreme SSS level? God knows. Normally, even for a 100-year mission, you don't necessarily get so many commissions, right? Indeed, 100-year missions give more precious materials, such as this reputation in the future. The employer is so generous. Maybe you met a real rich man, right? I really envy you. Tianchen, this guy. The people who heard it in the guild also started to talk at this time. Is this really supposed to be Heartphilia's house? It is generous. So it seems that you have cured Layla Heartphilia's disease? What is the specific situation? Let me talk about it. The old man waved his hand to collect the money without a trace, drove away people from around, waved his hand to plant a soundproof barrier, and asked, CDD okay? Immediately, Tianchen told Layla all about Layla's situation, and also told the old man about his encounter with Zoldio and Grammy. Hey, the old man was a little surprised. Sure enough, with your knowledge of the light of life magic, can even the mana deficiency be cured? It's not like that. Tianchen shook his head. Layla's situation is special. I have given you information. You also know that her tenfold solar eclipse gate absorbs all the magic power and has a lot of vitality to manifest the magic deficiency. In fact, it is similar to ordinary. There should be a big difference between people with mana deficiencies. In addition, I am not completely cured this time. It just saved her life. The source of magic can't help her repair it. She has lost the ability to cast magic. When the old man heard this, he shook his head funny. You kid, what do you think? This is already cured. As for repairing the source of magic, it is estimated that only gods can have a heaven-defying method. The magic source of the wizard is the same as the dantian of the cultivator. This thing is broken, and it's broken so thoroughly. If you want to repair it, unless there is a heaven-defying genius, a treasure, or a method against the sky, no matter how you look at it, it is beyond the reach of mortals. Hey, so too. Tianchen smiled and stroked the back of his head. The old man gave him a funny look, and then said, However, I did not expect you to save the mother of the girl of Brandish, one of the 12 shields of the Albarez kingdom, and kill him. One of the 7 dependents of Grimoire Heart in the future, which is not bad. Surely there should be a lot of origin point rewards, right? These two can be regarded as important supporting roles in the future, and it is good to resolve the contradiction in advance. Not much. Just 47 o'clock. Tianchen went to Tanshou Dao. It's already possible. Those of us who are desperate to survive for a year will only have a few hundred origins. The old man shook his head and said, This still refers to Laxus and Sirona who are more active in the pirate world. The old man himself has not even collected 100 origin points. The main reason is that he basically didn't leave Xuanyue Island much, and most of the time he only practiced daily physical skills there. He can get dozens of origin points because he taught Koshiro, Sauron, and Guena to meditate. What are you going to do with the celestial spirit of Capricorn? Your own contract. The old man asked again. The celestial spirit key of the zodiac is of great importance in the future. It is directly stored in the space bracelet and is not used. The old man does not approve of it. Not only is it a waste of time, it might also attract interference from the celestial spirit king. First put it in the guild's exchange warehouse. Clearly mark the price and assign it to Lucy. I have already agreed with her, and she will join the fairy tale guild in the future. As Tianchen said, he flipped his hand and took out the key of Capricorn celestial spirit and handed it to the old man. Anyway, he himself didn't plan to make a contract, so it didn't make much sense to him. Is that so? Good too. The old man took the celestial spirit key, put it into his space bracelet, and nodded in satisfaction. Tianchen handled it like this very well. After chatting with the old man for a while, Tianchen ran away and went to chat with Laxus and the others. When are you going to take the thunder fruit? Sitting on the seat next to Laxus, Tianchen asked casually while eating the spirit fruit. I want it too. Laxus rolled his eyes unhappily and then sighed. Wait for a while. Now the origin is not enough. In this year, Tianchen has spent 5,000 origin points to open a new system function. Enhanced function. Consume the source point, strengthen items, talents, eliminate defects, etc. This is a comprehensive function. The function is very powerful. It looks more like an upgraded version of Tianchen's evolutionary ability. In fact it is, but it is much more expensive than Tianchen's evolutionary function. Laxus had already traveled to the Empty Island a few months ago. In addition to obtaining a large amount of gold, he also successfully found the fruit of the thunder. It's a pity that this thing requires 1,000 origin points just to eliminate defects, which is too expensive. Laxus is still working on the origin point. Let him give up. He is obviously reluctant. The fruit of thunder is a great supplement to him. Not only does it add an elemental ability, it also greatly improves the ability and talent of the thunder system. He won't give up. Chapter 261. It's up to you. It's a good choice to directly use these origin points to improve your talents. However, with your S-rank thunder talent, 1,000 points are not enough. Tianchen said with a smile. In his own words, the S-level thunder system talent has been upgraded to the SS level, and 800 source points are enough, but the members of Fairy Tail can't, at least 1,600 points. Specifically why it is so expensive, Tianchen doesn't know wow. The system says it's normal consumption. No you still say. Laxus gave Tianchen an angry look. This is, which pot should not be opened, and which pot should be used. Is it easy for him to catch pirates and increase his reputation? If it weren't for a moment to leave, if he still has needs on the Navy's side, he would want to open a new world to break into it. But it's coming soon. He is currently a Major Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the merits of being promoted to Lieutenant Admiral are almost enough. I believe that after a while, he should be able to be promoted to the level of Lieutenant General, and then he can sit in a large base alone, and the time will be much more relaxed and free. At that time, there should be time to take care of other worlds and make money. Indeed, it's hard to make money, especially after you turn on this new feature. Everyone is dying. Kana on the side put down the card in his hand and complained. Blam me. Tianchen spread out his hand silently. He is the one who paid the most, okay? A new feature with 5,000 origin points, thinking that you don't need money? Originally, the cost of such new functions, upgrades of small spaces, and the gate of time and space have been negotiated long ago, using the origin point in the guild origin pool. It's just that there are not many people in Fairy Tail right now, and everyone earns less, which is not enough. Tianchen can only pay for it by himself. Return it to him when the source point of the source pool is increased in the future. The opening of this function is also to improve everyone's cultivation speed potential. And speaking of, Kana, to what extent is the Ministry of Magic transformation plan on your side? Let me say, with the strength and reputation of Bewley Dundo, it's better to be tough? It's boring, it doesn't mean anything. Tianchen said dissatisfied. I think so too. It's a pity that the principal is not willing. What can I do? Kana spread out his hands with a helpless look. The old people's behavior style is completely different from that of their young people. I would like to ask you when the Magic Enlightenment Academy on the Exchange Center opens. Also, can I pull Hermione into Fairy Tail? Kana-gu deliberately lowered her voice and asked in Tianchen's ear. Tianchen saw him, waved his hand to place a soundproof barrier around their table, and replied with a smile. I have handed over this to the old man and Principal Bully Dundo. It will be about half a month later. As for Hermione, give her a place. Her talent is really good. If you train it well, you should be able to become a powerful wizard. It's a pity to let her stay in the HP world like the original book to develop. Hehe, it's fine if you agree. Then can you pull her in today? Kana asked happily. Tomorrow. There is still something to do today. Tianchen shook his head and said, okay, that's it. It didn't matter if one day later, Kana immediately contacted Bully Dundo in the group, asked him to help inform Hermione, and waited for her at Berdundo's office tomorrow morning. You are welcome to join. Hermione. Early the next morning, Tianchen was awakened by Kana's face, and she was dragged up by her helplessly, went to the HP world, substituted Hermione into Fairy Tail, and gave her time and space runes and corresponding welcome to the message. After digesting the information, Hermione still had a look of shock on her face. She looked at Tianchen and Kana in a daze. It turns out that this is the same thing. I said why you keep disappearing. Especially Tianchen classmate you. You talk about it. How long have you not been to meet us? I almost forgot that I still have a classmate and friend like you. Humph. Classmate Hermione feels very upset. After doing it for a long time, it turns out that many of Tianchen's words were deceptive. Also, my own good honey actually kept so many things from her. Of course, she felt more happy and grateful. After learning about Fairy Tail's information, she realized that the opportunity to join Fairy Tail was precious. Isn't this impossible? You haven't joined before. Tianchen went to Tanshou Dao. Humph. Hermione snorted at Tianchen Sundara, then turned her face gratefully and said to Kana, thank you. Kana. You're welcome. We are good sisters. I also hope to grow up with you. Kana happily took Hermione's hand, and then took the initiative to take Hermione around the exchange center and the public planning area. For flowers, Kana, you will take Hermione to her suite. I won't go. Before leaving, Tianchen did not forget to tell. Got it. You can go now. Kana waved her hand without turning her head. Really? Throw it away when you use it up. Tianchen shook his head speechlessly, opened the door of time and space again, left the small space, and came to the long-lost biochemical world. It appeared directly on the side of the original umbrella base in Alaska. Welcome to you, Master. As soon as he appeared here, a light flashed in front of his eyes, and a shadow of the White Queen appeared in front of him, bowing respectfully. Hello, the Queen of White. How far has the research on life-enhancing drugs and gene-enhanced drugs been progressed? Tianchen raised his hand to say hello to the White Queen, and asked. The White Queen immediately replied. Go back to the Master. The experimental version of Life Extension Potion has been preliminarily completed. The live experiment has begun. However, the current lack of live experiment, the process has been interrupted. You need the host to help prepare some test benches. Can't little white mouse work? Tianchen asked with some doubts. Naturally, yes. The White Queen nodded, and then said. But this step has been completed. The effect has also reached expectations. The lifespan of the mice has been substantially improved, but humans are different from mice. Humans are needed to make the final confirmation. Tianchen frowned when he heard it. In vivo experiment? He doesn't like this kind of stuff. However, if you have to, you can only ask the umbrella to help collect a batch of criminals. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in his mind, and he asked, is it possible to clone humans? Naturally, it is possible. It's just that the cloning equipment on the base side was moved by the owner last time, and it has not been restored. It needs to be reordered and rebuilt. Baiho replied, human clones are also human. Of course, because clones will have a natural missing part of their lifespan. It just has no effect on the test of life extension agents. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. Mouth. Duh. Chapter 262. Don't have to be so troublesome. I can just install the clone devices that I removed. In addition, I will also provide a batch of the materials needed for the cloning. Just do it. Tianchen immediately went to the laboratory where the cloning was originally arranged, waved out 10 sets of cloning equipment, and started to install it with his own hands. After studying for so long, with Tianchen's learning ability, he did not let go of scientific research. In addition, he had installed this in a personal laboratory in a small space before, and now he has no problem installing a cloning device. Alright, with Tianchen's ability, there was mental power to assist, but within an hour, 10 sets of equipment were installed and tried and adjusted. Tianchen washed his hands and used cleaning magic to clean up the stains on his clothes. Then he went to see Dr. Ashford and listened to his detailed test report. Have a clear knowledge and understanding of the current life-extending drug genes and strengthening drugs. Tianchen nodded in satisfaction with 25/7 and said, "Good job. I have a new option for you. You think about it." Immediately Tianchen will join Fairy Tail, join the Umbrella Company, and stay at the Alaska base to maintain the status quo. 3 options are provided to Dr. Ashford. Let him choose. And a little bit of Fairy Tail's vague information was revealed. In fact, Tianchen had this plan as early as half a year ago. However, considering the degree of Ashford's preciousness to his daughter Angela, Fairy Tail's Enlightenment Academy had no shadow at that time, so he dragged it to the present. Of course, it is also because Ashford has shown sufficient value and talents that Tianchen has given a reward option. "Boss, I don't know what Angela will arrange if I join Fairy Tail," Dr. Ashford asked entangledly. "Of course I will go to my site with you. Just get an education there. Of course, there will be fewer people, and the site is not big at the moment. You have to be clear about this." Tianchen replied without hesitation. "Then I will join Fairy Tail." Dr. Ashford finally decided. From Tianchen's words, he could hear that Tianchen hoped that he would choose this way. Moreover, he believed that Tianchen would not harm him, so he was very decisive. What Tianchen appreciates is his decisiveness. "You will be thankful for your choice today." Tianchen smiled. "Immediately, I asked Ashford to pick Angela back from the school, and then took the 2 father and daughter to Jolly Fairy Tail, and distributed all the benefits of Fairy Tail members to their father and daughter. Then, he took them back to the biochemical world, the base in Alaska, and to Ashford, who still had the color of consternation remaining on his face, said, 'Since you have joined Fairy Tail, then, in the future, your laboratory will be arranged in a small space. I will arrange a large-scale experiment. Room for you. Of course, this side can't be left vacant. I hope that you can use your contacts to recruit a group of scientists and researchers to come over and continue to help me study other things. As for the T-virus, of course, this can't be studied here anymore. In the future, it will be arranged in an independent laboratory in a small space for airtight research. Tianchen's future positioning of this base is more about the research of various drugs and technologies. I will also reconnect here with the Umbrella Company and ask Acelia to send someone over to help manage it. In the future, I won't come here often. At most, come here to go to various mineral resources, as well as some technological products." "No problem. Leave it to me." Ashford nodded excitedly. After suddenly learning about the nature of Fairy Tail, he was still dizzy and agreed. With Fairy Tail, it's really not that important here. Next, Tianchen cleaned up the entire base and put away some things that shouldn't be there. Then he went to the Umbrella Company headquarters again, took the materials and equipment orders placed last time, bid farewell to Acelia, and left the world of biochemistry. "System, give me the right to enter the Terminator world and spend 1 source point to buy a basic identity." After dealing with the beginning and end of the biochemical world, Tianchen was busy for another day. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, he ordered the system. Yes. After deducting 51 origin points, the host gets the permanent entry right to the Terminator world and 1 origin point basic identity. "May I open the gate of time and space to travel through?" "Turn it on." Tianchen nodded. After the gate of time and space was opened, he turned his head to the red rear projection beside him and said, "I will go there to get robotic technology and experimental subjects. You can split a powerful clone into my space bracelet. I will definitely need you this time. As help. It's been a long time since they discussed to acquire robotics technology. I haven't had time to go before. This time Tianchen is going to spend a few days to collect the technology there. By the way, see if I can do a wave of things and gain a source of origin." "Understood, Master." The Red Queen nodded, and immediately separated more than half of his consciousness into the core of the super-large computer group of the Tianchen space bracelet. Tianchen stepped into the gate of time and space this time. 5 days later, at the exchange center, Tianchen suddenly appeared here in embarrassment. "Damn, the world of technology is really dangerous. I can't do this next time. I almost died." Tianchen spit out cursingly. "Clean and new. Quickly recover." Then, he waved his hand and swept his body. All the black and gray dirt on his body disappeared, and the damaged and burnt clothes were instantly restored to new ones. Things have to start from 5 days ago, when Tianchen entered the Terminator world. Tianchen appeared this time, and was directly thrown into the future timeline of Terminator 5, Genesis. Faced with the ultimate version of Skynet at once, even with the help of the Red Queen, they can barely compete with Skynet, which has a huge mechanical army and a terrorist calculation capacity. Halfway through, I collected T-800, T-1000, TX, T-5000 nanorobots, and the human clones of Skynet. It was precisely because of taking away Skynet's human body clone that he was completely encircled and attacked by the angry Skynet. In the end, Skynet even used a nuclear bomb. Facing the nuclear bomb, Tianchen naturally could only run away in embarrassment. System. The timeline this time is really bad. After breathing and adjusting his mentality, Tianchen still couldn't help complaining to System 3.9 in his heart. Ding. The host does not specify a specific timeline. The instructions are as far as possible to a time point that can collect all the robot technologies of the industrial series. This is the best time point. Tianchen. Well, what else can he say? System. Settle this reward. Tianchen flashed back to his living room, took a can of fertilizer and house water from the refrigerator, opened it, poured a few sips into his mouth, and instructed the system. Ding. This time the host took away Skynet's human body clone, causing Skynet to run wild, and the world line collapsed, and there was no reward. And you have been deprived of access by the Terminator's will to the world, so don't list it as never welcome. It's on the list. This reward, none. Duh. Chapter 263. Huh? Isn't it? What? Tianchen suddenly looked astonished. Was he actually blacked out? Do you want this? Ding. The reason the host is very clear. This host behavior does not benefit the Terminator world at all, but caused the timeline to collapse. There is no other punishment. It is already the maintenance of the system. Please think about it next time. Okay, Tianchen replied somewhat sadly. What else can he say? This time it was indeed that he hadn't thought about it well. In fact, the collapse of a timeline is not the key. If Tianchen can help the Terminator world solve the big problem of Skynet, it will naturally be of immense merit. However, not only did he fail to help, he also caused considerable losses. No rewards and no real punishments. But it is really good to block black. If there is no reward, there is no reward. If you can't go, you can't go. At least I got everything I want this time. I'm satisfied. Tianchen had no choice but to spread the Taoist Tao. Then, Tianchen concentrated part of his will in the space bracelet and asked the Red Queen. Red Queen, how is the control of Skynet's clone? 23. Return to the Master. The eradication is complete. At present, 5 kinds of Skynet robots, including T-800, T-1000, TX, T-5000 nanorobots, and the human body clone of Skynet, have been cracked and controlled by me, and it has obtained a full set of Skynet's robotics and all aircraft and weapon technologies from the Skynet clone. Now, we have not only obtained a full set of Terminator robot technology, but also a large amount of military technology. Great harvest. Master. The Red Empress happily projected a palm-sized projection clone around Tianchen and replied, with these advanced robotics technologies, she can produce a large number of robots, assist her in researching and managing things in the entire small space, and even help her master more in another world. Haha, that's good. Tianchen listened and smiled knowingly, and said, then you upload all the technical information to the central system for classification and preservation. In addition, you should digest and absorb these technologies as soon as possible. After that, we will start to build the corresponding robot production line and weapon preparation production line. Okay, Master, leave it to me. Then I'm busy. But, after speaking, Hong canceled the projection clone and went to work. Exhausted. Let's take a break. Today is enough for this day. After seeing the red, Tianchen stretched out on the sofa. He just ran to the bathroom to take a shower, changed his clothes, and started to sleep. After waking up the next day, washing up, and eating breakfast, Tianchen came to his 7th-floor personal laboratory and saw the robot production equipment still being built here. Red Queen, how long is it expected to complete the construction of the robot production line? Is there any material shortage? Tianchen asked immediately. At the next moment, the Red Queen cast a palm-sized projection and came to Tianchen and replied pretty happily. Back to the Master. The first production line will take half a month to complete. As for the resources, I have come to a list for you. I would like to trouble you to take a trip to the biochemical world and confirm the order. After that, I will trouble the host to carry the resources back and forth. This time there will be a lot of things. With that said, the Red Queen directly projected the list of shortage resources in midair and showed it to Tianchen. Wow, that's a lot. Looking at the number of resources on this list, Tianchen frowned. Then he said, okay, leave this to me. You will get the production line ready as soon as possible. In addition, your carrier computer group and servers should also be upgraded. Skynet's quantum computer is much more advanced than our existing ones. Is of great help to you. I have this plan too. I am preparing to report to your master. Then thank you, Master. The Red Queen replied with a grin. A good computer group and server are equivalent to a good home and plug-in for her, so she naturally attaches great importance to it. After talking with Hong Empress, Tianchen, who was planning to go to the biochemical world, suddenly received someone from the group and immediately opened the group chat. Kana, are you there? Do you have time to come over to the lobby of the communication center? Hermione and I have something to ask you. Hermione, right? Hurry up. Tianchen, what's the matter? Has Hermione's initial world been selected? Kana, this is what I want to say. We have already decided. I'll go to Pirate World. I can buy it on my own. This is the first time Hermione needs your help. Tianchen, that's it. I'll come. Quit the group chat. The next moment, Tianchen appeared directly in the lobby of the exchange center, fascinating, almost startled Kana and Hermione. Tadaya, you? Can you not be so scary? Kana patted her chest silently. Hey. Tianchen laughed happily, then looked at Hermione and asked, Why did you choose Pirate World in the initial world? Because of Kana's fear of breath. I can't talk about it. I agreed only after comprehensive consideration. Hermione was a little dissatisfied. Who do you look down on? Is she the kind that is easy to confuse? She made a choice based on actual interests. Like Kana said, I can learn magic in the exchange center and ask the church to lead them. But the training environment of Pirate World cannot be perfectly replaced, and it is better to earn the origin point over there. Of course we choose this, is it? Hermione said of course. Yes, I'll give you permission to go to Pirate World before 257. With that said, Tianchen ordered the system in his heart, and said the request. Yes, the host consumes 101 origin points. Group member Hermione obtains the permanent entry right to Pirate World, 1 origin point and 1 common identity, and several other sundries. The next moment, Hermione also received the system prompt, and her eyes lit up. Okay, you can go to Pirate World. Come with me. Or are you teleporting alone? Tianchen waved his hand to open the door of time and space, and said to the two of them. Kana listened, but didn't hesitate to reply. Let's go together. Otherwise, I don't know where I will be randomized. I know that Laxus and my dad have the unlucky luck to transmit immediately. Humph. That's fine. Let's go together. Tianchen nodded clearly. Apparently, Kana had consulted Gildarts and Laxus and others beforehand, and made a decision early. Tianchen naturally didn't go back, so he took the first step and brought the two women through the gate of time and space to Xuanyue Island. As soon as they came over, Tianchen and the others saw the old man taking Gray and the others in the morning exercise. Chapter 264. Morning. Old man. Gray Sirona, Nazi. Urza. Tianchen smiled and waved his hand to greet everyone. Kana also hurriedly took Hermione to greet everyone. Haha. Morning. Kana and little Hermione also choose to come here. The old man stopped his practice and responded with a smile, and then looked at Kana and Hermione beside Tianchen in a strange way. Why? Can't it? Grandpa President. Kana shouted, unhappy. Haha. Nothing. The old man smiled and shook his head. Then, Tianchen turned to him and said, you are taking them to visit the master of Kingshalang Pavilion, right? Yes. Tianchen nodded. This is the most convenient and best choice. Even, he is still considering whether to give Koshiro a place and let him take some time to open another Kendo class at the Enlightenment Academy of the Exchange Center. Not to mention, Tianchen thinks this idea is good. It is convenient to teach some people who did not choose Pirate World in the initial world to learn the Kendo of Pirate World. Although the effect of forging is not as good in Pirate World, it is also a supplement, isn't it? The old man smiled happily. Good fellow. In this way, all the geniuses in Fairy Tale are worshipped by him. I think he should be allowed to start a Kendo class at the Small Space Enlightenment Academy. Obviously, he and Tianchen thought of going together. Tianchen nodded in agreement. I have this plan too. In addition, Sauron and Guena can also be pulled into the Black Fairy Tale. Both of them have good talents and temperaments. The two of them have been in contact for a long time and know them quite well. They are both talented and hardworking good children. The old man naturally had no objection, and immediately nodded and said, yes. This will save you the need to hide things every time you talk to them. That's it. I'll take Kana and Hermione there first. With that said, Tianchen bid farewell to the old man, brought Kana and Hermione to Yixin Daoguan, saw Koshiro, and expressed his intentions. Yeah, you really don't know what to say. After listening, Koshiro looked at Kana and Hermione, and shook his head a little bit dumbfounded, and finally agreed. I will accept both of them. A simple apprenticeship ceremony will be held later, and then it will be the same as Lisana and the others. Accept my teaching. Then thank Mr. Koshiro. Tianchen bowed slightly and thanked. No need to be like that. All you brought are geniuses. I am too happy to be too late. Preaching is what I like to do. Koshiro waved his hand. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say in his heart. It's just that there are too many geniuses, and a few pop up from time to time, and he feels almost numb. Come over today. I have one more thing to discuss with you. At this time, the genius rushed for a while and said, oh, what's the matter? It makes you so solemn. Koshiro was a little curious. I want to invite you to join our organization Fairy Tale and start a Kendo class over there. Then, Tianchen said the general meaning again, so that Koshiro had a basic understanding of this matter, including the identity of Tianchen and the others as visitors. At the end, he added, in addition, after observing this period of time, I think that both Sauron and Guena are eligible to join Fairy Tale, so I am also going to invite them to join. What do you think? Is that so? No wonder. Koshiro was shocked by the information given by Tianchen at this time. He said, where did Tianchen find so many geniuses? Was it someone from a different world? Just from Tianchen and the others being able to cross the boundary to come here to practice. Koshiro has a deep understanding of the benefits of this. So, he just thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. What you said is that I agree, whether it's Sauron, Guena, or the establishment of a Kendo class. But, will it take a lot of time to set up a Kendo class over there? Of course not. I'll take you to find out. You will know it. With that said, Tianchen Kana said to her and asked her to take Hermione to find Lisana and the others first, while he stayed at Koshiro and went to a small space. After a set of procedures, Koshiro officially joined Fairy Tale, and at the same time many benefits, including a house, were sent to him. After Tianchen's information transmission, he also knew what kind of existence Fairy Tale and small space are. I felt very fortunate in my heart. The future can be expected, Koshiro thought to himself. In fact, he still carried some missions of his father Kosaburo. Originally, he was also under a lot of pressure. Now, he doesn't think these are any problems anymore. At the same time, after learning that Hawkeye had also joined, and several other worlds of high-yield swordsmanship also joined here, Koshiro's long-silent Kenshin began to flourish. Hawkeye my hawk. Welcome Mr. Koshiro. I will have more opportunities to communicate in the future on behalf of the Kendo team. I welcome you. Shiminchuksu. Welcome. Yiguching. Welcome plus. Dugas seek defeat. Huh? One more Kendo fellow, which is great. Next we are going to explore Fongyun world, to appreciate the Kendo style over there. Would you like Koshiro to choose where the initial world is? That's right. They have basically wiped out the mother's new version of Swordsman World, which is the world where Dugas seeks defeat, basically. The chances of earning a lot of origin points were almost done by Ingyen, Yiguching, and Shiminchuksu. Because Degukyu defeated because of the local world, there is no way to get its origins here. Before, he was unwilling to go to the world of Lu Xiaofeng that had been wiped out by Hawkeye. He was quite interested in the pirate world, but after accepting Hawkeye's request, he had decided to put the initial world in Fongyun world. Up. Koshiro, thank you. As for Fongyun world, can you introduce it to me? I don't understand this when I first arrived. Besides, if I go to another world, will it take a lot of time? He also needs to take care of the Kendo Hall, and now he has taken over the task of setting up the Kendo class of Li Zhaochen. If it is good for the short term, he may not be able to spare time in the long term. As for saying that you don't like it, that's fake. Can the few Kendo masters who can mix with Hawkeye be simple? The information Tianchen passed to him included the introduction of the basic information of these people, all of which were words of the pinnacle of Kendo in the world, who had walked out of their own way. Eagle Eye my hawk. Well, I think it would be better if you ask Your Excellency Tianchen. Our information is given by him. If you choose Fongyun World, because it is the original world, you can still get from him. Get a free special detailed information, envy. If they own words, they have to spend their roots to buy. Of course, there is no need for Dugu to seek defeat. It is also the initial world. Chapter 265. Koshiro. So that's the case, let me ask the question. Please wait a moment. With that, Koshiro turned his head and glanced at Tianchen beside him. Tianchen naturally saw the conversation on the group chat, and before Koshiro asked, he said directly, I will pass the information of Fongyun World to you. I also think this is a good choice. After speaking, Tianchen raised his hand to point at Koshiro's eyebrows. A golden light submerged in his eyebrows, and then a lot of information about Fongyun World appeared in Koshiro's mind. Holy Spirit Sword Technique, Inexplicable Sword Art, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, Sword Saint, Nameless. It really is extraordinary. Koshiro murmured in surprise while checking the information. These different Kendo systems and outstanding Kendo figures make him yearn for. How did you decide to treat this world as your initial world? Tianchen asked with a smile. Koshiro nodded with a sigh. Just this world. It feels like the harvest will be great, and the time will not be too tight. I will trouble you. It's okay. This is one of everyone's basic benefits. I will give you the right to enter the world and basic identity. 260 Tianchen smiled and shook his head. Then the communication system said, give Koshiro and Degukyu the access to the world of ventilation and the basic identity of the origin point. Ding. After deducting 202 origin points, Koshiro and Duguchiofei have obtained relevant permissions and identities. In the next moment, Koshiro and Duguchiochio, who was far away in the world of Xiaoao, received the message. Duga seek defeat. Oh? Has it been activated? Thank you, Lord Tianchen. Hawkeye my hawk. Haha. It seems that Mr. Koshiro has already decided. Koshiro, yes? I would like to take care of you in the future. When are you going to go to Fongyun World? I can adjust the time. After crossing the alien world for the first time, he felt that he should act together. When you get familiar with it, it's not too late to move separately when you get there. Eagle Eye my hawk. Just the day after tomorrow. There are 2 days to finish, and it's almost the end. What do you think? Arada. Shiminchuksu, no comment. Yiguching, the same is fine. I have been looking forward to the Holy Spirit swordsmanship for a long time. He felt that this set of swordsmanship was more in line with his intentions. Of course, returning Wang Jian to the sect was also good. As for the nameless, inexplicable sword art, he is not very interested. Of course, it's not bad to use it as a reference for your own kendo. It's not that this sword art is bad, but it doesn't fit his style and swordsmanship. Yi Guqing walked on the path of majestic and domineering swordsmanship. Although the inexplicable swordsmanship has not been seen, Yi Guqing can basically feel what kind of swordsmanship this is from the information he bought from Tianchen. The inexplicable sword Ju resides in the sword of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Those who cultivate this sword Ju need to perceive the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the world, and turn the extreme emotions into sword intent. Duga seek defeat. I have no objection. In addition, the sword of the Holy Spirit of the Sword Saint is indeed very powerful. However, I prefer the return of 10,000 swords to the sect. His Duga 9 swords also took the path of unifying thousands of swordsmanship, which is more in line with Wang Jian's return to the sect. Shiminchuksu, I want to see the magic knife. The sword is connected, and what he cares more about is the artistic conception and concept of the magic sword. Of course, they said that, but they didn't feel arrogant to the point where they could compete with these master-level tasks in the past. Because the time to join Fairy Tail is still short, it was previously limited by their respective world limits. Except for Eagle Eye and Kishiro, who are stronger, Shimin Chuksu, Yiguching and Dugachiochi are extremely high in Kendo realm and mental state, but the cultivation base has not kept up. It takes time to catch up. In addition, even if it is Eagle Eye and Kishiro, they have gone to Fengyun world, and it is really hard to say who wins and loses against the juggernauts. Even Tianchen is not clear. The water in that world is a bit deep, so it's a TV drama version or an anime version. Anyway, he is not going to go, and of course he is going to entrust them directly to Hawkeye. CDD, Tianchen. I need Fengyun world's Holy Spirit sword art, 10,000 swords return, inexplicable sword technique, ice soul, blood bodhi plant, fire chilin, live, dragon blood, Fengyun world forge, and all kinds of top martial arts. You can help collect it when that time comes. Of course, I will pay the corresponding reward. Eagle Eye Myhawk. No problem. We will pay attention to collect it. Tianchen is a real boss and a local tyrant, and they won't miss such a good opportunity for making money. Whether it is points or origin points, they are all resources. Guild arts. Disability? Are you ready to open a new world? The current world is getting tired of it. Hawkeye Myhawk. I have done everything that I can do. The short-term source point earning method is completed, and then we can see that the Kendo we handed down slowly ferments. The new world of Kendo attracts us more. Yi Guqing indeed. I have benefited a lot from Myhawk and swordsmanship. The cultivation base and the advancement of swordsmanship are comparable to the previous years, or even more than a decade. The best choice is to absorb the power of Kendo from different worlds. Hawkeye, Myhawk, at Guild Arts, where's you guy? Where's it now? Last time you said you were going to fight with Hades, Raleigh. Why didn't you fight? He is also looking forward to going to Pluto Raleigh for advice in the future. Result, Guild Arts, don't mention it. This lousy is not on the set at all, and he runs away when he mentions this. He sees that he is better than I am now, and I can't find him. I am very helpless. As for me now, speak out. You may not believe it. I'm looking for the redhead pirates. I should be able to find it after a while. You must have a good fight with him at that time. Although the red-haired pirate group has now won the title of the Four Emperors, it is still messing around in the new world, grabbing territory and destroying the enemy pirate group. It was erratic, and Uncle G was also a bit distressed. Eagle Eye Myhawk late? Is that so? Then you remember to record a picture for us to see. Unfortunately, there is no live broadcast function. Otherwise, it would be better. Do you have a way? Hawkeye has joined Fairy Tail for more than a year, and has learned a lot, and has a good understanding of many things in the modern world, such as live broadcast. Laxus. Same question. Tianchen. Upgrading the group chat function should be fine. I'll try it. Having said that, Tianchen opened the system panel and spent 1,000 source points to upgrade the cross-border chat group function. Ding. The cross-border chat group has been upgraded successfully, and the current attributes are as follows. Cross-border chat group. LV2 0/5000. Original function. Omitted. New functions. Real-time live broadcast. Cross-border red envelope transmission. Cross-task publishing and receiving. Chapter 266. The new features are a little bit short. Forget it. That's it. Enough. Tianchen shook his head helplessly, feeling a bit at a loss. It's just that it's not for him to decide. He immediately changed hands and released the upgraded function of the chat group to the group chat. Everyone in the group has received this message. Eagle Eye Myhawk whistle. Great. Not only the live broadcast function is available, you can also receive and publish tasks without entering the communication center. Very good. But what is the use of this red envelope function? He said that he could not understand. Ashford. This is the entertainment function of the modern technology world. You can send red envelopes to everyone in the group for everyone to grab. Dr. Oki, this is good. In addition, I took a look at it. This can actually deliver some small-sized materials across borders. I have checked it, as long as it is not more than 10 centimeters in diameter and weighs less than 10 kilograms. Everything can be sent across borders through the red envelope function. Of course, life is not included. Although it cannot be directly used to transfer and transport large quantities of materials across borders, it can be used as part of the delivery of relief materials. Dr. Ashford checked it quickly and found out that it was indeed the case. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is much more powerful than the so-called red envelope function of app in the modern world. Properly black technology." Kana. In order to celebrate the opening of the new features, are you adults not going to send a red envelope to celebrate? Gray. Same question. For those of us poor and helpless children, it is not easy to earn points by going to sea, let alone the origin point. Therefore, Gray has been practicing hard, just want to get enough self-protection ability as soon as possible, and then go out to sea. He wants to earn a lot of origin points and points to make his practice faster, and faster. Fast enough for him to obtain the ability to resurrect Ulu in the shortest possible time. Urza, are there any red envelopes? Lisena. Same request. Asterisk happy face asterisk. Mira Jane. Hurry up. You also bring your hair. Seeing Tianchen, his face was speechless. Mila's current character is really unstoppable, and he still thinks that the gentle and black-bellied Mila in the future will be more cute. Tianchen, I spent 1,000 original points to upgrade this feature. Are you ashamed to ask me to pay again? I'll send some points. Ding. The group leader Tianchen sent a red envelope for all members. Come grab it. Mira Jane received the red envelope. Hawkeye Myhawk received the red envelope. Laxus received the red envelope. Urza received the red envelope. Bri Dundo received the red envelope. In an instant of effort, the red envelopes sent by Tianchen were all robbed. Fortunately, Tianchen sent it out of the total number of people in the group, so everyone has it. The number of points depends on their luck. He also grabbed it himself, not more than 545 points. He issued a total of 5,000 points, which is already a lot when converted into materials. Myriad, 432 points, Husho and underscore 0 haha at, thank you. These points are enough for her to use for half a month. Lisena, thank you, brother Tianchen. Laxus, total 5,000 points. Spray, atmosphere, I will post one too. After speaking, Laxus also handed out a big red envelope of 5,000 points. Let everyone grab it. He had previously harvested all the gold in Sky Island, which was worth tens of thousands of points. Thanks to everyone's consent, he was able to get it after so long, and this time he should give back to everyone. Seeing the red envelope collar, everyone was naturally very happy and started to grab them. Poor teenagers and girls are really happy for the large sums of points, while adults are happy. Afterwards, Hawkeye, Dr. Omu, Dumbledore, and even the old man sent a red envelope one after another. There are big and small, although they are not more than the big red envelopes of Tianchen and Laxus, but there are also a lot of them, making Gray and the others who can only rely on the fairy tale world to receive the guild's low-level tasks to survive. That is, the daily cultivation resources Tianchen has already provided, including sunlight crystals, some spiritual fruits, etc. Otherwise, their lives will only be harder. I am very happy now, but I don't have much money left. But as everyone explores the world deeper and explores the other worlds, there are more and more good things in the Points Exchange Mall and the Origin Point Exchange. They don't have money to buy it, so they are discouraged. This time, I can exchange some of the things they want. Sauron and Guena joined the group chat. After that, Tianchen pulled Sauron and Guyana into Fairy Tale and the group chat. A copy of the basic benefits was also given to them. 4 flowers. It's a pity that the red envelope distribution period in the group chat has passed, and they can only complain to Tianchen regretfully and bitterly. Tianchen doesn't care. This is not his fault. Okay, he should actually bring them both when Kashiro joined the group. In the end, Tianchen rewarded 2 of them with a 500-point red envelope and sent them away. Guena. At the beginning of the fight, you are not in our world. It was a bit too much to keep hiding from me and Sauron at the time. Guena became angry when he thought of being fooled by the group of people who came to Barrow Island to learn art in the past year. What she said, why do you always feel that everyone is weird? I didn't understand it before, and it's not easy to get everyone's secrets. Zero now he fully understands. Sirona, isn't this not done? You haven't joined at that time. It's not good to spread it out. Nazi. Same as above. Oh, *2 Joe Guena. What you said makes sense. But I think my soul has received a serious injury, and I can't make up for it without a red envelope. Sister Sirona, Sister Nazi, and forget it. Anyway, you guys, see it. Sirona, Turned out I wanted a red envelope back. Let's talk early. Sister is not bad for money. With that said, Sirona changed hands and gave Guena a big red envelope of 1,000 points. Nazi is no exception. As for Sauron, sorry, children who can cry have red envelopes. It's good for the honest child to be strong on his own. Sauron, Makarov, I will give you 2 small red envelopes too. Not much. Don't be too little. Grandpa is not rich. With that, the old man sent a red envelope of 500 points to both Guena and Sauron. He has been with the 2 little guys for a year, and they are very familiar with each other, and it is hard not to be unhappy. Guena, thank you, Grandpa President. Sauron, thank you, old man. 0TT. Oh, at last someone still remembers him. Tianchen rewarded Sauron with a brainstorm. I didn't give points. Chapter 267. 2 days later. The lobby of the Exchange Center, in front of the Gate of Time and Space. Hawkeye Mihawk, Shimin Chuksu, Yi Guqing, Dugu Chiochio, and Kashiro stood in front of the Gate of Time and Space. Let's go? Let's go? Hawkeye waved and greeted, and all 5 people said goodbye to everyone who came to watch. They stepped into the Gate of Time and Space together and opened the journey through the world of wind and cloud. Fengyun World. This is the Leshan giant Buddha. As soon as Yin and others appeared here, they found that there was a huge statue of Buddha not far away. They had bought a lot of information from Tianchen, and they immediately recognized where it was. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Next, shall we go directly to Lingyun Cave to hunt for treasure? Kashiro smiled and pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and asked, let's check the timeline and the specific information of this world's 2 or 60 worlds first. Otherwise, I'm not worried. Hawkeye shook his head directly. You must know that Tianchen reminded them in particular that the comic version and the film and television version are not of the same order of magnitude. Not to mention anything else, if it were the comic version, the fire unicorn in Lingyun Cave alone would be terrifying. Yi Guqing nodded lightly. Yes. Shimin Chuksu also nodded blankly. Yes. Let's check the information first. Don't be in a hurry here. I won't run anyway. Dougal laughed loudly for defeat. Listen to you. You are more experienced. King Shiro naturally had no objection. Immediately, the 5 left Leshan giant Buddha and hurried towards the nearby town. Urza, are you there? Gray, are you there? If you are, come here quickly. Lisena, Tianchen brother. Urgent call. Guena is injured. Come and save her. Wu Ti Tianchen, what's the situation? I'll come here. Tianchen was originally still studying and adjusting the robot production line with the Red Queen in the laboratory of the small space. As a result, he suddenly received a group of people in the group chat, and he was also a little confused. Seeing Lisana's words, Tianchen was very puzzled, and at the same time, my sister found it ridiculous, and she had joined Fairy Tale. Goena, who is much stronger than the original, would still have such a serious injury and death incident? However, this is obviously not the time to think about this. Since so many people are calling him, it means that the situation is very dangerous. Without even thinking about it, he teleported directly to the pirate world, and then rushed to Yixin Gymnasium using teleport. Koshiro: What's the matter? What's wrong with Goena? At this time, Gung Shilang and the others had just arrived in a small town near the Leshan giant Buddha to search for information. As a result, Yiguching noticed the abnormality in the group and quickly notified him. He was panicked. Goena is his precious daughter. For her safety, he had never wanted her to practice kendo and go outside. It was only after Tianchen and the others came that they slowly changed. Now I suddenly heard that Goena was injured, and it sounded very serious. It was strange that he was not in a hurry. Everyone, the little girl is hurt. I have to go back. Sorry. Koshiro anxiously said hello to the others. Understand. You go quickly. Just leave it to us to check the information here. A copy will be sent to you later. Hawkeye nodded. Thanks. Koshiro nodded apologetically, and then a few flashed to a remote alley with no one, and directly teleported back to the small space, and then flashed back to the Yixin Gymnasium without stopping. After seeing and hearing the color, she found that Goena was in her bedroom at this time, and Urza and others were all around anxiously, waiting for the arrival of Tianchen. Koshiro hurried over there without even thinking about it. Rush. Before Koshiro rushed to Goena's room, Tianchen had already arrived here by teleporting. Tianchen, brother, you are here. Show Goena quickly. Tianchen. Brother Tianchen. Boss Tianchen. Suddenly, Urza, Lisana, Gray, Sauron and others all looked over with surprise, and then all gave way to them. Don't worry. Leave it to me. As soon as Tianchen appeared here, he roughly scanned Goena's situation through mental power. Fortunately, it was just that the skull cracked and a hole was punched out, without really hurting the brain inside. Of course, no one can cure the current Goena after changing someone else. Clean and new. The magic of light, the light of life. Tianchen hurried to the edge of the collapsed edge and saw Goena, whose head wound was bloody, and his body was dirty. Tianchen first used a cleansing magic. Then, he directly used the light of life magic. A golden magic circle directly shrouded the entire sky above the couch. Runes flashed, and a thick pillar of life fell, directly covering Goena's whole person. As the light of life shone on Goena, whether it was the wound on her head or the bruise on her body, she began to get better and recover quickly. Goena. At this moment, Koshiro screamed and rushed in. Seeing this scene, his voice was stuck and he hurriedly braked to stop Feichong's figure. The whole body was shaking slightly and asked in a soft voice, What? How is it? Goena, is she okay? The voice was really soft, because he was afraid that he would disturb Tianchen's treatment and affect Goena. At the same time, he also regretted that he was too reckless just now, and using such a loud voice must have affected Goena and Tianchen, right? When he was thinking like this, Tianchen's calm voice came. NXIN. I'll be fine soon. Believe in my ability. Call. Hearing Tianchen's confident and calm words, Koshiro felt that the panic in his heart had calmed down. He took a long sigh of relief, nodded, and said softly, Thank you. The treatment lasted 5 minutes before it ended. The reason why it took so long was also because Goena's skull broke. This is more troublesome than repairing other flesh and blood injuries, 3.9 vitality loss, and so on. The bone itself needs more time to recover. Fortunately, with Tianchen's powerful light of life magic treatment, this time has also been shortened to a few minutes. The treatment is complete. It is confirmed that Goena is really all right. Tianchen put away his magic, turned his head, and said to Koshiro and the others, It's okay. I'll wake up in a few hours. Let's go out and talk now. Good. Everyone had no objection. They all responded softly, except for the bedroom, and went to the courtyard outside. Koshiro probed the probe in the room with some worry. Chapter 268. Tianchen saw it, and said amused, If the teacher is not at ease, you can go in and accompany Goena. I will find out what is going on here. What? Koshiro listened and planned to actually go in, but when he heard what Tianchen was saying, he held back and said, I also listened to what is going on first, right? I really can't imagine how Goena would suffer. Such a serious injury. Can you tell me? With that, Koshiro looked at Urza and others. When Gray met, they all hesitated and scratched their heads, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Urza stood up and said, We are not very clear about the specifics. We only know that Goena was hit by the whetstone when she was going to get the whetstone, and fell off the stairs, waiting for us to arrive. At that time, she was seriously injured and unconscious. I would like to know more specific words. It is estimated that she will wake up. Not to mention Koshiro and Tianchen. They couldn't understand why Goena was hit by the whetstone and fell down the stairs. 23. You must know that Goena has practiced physique and kendo for many years, and in the past year has received a lot of resources and teachings provided by Tianchen. The physical fitness and reaction ability are no longer comparable to ordinary people. How can it be so fragile? Then ask her when she wakes up. Koshiro and Tianchen looked at each other and nodded. Tianchen asked the system with a deep heart. Do you know what happened to the system? It's not because of the inertia of the original plot, right? Ding. It's not impossible for the host to understand this way. Although destiny is illusory, it also exists. But, with our intervention, she has joined fairy tale again. Logically speaking, she has already broken her original destiny, right? Tianchen said in doubt. The small space and system are supernatural beings in the world, and even the fate of a group member can't be reversed. Because their father and daughter have joined for too short a time, and the system has not forcibly interfered to reverse the fate of the group members. This is normal, and it will indeed gradually get rid of the original fate over a period of time. Is that so? That's good. Tianchen felt relieved after hearing this. He is afraid that the fate of a bullshit in this world is fixed and unchangeable. Then it is really a F*** xebec. After that, everyone did not leave directly, but chose to chat together in the small yard, especially Tianchen, who was the focus of everyone's conversation. The main reason is that this product has been doing research recently and rarely sees people. Big brother Tianchen, what have you been up to these days? I can't even see you. Lisana sat on the side of Tianchen, holding his arm, and asked curiously. Perhaps because Tianchen rescued their third siblings that day, Lisana was very entangled with Tianchen and liked to stay by Tianchen's side very much. Mira actually had such signs, but because of her personality, her way of expression was completely different, and she often attracted Tianchen's attention with a slightly nasty attitude. Urza cured her eyes because of Tiendi, and after practicing together for a long time, she also had a lot of affection for Tianchen. It was also because of this that Mira gradually confronted Urza. I'm busy with the robot production line. At present, there is a small space. There is a lack of helpers in various laboratories or other service and auxiliary matters. No, I will get back the robot technology and then produce more robots, which is convenient. Everyone, Tianchen explained with a smile. Robot, is it similar to a magic puppet? Gray asked. Tianchen nodded. Similar. What is similar? Are two different systems okay? At this moment, Kana on the side rolled her eyes and said, in the past year, she spent a lot of time in the HP world and went to the Muggle world and the HP world many times. She is relatively familiar with the things in the technological world. She naturally knew about robots or something. It's just that the Terminator robots Tianchen brought back are more skilled than many ordinary technological worlds. It's not that Kana hasn't seen the ready-made robots that Tianchen brought back a few days ago. Properly black technology. Tianchen suddenly smiled after hearing this. That's what it says, but the cohabitant is in the puppet. It would be very interesting if they can be combined. You can set up a research project in this area. Huh? Guena is awake. After talking for an hour, Tianchen suddenly felt that in the bedroom, Guena's mental fluctuations began to become active, and he was obviously awake. He immediately got up and said to everyone, let's go in and have a look. By the way, understand the specific process of the next thing. Good. Everyone naturally had no objection and walked into the bedroom one after another. Guena, are you awake? Are you okay? Why do you feel uncomfortable? As soon as they came in, they saw that Kishiro was already holding one of Guena's hand, asking for warmth. The concern on his face can't be concealed. I'm fine. Father. Guena shook her head. Guena, how do you feel, Guena? Is it all right? Guena. At this time, as soon as Lisana and others came in, they stepped forward and asked concerned. Yeah, it's okay. I bother you guys. Thank you. Guena said with a touch of emotion. Huh? Do you know the rescue process? Aren't you unconscious? Gray keenly discovered the key point and asked in confusion. Hey. Guena smiled embarrassedly. Because I can vaguely feel the situation around me when I am unconscious. It feels quite magical. Huh? How could this happen? After listening, everyone said different things. 260. Let's ask how she got hurt. Is it convenient to talk about it? How could she be hit by a whetstone and fell so badly? Tianchen interrupted. After hearing this, Guena was a little confused and said, I actually don't know it very well. It's just that I suddenly felt dizzy and didn't have any strength all over. And then she was hit by a whetstone to her head and fell off the stairs. It feels like a trance. Tianchen and they all looked at each other a little when they heard it. It's just that Tianchen and Kishiro were not at a low level of S***X, and they could feel that Guena hadn't lied. This is worth pondering. Tianchen, when you treated Guena before, did you find any other diseases and hidden dangers in Guena's body? Kishiro pondered for a while, and then turned to ask Hiyue. No. Tianchen shook his head. Except for injuries, everything else is normal, completely within the range of falls and bruises. However, seeing Kishiro and Guena very puzzled, he hesitated for a moment, and told them some information about fate that he had obtained through dialogue with the system. Chapter 269. At the same time, Tianchen guessed. This time it should be the death of the original Guena. If you cross the sky, you will really die if you don't pass it. Of course, now Guena is obviously over. In addition, this is also because you have joined the fairy tale for too short a time. As time goes on, there will be no such so-called life catastrophe soon. Fairy tale is detached at this point. Is that so? When Kishiro heard this, their eyes widened, and they murmured, is it destiny? Really? I don't know what to say. Only fear and happiness were left in Kishiro's heart. Fortunately, they joined Fairy Tail, and fortunately, they met Tianchen and Gray. They changed Guena's destiny. Don't worry, everyone. Didn't Tianchen say it? I've gone through this catastrophe. There won't be any trouble with Fairy Tail shelter in the future, will it? Seeing worried eyes from her father and friends, Goena spoke out to persuade her. Moreover, because Tianchen's treatment was very powerful, she felt completely recovered at this moment, and she simply got up from the couch, moved her stiff body a little, and became full of vitality again. 2. Koshiro and the others were relieved as well. Koshiro himself is extremely thankful that he agreed to join Fairy Tail. Otherwise, he doubts that he might lose his daughter today. Fate. Other people, including Urza and Gray, heard this word, muttered in their mouths, and involuntarily thought of the past. If you knew Tianchen earlier, it would be nice to join Fairy Tail. Urza and Gray thought at the same time. Of course, they think it's not too late now. With the help of Fairy Tail's platform, they have infinite possibilities in the future, and they will certainly be able to restore their past misfortunes as much as possible. Overlord rescues Goena. Reward. 56 origin points. There are actually rewards. Not bad. Not bad. Tianchen thought that after becoming a member of the group, he would not be rewarded for changing these things. Unexpectedly, there would still be. Pretty good. Makarov. Added Urza. How is that little girl Guyana? Is it all right? I was busy before and didn't notice the information in the group. At any rate, I have been with Koshiro and the others for a year, and the two have become friends for years, and the old man also likes Goena, a motivated little girl. Suddenly hearing the news of her serious injury, my heart was also worried. Dr. Damu, same question. If you need it, please feel free to contact me. As far as medical technology is concerned, besides Tianchen's light of life magic, our side should be the best. Sirona: Goena was injured? Tianchen, what's the situation now? Nazi. I'll come here. Tianchen, and Xin. I will go out. It's done. Everyone don't have to worry. Goena, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. #. Koshiro. Thank you for your concern for the little girl. It's all right now. Makarov. That's good. After listening, everyone was relieved. Hawkeye my hawk. Your Excellency Koshiro will accompany your daughter first. We are here to collect information. After that, we will officially start the action. We are informing you. At present, they have heard a lot of news here, and the time this world is in is exactly the time when the world will be in full swing. The Feng Yunshuang trio have been the masters of the 3 halls of the World Conference for many years. At present, most areas of the entire Central Plains rivers and lakes have been controlled by the Tianxiaoyi. Ingyan and the others have just received the news that Dagayafang, the lord of Wushuang City, is about to visit the Tianxiaoyi. In addition, from the various signs, this world is a TV drama world, not a cartoon. And it's still at the beginning of the plot. This made Hawkeye and the others sigh of relief. Not to blame them for this. In the information given by Tianchen, the comic version is too terrifying. If they want to preach and guide benign changes in the comic version, they will die with a sense of rhythm. Koshiro. Then thank you a few. Goena is all right now. I will deal with the matter here as soon as possible, and come over. Koshiro didn't want to miss too much when he first explored another world. Mainly Goena is really fine. With Urza, Mila and others with him, he feels relieved a lot. Hawkeye my hawk. Okay. Damn, it's Tianchen Laxus. Actually, they don't let me play with fire-breathing dragons and electric dragons. What's so great? I will find a dragon egg to incubate by myself. I will envy you by then. On the outskirts of the forest east of Magnolia, Natsu complained angrily. From his words, you can know why. If Tianchen and Laxus were here, they would definitely cry out injustice. It's not that they don't give it. It's that Natsu is too sticky for fire-breathing dragons and electric dragons. I can't wait to stay with them 24 hours a day. That's all. According to the complaints of the fire-breathing dragon and the electric dragon, Natsu always asks if they know where Igneal is, and it is useless to respond. They repeat the inquiry dozens of times a day, hundreds of times. Both the fire-breathing dragon and the electric dragon are a little scared of Natsu, and they don't want to stay with Natsu. Can this blame Tianchen and Laxus? Besides, the fire-breathing dragon and the electric dragon also have to receive the daily training arranged by Tianchen and Laxus every day. How can there be so much leisure time to accompany Natsu to waste their lives? Humph. Damn it. Soon, Natsu came to a big tree outside the forest. I saw that there were a few photos tied with a rope on the big tree, and the ones printed on them were clearly Urza, Mila, Tianchen, and Laxus. Bang bang bang. Beat you guys. Natsu exhaled and punched the photo on the big tree, as if he was already beating Urza and Tianchen. Even during the violence, Natsu felt a touch of spiritual satisfaction. That's great. The kings, it would be even cooler if reality could really pick up Urza and the others like this. Unfortunately, Natsu can only think about it now. Of these 4 people, he can't beat any of them at present, and even Gray's 4 corner eyes can only rely on the strong anti-strike ability to force him to lose-lose. If it is said that Tianchen and Laxus are having grudges with Natsu because of the fire-breathing dragon and the electric dragon, then Urza is mainly because of the recent one-on-one cultural tutoring work for Natsu, and the sternness and horror shown by Natsu let Natsu hate on it. When thinking of Urza, Natsu feels pain in his head and hands. Take a look at the steel version of the ruler. He vowed that he would fight back in the future and let Urza kneel on the washboard in front of him to confess her recent evil deeds. Chapter 270. As for Mira, this is a demon. A trace of fright flashed across Natsu's face. Natsu is really scared by Mira's evil taste. This is a guy who is even more annoying and scary than Urza. The key is that he is also scary and he likes to hit people. Natsu suffers from it. He didn't even dare to show resistance in front of Mira, otherwise, he would receive a violent beating. Violent devil girl. Damn it. Kill you. Natsu became even more angry when he thought of this, and hit the photo target with a heavy punch, and the tree trembled. Unfortunately, this guy has inherited some of its defensive capabilities and recovery capabilities, and his hands are only slightly flushed. I have to say that Dragon Slayer is still very good. Okay, at this time, because of Natsu hammering the tree, something suddenly fell from the tree and hit Natsu's head directly, knocking him to the ground. What is this? Natsu touched the big bag on his head. A painful tear appeared in the corner of his eyes, looked down into his arms, and saw that a huge, unknown egg with a blue mystery appeared before his eyes. This is the dragon egg? Natsu's eyes widened, and he reached out and touched the big dome in his arms. The gloomy expression was swept away, his expression gradually, it gradually turned into a surprise. No matter what others think, the obsession in his heart tells 260 that this is the dragon egg. Wow! The next moment, he hugged the giant egg and jumped directly from the ground, cheering excitedly. I found the dragon egg! I found the dragon egg! 10 minutes later, Fairy Tail Guild Hall is here. Unwilling to share his joy alone, Natsu brought the dome to the guild and announced the happy event to everyone. Huh, dragon egg? Are you kidding? How could there be such a thing? Isn't it a bird's egg or something? Natsu, this child is almost stunned when he misses the dragon. Take it out and let us see. Why are you hiding behind? It's a real dragon egg. No one in the guild grabbed you. As a result, everyone in the guild hall was very happy to hear it, and they all spoke out. Huh, take it. Meow. Look, this is definitely a dragon egg. Natsu couldn't stand the violent general, and immediately took the dome out from behind, hugged it tightly in his arms, and showed it to everyone, but he looked defensive. Obviously, he was still worried that others would snatch his dragon egg. A certain fire dragon king, my stupid son, this is really not a dragon egg. Wow, what a big egg. Everyone in the guild uttered a surprise when they saw this egg. It is indeed a very CDDJ big egg. Moreover, as the wizards, they can still feel the wave of magic from this egg. Obviously, this is at least not an ordinary beast raptor egg, at least it is also an egg of Warcraft. However, they couldn't recognize the pattern on the egg at all. Oh, did Natsu get happy by Natsu? Not bad. The old man sitting at the bar and drinking wine saw the egg in Natsu's hand. He had received the full set of fairy tale anime plots from Tianchen, and he knew what was going on right away. Natsu had been pestering Tianchen for a baby fire dragon's egg before, and Tianchen also agreed. The old man thought that Natsu would miss the funny little blue cat happy. Unexpectedly, I still got it. Huh, interesting. There was also a hint of surprise on Gildarts's face sitting on the high stool. Fate. The old man suddenly remembered what Tianchen said when Guyino was seriously injured and almost died the other day. Natsu has not yet joined Fairy Tail, and it is only natural that many of the established trajectories of fate have not changed. Even if you join Fairy Tail, some harmless fate will not disappear. The system just changes the bad destiny of the senior group members. The old man thought about it, and immediately contacted Tianchen through the group chat, and told him that Natsu got the happy egg. Tianchen, huh? Still got it. That's good. I like happy this funny kitten. Without it, the future guild will be much less joyful. Makarov, huh? I think so too. But, will you still give away the next little fire dragon? Tianchen, of course I still have to give this. I also want to see what kind of existence Natsu, who has the power of the fire dragon and the fire dragon king, can eventually cultivate the little fire dragon. He feels bad. Maybe it will be better than his fire-breathing dragon. That is the top dragon king Igneal in the fairy tale world. Makarov, huh? So too. I am also looking forward to it. I am even more looking forward to whether the Fire Dragon King will secretly help Natsu train because of the appearance of the little fire dragons. Tianchen, it's very possible. Laxus, as the second-generation Dragon Slayer, I envy this generation of Dragon Slayer with its own dragon. Compared to the Dragon Slayer, which he implanted with the Dragon Slayer crystal, Natsu is the mother of his own. They are raised in the wild, and everything must be explored on their own. Myriad, it's not bad if you have it. Ordinary wizards and even ordinary people should complain, okay? Laxus, he said that he didn't want to talk to this devil girl, because the girl's character was a little unreasonable. If she really got into trouble with her, Laxus worried that she would not be at peace for a while. On this point, he has already learned a lesson. Shout, troublesome woman. Laxus curled his lips, vomiting. The picture returns to the guild side. Let me go? It's so big. With this pattern, isn't it really a dragon egg? When Macau and the others saw the dome in Natsu's arms, they all gathered around, looking at the dome curiously and talking. How is it possible? Isn't the dragon extinct long ago? A certain fire dragon king. MMP. There are magical fluctuations, and it is not weak. I guess it should be some kind of monster egg. Then there must be parents, right? Natsu, I think you picked it up quickly and put it back from wherever you are. Otherwise, the parents who are worried about this egg have found it. Ha, isn't that better? There are so many wizards here. Guarantee that they will come back. Are you a devil? People are just looking for a child. Cruel, evil, brute. Hey, let's talk about it. Don't engage in personal attacks. The topic of this group of people who watched the quarrel became more and more crooked and more outrageous. Natsu Tsundere raised his chin and snorted coldly. Huh? I don't care. This is the dragon egg. It must be the Igneal apparition. Given it to me. I won't send it back. Besides, don't want to lie to me. There are no beast parents at all, but I saw it fall from the sky. Picked it up from under a tree. There is no nest on the tree. It must not be what you said. This is the sky. What dropped? It's a dragon egg. With that said, Natsu guarded the dome and squeezed the crowd around. Evade. Run to the old man in Gildarts, holding the egg, and showing. President Grandpa. Gildarts. Look at my dragon egg. Duh. Chapter 271. You are great. Gildarts smiled Mimi's reply. Cut. Natsu heard this perfunctory reply and said with an unhappy expression. There is no sincerity at all. What a fake. Ha. How come? I really think it's great. As the only three in the guild who knew the truth, Gildarts replied cheerfully. Today he is also rare to come back to the guild side, and he is still looking for the red-haired side. The whereabouts of the goods are erratic, and Uncle G also has a headache. Real. Natsu listened and looked at Gildarts with bright eyes. Yes. You think so too? I said I can't read it wrong. Humph. Gildarts. You still have a good eye. Perhaps it is a natural match. Natsu admires Gildarts very much, and is also old likes to pester him. Uncle G also feels the same way. In addition, because he knows the plot of the original, he has more appreciation for Natsu than before. This little guy has an appetite for him. Haha, that is. Gildarts smiled triumphantly when he heard Natsu's flattery. Ahem. The old man felt that he couldn't listen anymore, so he cleared his throat and stopped them from talking. He looked at Natsu and said, Natsu, how are you going to hatch this egg? Number? Hatching. Natsu tilted his head in a daze. What is incubation? Is this still used for incubation? Wouldn't I jump out of the egg? Father. Gildarts. This is Natsu. Lisana couldn't listen anymore and took a few steps forward to Natsu's side and told Natsu science. No. The eggs need to be hatched by their parents. It's like a bird's egg. So troublesome. Natsu heard it and suddenly felt bad. He doesn't know anything about hatching eggs. Upright, he looked up at the old man and asked, Grandpa President, do you have any magic that can directly hatch eggs? Boom. The next moment, the old man directly rewarded him with a brain collapse and added a small bag to the big bag on the top of Natsu's head, forming a gourd-like shape. A gourd baby was born. Cough cough. The above is pure nonsense. Hiss. Natsu's painful tears almost fell. Before he could get angry, the old man yelled at him furiously. Idiot. How could there be such a convenient magic? And, even if there is, it is absolutely forbidden magic. It's disrespect for life. The birth of life should go with the flow. Do you know it? Natsu lowered his head with annoyance and shame on his face. It means he knew it was wrong. Brush. At this moment, Tianchen teleported and appeared on the side of the bar suddenly. Just when he heard the old man's words, he looked at Natsu with a smile and said, Actually, it's not completely impossible. Forced incubation is not good, but if it is for promotion and benign catalysis, it is also possible. Doing so will not only greatly shorten the incubation period, but also greatly improve the life qualifications in the egg. Natsu suddenly raised his head and saw that it was the sky, and suddenly his mouth made a mark. You said that the magic circle that hatched the elves? Can it be universal? The old man and Gildarts reacted instantly, and their eyes lit up slightly. If it can work, that would be a good way. Although the original Happy is good, it is actually too weak compared to Natsu and can't help him much. Especially since the current Natsu is different from the original. I will definitely join Fairy Tail to explore other worlds in the future. The original Happy potential is not enough. It would be great if it could improve its qualifications. Big Brother Tianchen. Seeing Tianchen coming, Lisana flew over, hugged one of Tianchen's arm, and called out affectionately. Lisana, didn't you go there today to practice with Mira and the others? Tianchen smiled and touched Lisana's head. Lisana listened and replied grinningly. My sister Mira is going to do the task. I am not strong enough to follow, and I will come here after completing the daily training tasks. That's it. Tianchen nodded clearly. At this time, Natsu looked at Tianchen and asked directly, Is what you said is true? Tianchen brother, do you really have a way to make my dragon egg hatch early and make it better and stronger? Look at this guy, who was still sulking in Tianchen's life before, and made Tianchen's photo into a photo target to violently beat him. At this moment, it is Tianchen brother and Tianchen brother. It's definitely a dog face, and it will change if you say it changes. It's true. Tianchen didn't care about Natsu's petty temper, and nodded affirmatively. It's true, I can guarantee it. The old man and Gildarts also spoke. They also want to see what the Happy hatch from the sun crystallization incubation array will become. Please ask for flowers. Brother Chun, did you help me that day? Say yes first. I have no money. Natsu showed a face of shame in his pocket, and asked cautiously. Don't need your money. I'll set up the magic circle. Wait until you put the egg into the position I specify. Tianchen smiled and stretched out his hand to turn Natsu's hair into a chicken nest, and then motioned to Lisana and others to step back. Then, he used his fingers and mental power to draw magic runes out of thin air. After these runes are separated from his fingers, they will automatically fall on the ground according to a certain pattern. After a while, a hatching magic circle will be arranged. Tianchen turned over and took out 6 plum-sized evolutionary sunlight crystals and placed them on the 6 corners of the incubating magic circle, directly half-activating the incubating magic circle. Then, he raised his head and said to Natsu, Come, put the egg in the middle of the magic circle. Zero. Okay. Natsu was stunned, and he walked forward holding the egg obediently and carefully placed the egg in the center of the hatching magic circle, and then stepped back a few steps. At the next moment, Tianchen directly activated the magic circle. Wong. Suddenly, the entire magic circle lit up with golden light, and then the dome in the middle was instantly enveloped by golden light. Then, these golden lights started pouring into the egg. Originally, the happy inside the egg shook the egg resistingly, but after being exposed to the golden light energy, his attitude changed drastically 180 degrees, and he started to absorb the energy frantically. Soon, it discovered that even if it did not actively absorb it, the energy was gently entering its body, improving and changing something. The specifics are not clear, but it can feel that it is getting stronger and at the same time reaping more benefits. Also, it's very comfortable. This is the Holy Light Crystal. There are 6 second-tier ones. Spray. Big hands. Only Tianchen can be willing. Yeah, this thing is old and precious. I have done a mission for so long, and the guild points I have obtained have only been changed to 1. It is still a tier 1, and its size is half smaller than this. Natsu makes a lot of money. Seeing that Tianchen took out the sunshine crystals to arrange the incubation magic circle and help Natsu hatch the eggs that he picked up, Macau and other soy sauce parties gathered around, with an enviable expression on his face, and said, Duh. Chapter 272. After listening, Natsu realized that these 6 shining gems were so precious. When he remembered that he had always complained about Tianchen or the fire-breathing dragon would accompany him, Natsu looked ashamed. Brother Tianchen. Natsu looked at Tianchen with a touch of emotion and wanted to express his gratitude, but for a while he didn't know what to say. Oh, Tianchen saw him, smiled and touched his little head, and said, Don't think too much. This is nothing to me. I will get along with the little guy in the egg in the future. Of course, wait for you to pass the president grandfather, I will still give you a little fire dragon's egg. At the same time, Tianchen said in his heart, It's good to grow tall and fast. You can ravage the brains of guys like Natsu and the others. Wow ha ha ha. A year ago, Tianchen was already 1.6 meters, and now after a year of growth, magic and body forging, all aspects are advancing at the same time, and there are a large number of sea kings, fierce beast meat, sunlight crystals, 260, and other resources. With assistance, Tianchen's height has also risen step by step in addition to the improvement of strength. Now he has grown to a height of 1.7 meters. 11 years old, 1 meter 7 squirting. Tianchen feels that his height in this life is likely to exceed 178 in his previous life. It is expected to break above 185. Don't ask why you can break through the best record in the previous life without changing your body. Ask about secondary development. Of course, this height is nothing to put in pirate world. There are countless people over 2 meters. A giant of more than 10 meters high also has a member of the country. And there is still one descendant of a demon who is tens of meters or more than 100 meters. Tianchen still looks a little immature now, but it seems that many people believe that he is 15 to 6 years old. Real. Natsu listened and looked at Tianchen with bright eyes, as if he was afraid that Tianchen was telling lies. Obviously, although he has a dragon egg pulled by himself, he is not too much Natsu. There are as many dragon eggs as there are, and they are always welcome. He wants to become the Fire Dragon King, just like his father, and even surpass his father to become the king of 10,000 dragons. Wow. A certain Fire Dragon King, my stupid son Ming, really. Work hard. Tianchen nodded affirmatively. Yeah, I will. Take a look at brother Tianchen. Hey, Natsu replied happily in his heart. Crack. In a flash, half an hour passed, as the 6 sunlight crystals became smaller and smaller. When their energy was completely exhausted, the incubation work came to an end. Everyone's attention was focused on hearing a shocking sound. A crack began to appear on the top of the dragon egg. Then there are 2, 3. Then, with a sound of touch, the top shell of the egg was knocked out from the inside, and at the same time, a blue streamer burst out of the egg. The streamer finally hovered in midair 3 meters above the ground. Hey, the light shattered, and a cute blue kitten with small white wings appeared in everyone's sight. Kitten? I saw the kitten flapping its small wings hard and flying around in the air. In the end, it steadily landed on the top of Natsu's head, sitting up suddenly, holding a kitten, and calling out, Love. Kawaii. This lovely action immediately provokes all the young and old. The boys and girls all showed affection and love in their eyes. They surrounded Natsu one after another, trying to reach out and pick up the kitten. It's a pity that Natsu reacted quickly. He took the kitten in his arms first. He looked at the kitten with excitement, and he didn't feel disappointed at all because the kitten was not a dragon. Looking at the kitten excitedly, I've decided. I'll just call you Happy. How about? Son of Dragon. Happy. Love. The little blue cat, that is, Happy smiling Mimi raised her hands, calling this response. You can see from its reaction that it really likes the name Natsu gave it. Happy. Very good. It's joyful to watch and listen. It fits the image of Happy. Everyone praised. Natsu still has a set of names. After changing Tianchen, he estimated that the first thing he thought of was names such as Xiaolan and Meow. Are you still talking about dragons? Natsu. Happy is a cute kitten, or a magical kitten with wings. Very rare. I have never seen it before. Wakaba pours cold water on Natsu jokingly. He felt that it was necessary to save the child from the devil and face Happy. After all, Happy is also very cute. It's so long-winded. I think Happy is the son of a dragon just like me, can it? Slightly. Natsu made a face at Wakaba, then said to Happy in his hand, right? Happy, you think so too, right? We are all sons of dragons. Love. Happy raised a small paw and nodded in response. Wakaba, feelings are sober up early in the morning, but they don't admit it. Wakaba is a little depressed. I said you don't have to worry about it. Natsu, this kid is clear. Wakaba's good friend Mikao walked over and patted his shoulder. Well, very good. Another genius. Wakaba was smoking a cigar, smiling while watching Natsu, who was playing with everyone, making fun of Happy Natsu, and muttered, in the past year, the guild has really come to many geniuses. There was the evildoer Tianchen before, and Gray, Urza, and Mila in the back. Now there is another Natsu. I said, should we work hard too? Mikao? If we don't work hard, we will get old. Wakaba said voluminously. I feel it's too late. This will be the case for the rest of my life. Let's leave it to the next generation. Mikao said calmly. What? Wakaba listened, turned his head and looked at his friend with a strange expression. This is not like you. What about you? Isn't our invincible double whirlwind combination going to break up? You guys won't be. Are you getting married? Only then did he pay attention to bringing Mikao this stuff to look at Miss Lisa at the bar with infatuation. The two people are flirting. Yeah, the wedding date is set. 2 months from now. Come and be my best man at that time. Mikao looked at Miss Lisa over there without looking back and said to Wakaba, who was forcibly fed a mouthful of dog food, said he was choked by 3.9. The mind is a little autistic. The relationship between these two people is developing very fast. This is about to step into the grave of marriage cough cough. Is it the palace of marriage? Congratulations. I'm the best man. Wakaba finally sent blessings to good friends and patted his chest in response. Haha, thanks. Old friend, it is rare for Mikao to look back and thank Wakaba affectionately. Tianchen, these two goods are really enough. But, are Mikao and Sister Lisa getting married? That's not bad. I'll give a generous gift at that time. Tianchen thought to himself. It's time to get married, and Romeo's kid should be born, or it will expire. Chapter 273. Should I seriously find someone? Who should I choose? Aisha? Riva? Wakaba thought to himself. Mikao is ready to get married, and as an old friend, he can't be left behind. Just like Mikao said, my magical talent is just like this in this life. If you want to catch up with Tianchen, Urza, and other abnormal Tianchen, don't think about it. Leave it to the next generation. Next, when everyone finished watching the excitement, Tianchen and the old man asked Natsu to take Happy to them carefully. It was confirmed that the Happy aptitude was improved by a large level than what Tianchen had seen with the exploration technique before the incubation. After reaching the A level, they nodded in satisfaction. The old man stretched out his hand and patted Natsu's little head and said, in the future, cultivate Happy. It will be a big help for you. Although Natsu didn't quite understand what the old man meant, he nodded and wrote down the sentence. Pirate world, new world, on a deserted island in the sea occupied by the red hair of the 4 emperors. 23 at this time, Gildarts finally blocked the red hair, and the two stood apart. Uncle G was alone, and behind the red hair was a large group of red-haired pirates. Who is your excellency? What can I do with us? The redhead looked at Gildarts and said it was an accidental coincidence, but he didn't believe it. This island is a secret base of their pirate group. Few people know about it, and it's very remote. Of course, the key is that he sees full fighting spirit in Gildarts' eyes, and at the same time, Gildarts seems to know himself. He doesn't recognize Gildarts with his red hair, which makes him a little puzzled. In addition, the man in front of him possesses terrifying power, and that power is not weaker than him. If it weren't for the kindness of this person, he would have taken the shot first. Just call me Gildarts. You are the red-haired Shanks? I have been looking for you for a long time. How about a fight? Gildarts laughed loudly and asked the red hair. As soon as the voice fell, Uncle G's momentum began to rise, and the magic in his body began to boil, and the whole person became like a fierce beast. Many people in the Redhead Pirates group shuddered. Your Excellency has a grudge against me? Seeing the red hair, frowning, the Overlord suddenly couldn't help but rush out, and directly offset Gildarts' aura, protecting the companion behind him, and Gildarts asked in a deep voice. Looking at his expression, he knew that the red hair was a little angry when he was provoked. If Gildarts' answer does not satisfy him, then he may not be able to take it in the next fight. At that time, one of the two must fall. But he clearly felt only a strong fighting spirit from Gildarts, and there was no malice. Obviously, this person shouldn't be here to find fault. So, it's better to ask in advance. When Uncle G saw him, he laughed loudly and said, Of course not. I got your information from Hawkeye. He always said that our two personalities are very similar. This makes me very curious. No, I'm in a new world. I'm here to fight with you. Let's be friends after the fight. Uncle G sees it thoroughly. That fellow Mihawk. It seems that you should not be the enemy. When the red hair heard this, his frown stretched out. Then, the red hair also laughed loudly. Interesting. Did Mihawk say that we are very similar? This is very surprising. What do you think? With that said, the red hair turned his head and asked Ben Beckman and others beside him. Not to mention, the temperament is indeed very similar. Lucky Lou replied with a large piece of roasted meat. I don't know much about it for the time being. It's hard to judge, but it does look a little bit like. Ben Beckman looked at Gildarts with a cigarette in his mouth. It is not a matter of appearance, but temperament and character. Haha, that's it. That's really predestined. The red hair smiled and touched the back of his head and asked Gildarts, speaking of which, I haven't seen Hawkeye for a while, and I rarely even heard about him. How did you meet? How have you been recently? Very good. Especially the strength, the progress is fast, and the initial feeling is that it is no worse than you. Gildarts carefully sensed the red hair with mental force and judged roughly. As for how did we meet? Uncle G didn't rush to fight, and immediately briefly explained the process of getting to know him with Hawkeye. Then, he asked the red hair again to fight, and said, how about? Let's fight for a while. I can't wait anymore. Okay, I agree, but not here. Go to a nearby desert island. Redhead thought about it, and agreed to Gildarts' invitation to fight. Immediately, he left the island with his pirate group and Gildarts, and spent half an hour on a deserted island more than 100 kilometers away. The members of the pirate regiment were left on the boat, while Redhair and Gildarts entered the deserted island, standing on each side. This kind of desert island is a real desert island, and there is almost no vegetation, most of which are stony terrain, and the diameter of the entire island is no more than 2 kilometers. It's perfect for fighting. Seeing that the war was about to start, Gildarts did not forget his promise to Tianchen and the others, and directly started the live broadcast, and at the same time everyone in the group. Kilda. At all members, I have found the red hair, and I am about to play against him. If I have time, remember to open the live broadcast and watch it. Outdated. Laxus, damn. Uncle, you really found it. And you are really ready to fight him? This guy with red hair is one of the 4 emperors, much better than Admiral 260. Are you sure? Is it a problem? Gildarts. Do you have a little confidence in me? Not to mention my original strength. Over the past year or so, I have not been wasteful. I have been working hard to practice physical skills and magic to improve my strength, not to mention defeating the red, but at least a draw is okay, right? My hawk. Hawkeye my hawk. If there is no accident, it should be so. You guys progressing so fast. Remember to invite me to drink when you are done. Also, help me give the red hair a good voice, and wait for things here. After the part, I will take the time to come back and meet with you. He hasn't seen each other with the red hair for more than a year, and Kendo and the powerful Hawkeye also have the urge to fight the red hair. Even if the red hair has a broken arm, the Kendo strength will be affected a lot. Gildarts. No problem. Group news. Group member Gildarts initiates a live broadcast. Do you enter the live broadcast room? Yes. In the next moment, everyone temporarily posted what they were holding and chose to click into the live broadcast room. In an instant, part of the will was involved in the group chat and appeared in the midair not far from Gildarts in a projection mode that is invisible to non-group members. Chapter 274. Gildarts, huh? Is watching the live broadcast in this format. Very interesting. Isn't it the same as coming to watch the game directly? It is even better than coming to the scene to some extent. Tianchen, haha. I'm using it for the first time, but it's really good. You guys hurry up. Uncle. Gildarts, haha. Good. Let's take a look everyone. Laxus, don't lose. Uncle. Hehe. Kana. Come on. Dad. Gray, come on. Uncle. Then everyone cheered for kills. Come. Over there. Gildarts also withdrew his divided mind, exploded with all his strength, and stared at the redhead who was opposite. Good. The red hair was unwilling to show weakness, and the Overlord's appearance directly broke out, and under his control, it pressed against Gildarts. It's just that this powerful domineering realm of Overlord color is offset by Gildarts' horror magic barrier. Although the red-haired Overlord color has the advantage, the imposing realm is constantly approaching Gildarts, but it is obviously not a short time to achieve it. Armed crush, one sword flow, broken mountain slash. The two broke out in an instant, killing each other. Boom. At the next moment, Gildarts wrapped in black arms, all domineering, and collided with the famous knife griffin in the hands of the red hair, and a violent roar sounded. The terrifying opposing air flow directly blasted the ground within a few hundred meters of the two of them down 10 meters, forming a huge semicircular deep depression. The clouds in the sky above the island were directly scattered by this shock wave. Even the sea caused huge waves because of this huge shock wave. Boom, boom, boom. Kiankiankian. The battle has entered the most intense stage with a loud box of sound. Every collision will cause the ground to break and the air to break. The movement felt terrifying just by standing in the distance. It seemed that it was not two people fighting, but two giant dragons fighting. Put away the sails. Hold the rudder. Hurry. Ben Beckman saw him and quickly ordered the sailor and helmsman. I really have to let the waves and shock waves go on. Although their ship will not collapse, God knows where it will be blown. Laxus, wow. It's scary. Both are like this. Gray. Is the uncle strong enough to be like this? Gray watched with enthusiasm and yearning. I really want to become as strong as the uncle soon. That way, maybe it's not far from saving Ulu. Gray thought to himself, Eagle Eye my hawk. This guy with red hair has made no small progress over the past year. It's a pity that swordsmanship has been affected too much by his broken arm. It's Gildarts, who has made great progress. Waiting for this time to pass. Find a time to fight him. Huh. The battle over there is still going on, and soon enters the most intense stage. Although the redhead lost an arm, his swordsmanship has declined, but his improvement in physical skills and domineering has also been outstanding in the past few years. Especially the use of the Overlord's domineering is even more terrifying, and it can already be controlled to a large extent. You know, many domineering awakened people can barely use the domineering look for indiscriminate deterrence, while the red hair can combine the domineering dominance with their own swordsmanship and physical skills to bombard. Every attack has a strong deterrent effect, putting Gildarts under pressure. Is this the overbearing domineering? It's kind of interesting. Armed color domineering combination, and the Gildarts, who is constantly in opposition to the red hair, separates out a trace of carefulness. Mortals perceive the nature of the domineering color. 5 minutes after the battle started. Awaken me. Suddenly, Gildarts smashed the red hair with a punch, and with the reaction force, he flew back hundreds of meters away, and then screamed. 1. A terrifying domineering look came out of him, whizzing in all directions. That is, there is no one on the deserted island. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will suffer. What? Is this Overlord? Just awakened. The red hair on the other side, who was going to continue rushing over, saw me, but stopped, and looked at Gildarts on the other side in disbelief. Seeing his opponent in front of him, he awakened the domineering, and once awakened, its intensity was far beyond the general domineering owner of the domineering. How can he not be surprised? Ohwa, are you awakened? Seeing Tianchen, who watched the game through the live broadcast function, raised his brows. He wasn't surprised that Gildarts was able to awaken the domineering look. Although people in this world always say that it is natural for the Overlord to awaken or not, Tianchen never sees it that way. If you can't awaken, it's just that your conditions are not enough. If you meet the conditions, you can be awakened. This thing involves things such as will, mind, mental power, and soul. If you have mastered the know-how to achieve the conditions for awakening, you can naturally be awakened. Regardless of how Gildarts is concerned, there is no doubt that the conditions are enough. Can we outsiders also awaken the Overlord's appearance? Isn't this thing innate? Laxus didn't know it, so he couldn't believe it. Certainly, it's just a requirement, right? The old man saw it very thoroughly. Is that so? It seems that I have to ask the uncle for advice later. Laxus said excitedly. Obviously, he is also very interested in the Overlord's look. Regardless of whether this ability is powerful or not, it is definitely the best ability to use it to pretend to clear the scene. If we read it wrong, Gildarts should have analyzed something from Shank's Overlord appearance, and he has reached the conditions for awakening before awakening. Even after gaining his experience, it is not so easy to awaken. Hawkeye frowned and analyzed somewhat unexpectedly. Then, Hawkeye added, however, it's always a surprise. I didn't expect to be able to awaken actively. It seems that it is necessary to work hard in this regard. Good king. As a local powerhouse in the pirate world, how can he not be overbearing? Isn't that a shame? How is this possible? Not to mention Tianchen and the others. What was really surprised was the group of red-haired pirates. It is imaginable to see a person awakening the Overlord's domineering self-consciously. Yeah, it seems that this must have met a great person, Nadong. Ben Beckman dipped a cigarette and murmured as he looked at Gildarts over there with a deep gaze. Boss is going to be difficult this time. Where's the monster that popped up? How come I have never heard of it before? Yasop Thief smiled. It's interesting to see your boss eating cancer occasionally, isn't it? Especially when the opponent does not seem to be the enemy yet. Chapter 275. Did you awaken successfully? Thanks. Let's go on. Over there, Gildarts completed the awakening, adjusted his state, and initially mastered the use of the Overlord color, and said to the opposite red hair full of fighting spirit. You guy? I just used my Overlord appearance to inspire my Overlord appearance, right? I can't read it wrong. You were distracted before. The redhead looked at Gildarts affirmatively. Did you find out? Gildarts smiled and stroked the back of his head, and admitted frankly, it's true. I heard that the Overlord's appearance is innate, but I always think it is nonsense. It is nothing more than will and mental power, not being able to awaken. It is nothing more than insufficient conditions. Now it seems that my guess is correct. Woolen cloth. Active awakening is possible. Redhead raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He didn't expect Gildarts to think so. He didn't know what to say about such a monster that could awaken the Overlord on his own initiative. However, he still added, well, it can't be said that the statement of innateness is completely nonsense. In fact, this thing is still very likely to be inherited. Some of the ancestors have awakened the Overlord appearance, and it is possible that the younger generations are born with such a trait of 263. This is also the truth that I only understood after I mastered and studied the Overlord color to a very deep level 3. You can successfully awaken yourself by relying on your own guesses. I have to admit that you are amazing. It's just that such a powerful person has never heard of it before, and the redhead has to admit that the world is big. It seems that he is still a little underestimating the world. Continue. Coming to fight. Before it was just a warm-up exercise. The next moment, the two were fighting together and collided again. Boom, boom, boom. Sela. Every blow of the two is terrifying. What's more terrifying is that in the course of the battle, both of them are constantly learning from each other the traits they lack. Among them, Gildarts has made the most progress. It is said that evenly matched fighting is the best way to progress, and now it seems that what has been said is true. It feels like I can't keep up with the fighting rhythm of the two. It flashes and flashes. Only the phantom can be seen. Seeing this degree, Gray complained a little depressed. Agree. Lisana, Aluffman, Guena, Kana, and even Urza and Mila have the same feeling. The fighting rhythm between Gildarts and Redhead was too fast, the gap between them and Gray and others was too big, and the eyes couldn't react at all and couldn't keep up with the rhythm. On the contrary, Tianchen, Laxus, the old man, Sirona, and even Dumbledore all thought it was okay. Then work hard to cultivate. Otherwise, you will find that this situation will increase in the future. If you can't keep up, you will be eliminated. Tianchen said with a smile. I see. Gray clenched his fists, nodded in response, and made up his mind secretly. Next, he must practice harder and try to catch up as soon as possible. The battle between Redhair and Gildarts lasted for more than half a day. In the end, the battle ended because Gildarts was slightly weaker. You guys' physical strength is really a monster. It's really incomparable with my current physical skills. After the battle, Uncle G and Hongfa lost their previous murderous aura and came to the center of the ruined Laughing Island in harmony. After each sat down on the ground, Uncle G panted and said to Hongfa, 1 year's physical training time is still too short. Even with the aid of cheating resources such as Sunshine Crystal, Gildart's current physical skills and physique are still a lot worse. Had it not been for his attack power was strong enough, and his armed appearance was not weak, he would have been defeated long ago. However, it is also understandable that people have been domineering and practicing physical arts for decades, and being able to achieve this has shown Gildart's powerful and outstanding talent. Of course, at this time Gildarts did not use the strongest smashing magic mystery. Otherwise, the result, CDD, is unknown. You are the real monster. Self-awakening of the Overlord is domineering, terrifying growth speed, and your weird crushing ability. It is too difficult. Several times, I feel whether my knife and hands are required. Shattered. The red hair also looked at Gildarts with emotion. Fighting Gildarts is too dangerous. There can be no distraction at all. The crushing ability is too terrifying. In addition, the red hair also saw that the guy in front of him didn't seem to have been practicing physique and domineering for a long time. Otherwise, he couldn't explain his rapid progress in physique and domineering. If he really started to practice early, it would definitely be more than the state it is now. This time it was tied. He still had the advantage of physique. This guy won't be a superhuman-type fruit crusher, right? The red hair couldn't help thinking. He felt that it was either for other reasons, or Gildarts had been developing fruit abilities before, and had only begun to practice physical skills and domineering in the past 2 years. Not so much. I can feel that you still have more energy. Gildarts smiled and shook his head. Let's stop being humble with each other. The frame is too big. Go for a drink together? Make friends. The red hair put away the knife and got up to invite Gildarts. Just to my liking. In addition, I think we are already friends. If you don't fight, you won't know each other. Uncle G also got up and teased this time. I agree with you. Go. Drink. I won't be drunk today. I still have some real treasures here. It is good for the body and cultivation. You have taken it today. Oh, that's exciting. Hurry up. Let me taste what kind of wine it is. You can call it a treasure wine. The two of them said so and leaped towards the red-haired pirate ship. Ding. You fight against the red hair, evenly matched, and have a profound impact on the world. After deducting the 3 components, the reward, 98 origin points. At this time, Uncle G received the system prompt, and his face suddenly became more smiling. This guy Gildarts. I actually used my spirit wine to win red hair. It's too cunning. Seeing that Tianchen and the others had not left after the battle, Tianchen shook his head speechlessly. Borrowing flowers to offer Buddha is nothing more than the same. Should he redeemed it from the exchange platform? I said, how come my monthly share is quickly emptied, and this guy won't all take it away, right? The old man complained angrily. It's very possible. Tianchen said with a smile. There are quite a few good wine people on Fairy Tail. Gildarts, Makarov, Hawkeye, Duggy, etc. Even Dr. Oki has recently fallen in love with the taste of spirit wine and likes a small glass every day. Chapter 276. I don't think this will work. The old man shook his head a little uncomfortably and suggested to Tianchen. You should set a limit on the number of personal spirit wines in the exchange platform every month, and one person in the province will exchange all of these spirit wines. What do you think? Immediately afterwards, the old man added, of course, I didn't say if you can supply unlimited amounts. Tianchen, what are you always dreaming of? Unlimited? He didn't have so many spirit fruits to make so many spirit wines, and secondly, he didn't have so much leisure time to make full-time wines. So, it is better to limit the number of exchanges per person per month. 10 bottles per person per month is good. How much you can get depends on your own means. Tianchen shrugged. This is good. This good. Hearing this, the old man squinted his eyes and immediately turned his head and said to Laxus, Laxus helps me redeem 10 bottles of spirit wine every month. The points count for me. Is it okay? No. I want to drink it myself. Laxus righteously refused. What a joke. This kind of good thing is of course kept for yourself. He hadn't been able to grab it every time before, but now with this policy, he feels that his good days are coming. He was really not good at drinking before, but after staying in the boot camp for so long, and then entering the Navy for more than half a year, he has long been in love with good wine. What? When the old man heard this, he snarled at Laxus with a staring eyebrow. You guy? Don't you basically don't drink alcohol? When did you get this bad disease? How old are you? Give me a quick quit. Onlookers Tianchen and others. You are always a big drunkard, and you are so embarrassed to say that this is a bad problem? Do you want others to quit? Dare to lead by example? Shout. I don't even want it. Laxus curled his mouth unhappily, took his hands off, and took a look at the old man. In the end, his eyes flickered a few times, and he still fixed his neck softly and added, You can get 1.2 bottles per month at most. The points are fine. I honor your old man. Humph. After speaking, Hitsundara turned his head away. Laxus. When the old man heard this, his face suddenly changed, from an angry face to a moving face, his eyes flashing with tears, and looking at Laxus, his heart was moved. I still remember the first day before, Laxus and his relationship was getting more and more stiff. How sad is the old man's heart. Now, Laxus would actually take the initiative to care about him, and the old man suddenly felt that it was worth it. Humph. Don't think too much. Just forget it. Don't say it. Let's go. Laxus wanted to explain a few more words, but seeing the old man's appearance, that Sundara words he wanted to say couldn't be said anymore. So he directly exited the live broadcast room, and the projection disappeared here. Haha, get 2 bottles. The next moment, the old man put away his touched face, raised 2 fingers, and said happily with a yeah gesture. Everyone, you don't have to hide when you are old. We have seen the situation before. It's not a shame to be moved if you are moved. Why should you hide it in front of them? Kana sauce. Gray, Urza, Mila, Lisana, can you give me your share? I will give you points. I can even give you some points as a reward. At this time, the old man turned his gaze to other people again, and locked a group of little guys in the guild. Kana spread her hands directly. I guess it must be given to my dad. Grandpa, you know. Okay, exclamation point. The old man nodded regretfully. There is no force, which makes Kana embarrassed. Then set his sights on Gray. At all Gray quickly said, I'm fine. In fact, he really wants to drink it. The effect of spirit wine is very good. It's just that he is too young, and he is worried that drinking too much alcohol is bad for his body and development. It's not good if you become a dwarf because of this. I envy Tianchen, who is 170 in height at 11 years old. Urza Shah. The old man nodded in satisfaction, then cast his gaze on Urza. It's all from you, the president. Mira, I'll give you all, including Lisana and Alafman's share. We don't drink anyway, but the points and rewards must be less. President, we are very poor. Hee. Haha, no problem. You will be awarded an extra 50 points a month, including Gray and Urza. How about? The old man waved his hand in a big way. Mira, no problem. Thanks. Chairman, Urza and Gray. Thank you. Grandpa, old man. Having dealt with the people on his side of the guild, the old man actually turned his attention to Hermione, Nazi, and even Sirona. For flowers. Hermione was a little flustered by the old man's look, and quickly waved his hand. The principal just gave me a message, and I have to give him my share. I can only apologize. Grandfather. On the side, Bridundo smiled and nodded. The meaning of the expression, yes, I did it. Okay, it's a pity. The old man shook his head helplessly. This is his old friend, not easy to grab. Sirona said without waiting for the old man to speak. I want to drink it myself. I won't give you the old man. Forgive me, Nazi. Mine will be given to my father. I can't give it to you. Sorry, Angela. Mine will be given to my father too. Ashford, hey. Sorry. That's it. What a pity. The old man had a pity on his face, and finally turned his gaze on Polisica. Roll. Without waiting for his old man to speak, Polisica said in a cold voice with no expression on his face. Father, I can't afford this. Don't forget it. He looked at the others again, and found that there was no chance. He could only sigh, and shook his head. I saw that Eagle Eye and others were speechless. You were satisfied when you were old. It has been a month for us for several months. If he hadn't had a good relationship with other people and couldn't rob Makarov, he would have been robbed long ago. Yi Guqing, Shiman Chuksu, Dugu Chiochio followed by nodded again and again. Even Kashiro looked envious. However, he got the share of 2 from Guena and Sauron anyway, and he was already very satisfied. No matter how much, he really may not be able to come up with so many points for the time being. His family is not rich. It is still these days that I have gained a lot of money and treasures from Fengyan World to get a lot of points. Wow, no way. They are all good boys in my guild. You won't be envious of them. The old man stuck his waist and smiled triumphantly. Okay, let's go back, everyone. The excitement is over. It's better to see people drinking and having a banquet or something. As Tianchen said, he canceled the projection and left the live broadcast room. When the others met, they also chose to leave. Chapter 277. Guild Arts. President, you are not kind. You actually grabbed my spirit wine. Uncle G also received news from Kana at this time, and immediately ran into the group and complained. In the past, he could steal more than half of the exchange platform every time, but now he and Kana have only 20 bottles a month, which is several times less. How can he be happy? It's just that the overall situation is determined, and he can only complain. Makarov, wow, who let you eat alone before? I haven't said you yet. Gildart's expression suddenly stopped. Gildarts, I don't think you guys like to drink. It's like this. I'm still having a banquet here. Come back. Bye. After speaking, his head went dark directly, apparently running off the assembly line. Makarov, You run fast. 263 inch. It was another half-month since Gildart's battle with the red hair. On this day, Tianchen returned to the fairy tale world and began to install the Magic Communication Base Station 2.01 by 1 in the corners of Magnolia within a radius of thousands of kilometers. The entire Magic Communication Network was quickly established. Red Queen, try and test. Check the current signal situation in the area covered by the communication network. After Tianchen installed the last base station of this batch and did not know the hidden magic array and the protective magic array, he ordered the Red Empress. Yes, Master. It will be ready soon. The voice of the Red Queen rang in Tianchen's ears. Then, she began to run and quality check the entire magic communication network. 5 minutes later, the test was completed and no problems were found. She immediately told Tianchen the good news. In this way, the monitoring network should be no problem, right? Understand the search for the area covered by the magic communication network to see if there is any whereabouts of Windy Dragon, White Dragon. Tianchen reported more than a dozen names in one go. They are all magical geniuses who will show up in Fiori in a few years. Among them, Wendy is his key search object. Telling. The search begins. Master, please wait. The Red Queen also obtained the memory information given by Tianchen, naturally knowing the importance of these people, and immediately began to search. And there will be results soon. The first thing I found was Gear and Rogue. However, these two people have been temporarily adopted by a member of the council, so contact is not recommended. Red Queen added. Tianchen nodded. Then just leave it alone. As long as you know their general trend, I will see you again in the future. In fact, among several dragon slayers, except Wendy, he is more interested in the White Dragon, which is the light dragon Sting-Yuklif. To be precise, he is interested in the light attribute of the White Dragon, the power of the dragon. Want to analyze its composition, see if you can obtain its magical composition and characteristics, and learn the light dragon slayer magic independently. This is the dragon-killing magic attribute that best suits him. Unfortunately, he has not been searched for the time being. It's weird. Shouldn't it be the shadow dragon and the light dragon together? Tianchen was a little puzzled. Then, he shook his head again and said, forget it. I don't want to. The Red Queen. We'll search for Bylong, Sting-Yuklif. Add to the long-term search list. Okay, Master. The red voice should be heard. After searching for more than 10 minutes, suddenly a target came into the line of sight of the Red Queen. She immediately reported to Tianchen Hui. Master. Send Windy Marvel's trail. Immediately afterwards, she displayed a magical virtual projection screen in front of Tianchen, and the picture inside was clear and realistic. The picture of Wendy holding a white dome in a woods. Wow, it's really her. And the egg in her arms should be Carla? No, I have to hurry over. After the red, give me the specific coordinates. Help me guide the direction. Tianchen suddenly flew up with excitement, waved his hand to release the fire-breathing dragon, and landed on its back, and at the same time instructed the Red Queen. Okay, Master. The coordinates are XXX, just southwest of Wall Shuhai, 456 kilometers away. Red immediately replied. At the same time, an arrow was condensed through the magic projector on the Tianchen space bracelet, pointing the direction for Tianchen. Received. Fire-breathing dragon. Go in this direction. Tianchen nodded clearly, patted Fire Dragon's back lightly, and ordered. Roar. I know, Master. The next moment, the fire-breathing dragon roared cheerfully, flapping its wings, and flew toward the destination, faster and faster. During this period of time, although Tianchen did not obtain the blood of the fire-type Yalong to feed the fire-breathing dragon, he still has sunlight crystals, and the progress of the fire-breathing dragon during this period is still very fast, and it has broken through the peak of the Heavenly King. It's not unpleasant. Of course, it is still incomparable with Shinado. Shinado is already at the peak of the initial championship. He gave Tianchen feedback again, and Tianchen's superpowers have been greatly improved, reaching the half-step champion level, and only a few related profound understandings will be able to set foot in the realm of champion superpower. For a distance of more than 400 kilometers, with Fire Dragon's speed, it only took more than an hour to reach the destination smoothly. Wong. As soon as Tianchen and the fire-breathing dragon arrived here, he felt a wave of magical power sweep over him, and then he felt locked in by a powerful spiritual force. Who is the little friend? What is the purpose of coming here? At this time, an old voice rang in Tianchen's ears. Tianchen listened, and his mental power instantly locked the opponent's position, and a voice transmission backhand said, My name is Tianchen. I come from the Fairy Tale Guild in the small town of Magnolia. This time I came here to detect the breath of Dragon Slayer Wendy. So follow it up. Huh? Where did you hear about Wendy? At the next moment, the voice of the owner of the voice was a lot stern, with a hint of questioning. Obviously, he was nervous about Wendy. Tianchen is also a little helpless. This one is really sensitive. He already knows who this is. He is Robin Liu, the head of the Nibi clan who survived 400 years ago. It is not accurate to say that he is alive. He now has only huge magical and spiritual power to support him. The body has decayed. However, he can only rely on mental power and huge 3.9 magic power to live from the old antique hundreds of years ago to the present. He dare not be presumptuous. I definitely can't beat this one now. Therefore, Tianchen quickly explained, our guild also has a dragon slayer named Natsu, who has recently joined. In addition, when I went to Heartphilia's house to treat Ms. Layla from the family there a while ago, I received a commission from Her Excellency Anna, who came to the modern era from the past 400 years ago, to find 5 people who came to this era before her. Information and whereabouts of Dragon's son. Natsu and Wendy are both one of these 5. The old man Robin Liu in the building below heard this, was silent for a moment, and replied, In that case, come here first. We need to have a good chat. Chapter 278. Robin Liu couldn't judge whether Tianchen's words were true or false, but he had seen a lot of things from Wendy earlier. Including Wendy's remaining time and space power, there are also problems that are somewhat incompatible with this era. He even faintly sensed the aura of the celestial Grantine sealed in Wendy's body. It's just that he is not as strong as before, and he can only discover a little bit of these things with the help of ancient experience, and he didn't go deep into it. In addition, as Wendy lived longer in this era, her breath that was incompatible with this era was rapidly disappearing, and she was quickly merging into this era. This is a good thing. From then on, he knew that Wendy might not be from this era. Now that he heard Tianchen's words, he believed Tianchen's words a little bit, so he wanted to have a good chat with Tianchen. Okay, naturally, Tianchen would not refuse Robin Lu's invitation. Immediately let the fire-breathing dragon land on the ground, then jumped off the back of the fire-breathing dragon 23, stretched out his hand to pat the fire-breathing dragon's hanging head, and soothed. You wait here first, I want to go in. Roar. Okay, master. Naturally, the fire-breathing dragon had no objection, so I just took a picture and prepared to rest. I was really tired after driving so far before. Please follow me. At this time, a quaintly dressed middle-aged man greeted him, made a gesture of please to Tianchen, and guided Tianchen to the center house of the guild's residence. It's amazing. This kind of thinking body. Tianchen glanced at the guide and the people looking around, exclaiming in his heart, although I have read the original book, I already know all this, but in the real world, after learning and understanding magic, I will look back at these thinking bodies. I can feel Robin lose power more and more. These are not ordinary thinking bodies. They all have independent personalities. This can be guaranteed, and there are so many. This is the real boss. Soon, Tianchen was taken to the hall of the guild here, and saw Robin Lu, Wendy, and Carla who was still an egg. Welcome, young man. My name is Robin Lu. As soon as he came in, Robin Lu greeted Tianchen first. Wendy on the side looked at this handsome elder brother curiously. She obviously didn't know what was going on. Hello, Father Robin Lu. I took the liberty to interrupt. Tianchen nodded slightly at Robin Lu. Can you tell me more specifically about Wendy and the others crossing over? 400 years ago, I am fairly familiar with that era. Of course, I have also heard of the name of the celestial spirit wizard Anna Heartfilia. Robin Lu asked directly. He didn't directly say that he was an undead who lived from more than 400 years ago to the present. It was about Nirvana and Nirvana. He was very careful and wouldn't say it lightly. Number? Is it about me? Tianchen hadn't spoken yet, and Wendy on the side was a little surprised to hear that it was still related to her. In addition, 400 years ago, she looked stunned, but the name Anna Heartfilia, I don't know why, she always feels a little familiar and kind. It's a pity that I just can't remember. At the same time, when Robin Lu mentioned this, in the invisible seal in Wendy's body, Tianlong Grantine suddenly opened his eyes. Some things are not suitable for Wendy now, so please allow me to set up a soundproof barrier. Tianchen did not rush to talk about business, but made a small request. Can? Robin Lu took a look at Wendy on the side, and motioned to a villager who missed him, asking him to take Wendy away a bit. Then, instead of Tianchen arranging the soundproof enchantment, he waved his hand to arrange the soundproof enchantment between the two first, looking at Tianchen and waiting for his narration. Things have to start more than 400 years ago, at that time. Next, Tianchen talked about the plans of Anna, Zeruf, etc. and Wulong to eliminate the Black Dragon in the future. At the same time, he also said that Wulong is currently self-proclaimed in Wendy's Dragon Slayer. How can this kid know so clearly? Is our plan exposed? At this moment, Tianlong and Wendy's body listened to what Tianchen said all the time, and Robin Lu's soundproof barrier obviously couldn't stop her from listening. It was precisely because of hearing it clearly that she became more shocked. If it wasn't for the circumstances, she would just break the seal and come out to ask Tianchen face to face. It seems to contact the Fire Dragon King as soon as possible. Let him think of a solution. Tianlong Grandine thought. Fortunately, she could feel that Tianchen was not a bad person by virtue of her natural ability, so maybe things were not as bad as she thought. Is this the case? No wonder I heard that the Fire Dragon King disappeared afterwards. In addition, His Excellency Anna also disappeared. So did you come to this era of the door through the eclipse? Great, Robin Luma exclaimed with a beard. It turns out that it is not only him who is trying to save the world. In addition, there are people who are thinking about preventing another tragedy from happening. Of course, other people's is still going on, but has completely failed. It also caused the entire Nibby tribe to die out. He is a loser. However, after so many years, he had already looked away, and now only waiting to solve the hidden danger of Nirvana, he can ascend to heaven with peace of mind. The Black Dragon Acnologia? He is indeed a terrifying guy. Speaking of this, Robin Lu looked up at Tianchen and asked, So, you came to 263 to take Winnie to the tail for training, right? Yes. Tianchen nodded affirmatively. I have better resources and teachers. It can make Wendy grow healthier and faster, in order to meet and even exceed Wulong's expectations as soon as possible. Although you are very powerful and terrific, old man, your experience and insights are far from what most wizards can compare now. But you are not a living person, and you can't provide Wendy with good enough resources, right? When Robin Lu heard this, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Tianchen, staring at Tianchen furry. He just said, Sure enough, you also know about me. I was thinking before, you know so well about the plans of the 5 dragons and His Excellency Anna 400 years ago, and you don't know what happened to our Nibby people. You should have a very powerful prophecy magic, right? Robin Lu gave his guess. Just take it. How? Do you agree? Tianchen touched the back of his head and smiled, and then asked with solemn expression on his face. Robin Lu listened and looked at Wendy over there. Wendy also looked over and smiled at him. Robin Lu also returned Wendy with a kind smile. Chapter 279. Then, Robin Lu looked at Tianchen and said seriously, "In order for Wendy to grow better and have a happier childhood, I can agree to you to bring her back to Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov from your guild. I know it too, but I don't worry that Wendy will have a bad life. However, you have to promise me one condition. After all, he is already a dead soul. Instead of growing up with Wendy, she is completely attached to him and the thoughts he created. It's better to take advantage of the lack of deep feelings between the two parties. Let Wendy join a reliable guild sooner and get better growth." Although with Wendy's company these days, Robin Lu feels that his dead soul seems to be alive again, but he feels that he can't be so selfish. Can't let the future Wendy suffer the loss of everyone in the guild and his share of pain. Wendy is a kind and innocent child. The more so, the more pure and sincere her feelings, she did not dare to suffer the pain of this parting. What are the conditions? You say, as long as I can do it, I will try my best to do it. Although Tianchen had roughly guessed what Robin Lu wanted to ask, he did not say it. Instead, he nodded and motioned for Robin Lu to say it himself. Of course, Robin Lu also saw that Tianchen seemed to know what he thought. He smiled slightly and said, "If you want to come, you should have guessed it too. I need you at the right time in the future to help me destroy the super magic nirvana that I left behind. This is something that shouldn't exist. It's a mistake. I have an obligation to witness it. Correct it. Is it okay? This is also his last obsession." "No problem. I wrote it down. When the time comes, please let me know. With my growth rate, it shouldn't be difficult to solve when I want to come." Tianchen smiled and nodded. Haha. Robin Lu listened and smiled with relief and said, "That's good. You are a good boy. I think you are full of extremely pure light magic. I have some light magic experience here, so I think it is sent in advance. Thank you." As he said, he raised his hand to point at Tianchen's brows and nodded a little. A golden light flew out from his fingertips and sank into the sea of Tianchen's brows. Of course, this is because Tianchen did not resist, otherwise he would not succeed. Then, a lot of experience and insights about light magic began to appear in Tianchen's mind. Tianchen just glanced roughly and said to Robin with a smile on his face, "Thank you, Father, for the gift. This is very helpful to me. The experience of these light magic is very detailed and comprehensive. It is the experience summed up and explored by Father Robin Lu and countless generations of the Nibi tribe. It is very precious. As for why Robin Lu has the experience of light magic, just look at what core nirvana is. Absorb the darkness of people and guide them like light. Although it failed in the end. But this thing itself is the ultimate composite of light magic and dark magic super magic. Without extremely high light element and dark element magic skills, how could it be possible to create such a thing?" "Haha, you are welcome. Just useful." The old man Robin Lu waved his hand with a smile. Next, he removed the soundproofing barrier, called Wendy over, and told her the general course of the matter. Of course, everything that can't be said is concealed. Finally, Robin Lu said to Wendy, "So, next, you will go to their guild with this big brother. There are many children of the same age over there. Wendy can make many friends of the same age there. What? Are you happy? Would you not want to separate you from the chairman, grandfather?" "I don't want it." Wendy listened, but she snorted and looked at Mr. Robin Lu with subtly weeping. Haha. When Mr. Robin Lu saw him, he was touched and had a headache. After that, he went into battle with Tianchen and tried to persuade him. Even the avatars of the missing body were cancelled, explaining his own situation to him. After that, I promised again and again that I would go to Fairy Tale to see her every month, or that Tianchen would bring Wendy to see him, and Wendy reluctantly agreed. In this way, his eyes were red, and he looked very sad and unwilling. "Big brother, can I wait for the egg in my hand to hatch before going with you? I promised the president and grandpa to watch the egg hatch together." Wendy looked at Tianchen eagerly and asked, "Of course it can. Let me help you. I have a hatching magic circle, which can speed up the hatching of eggs and improve the qualifications of the kittens inside." Tianchen smiled at Mimi's hand and touched Wendy's blue hair. Why is it a kitten? It could also be a bunny or something." Wendy looked at Tianchen with a puzzled face. Robin Lu on the side also smiled knowingly. He estimated that this is the information Tianchen predicted magically again, right? However, he really hadn't heard of the magic circle that could accelerate the incubation and improve the aptitude, and immediately asked Tianchen, "Are you sure your methods are harmless to the little life in the egg?" If it is harmful to the little life in the egg, he will not agree. Otherwise, Wendy will be sad for a lifetime. Of course, Tianchen nodded affirmatively. "This is what I spend a lot of time creating, and I have hatched many monster eggs. The effect has always been very good. In addition, the magic circle is actually secondary, and this thing is the key." With that said, Tianchen flipped his hand and took out a sunlight crystal and handed it to Father Robin Lu, motioning him to check it. Wow. Robin Lu took the crystallization of sunlight, feeling the abundant and gentle relationship energy and vitality inside, and his eyes lit up. "Good thing. This is not the crystallization of the holy light from your guild, right?" "Yes, that's it." Tianchen smiled and nodded. Robin Lu nodded clearly and said, "I understand where your self-confidence comes from. If you take this as the core, it can indeed accelerate the incubation and enhance your qualifications. When he reaches his level, a lot of things can be understood at a glance." Immediately, he handed the sunshine crystal back to Tianchen, signaling Wang Hao. Tianchen began to arrange the incubation magic circle. Soon, an incubating magic circle was arranged by Tianchen. On the 6 nodes of Tianchen's usual magic circle, a sun crystallization was placed on each, and then he said to Wendy, "Come on, put the egg in the middle of this magic circle. It will be all right soon." Winter. Wendy nodded obediently and carefully placed the egg in the middle of the hatching magic circle. Then, Tianchen activated the magic circle, and immediately, the whole egg was wrapped in golden light, just like helping Natsu hatch Happy a while ago. It took 5 minutes, and the 6 sunlight crystals were absorbed by the egg. However, to Tianchen's surprise, the egg did not hatch this time. This made Tianchen stunned for a while. Chapter 280. Well, it doesn't seem to be enough. Are there any holy light crystals? Keep putting up a batch. This little guy's aptitude and talent may not be easy, Robin Lu said with his beard. Shout, okay. When Tianchen heard this, he was taken aback for a moment and thought of Carla's foresight talent. Then, he quickly turned over and took out 6 sunshine crystals and placed them in the incubation magic circle. The golden light lights up again, wrap the egg, and the incubation continues. Wait until this batch of sunshine crystals are all digested. Wow. After a few times, cracks appeared on the top of the egg. Then, in Wendy's expectant and nervous gaze, the whole eggshell broke apart, and a white kitten rolled out of it. Everything is for the king. You must bring Dragon Slayer back to Aslant to save the kingdom. As soon as the little milk cat came out, he stared at the front with some hollow eyes and murmured in his mouth. Tianchen. Did he hear it wrong? Not killing Dragon Slayer, but taking it back to save the kingdom? What script is this? What did this little milk cat predict? It seems that the future has really changed. Perhaps it has something to do with the prediction of Carla's mother, Queen Charlotte. Tianchen thought, rubbing his chin. Of course, Carla's predictive ability should have been improved, otherwise, she might have predicted the wrong prediction in the original book. Wow, it's really a kitty. That's so cute. 267. Wendy didn't care about this. The first time she saw the little milk cat, she fell in love with it, and happily picked up the little milk cat, lifted it up and put it in front of her and announced, "I've decided. Just call you Carla. Sample. The name is not bad. I recognize it." A voice in the milk came from Carla's mouth. Wendy was surprised to hear it. "Carla, are you born to talk? That's amazing." Wendy looked at Carla with admiration, as if looking at a genius. Of course. I'm the Queen Carla. Carla may have learned a lot of things through foresight because of the improvement of aptitude and talent, and he appeared to be extraordinarily mature. Holding a pair of short grasps, Sundara tilted his head and hummed softly. "Hey, that's great." Wendy smiled cheerfully. "What a simple idiot. However, because you like me so much, I will approve of you." Carla looked at the stupid Wendy and thought, of course, Wendy is also Dragon Slayer. In her foreseeable future, Wendy is indeed with her. This kid is not easy. Robin Beast looked at Carla, seated EJ, and muttered with his beard. Yes, she has a talent for predicting the future. After being hatched by the holy light crystal, this talent is obviously strengthened. Looks very mature. This is a good thing. At least, she can take care of Wendy in turn. Triplet. Tianchen smiled and nodded. So too. Robin Lu laughed loudly. More than an hour later, Tianchen took the reluctant Wendy sitting on the fire-breathing dragon to take off from the guild station of the Wamazu and flew towards Magnolia. "Grandpa President. Goodbye. I'll come back to see you." Okay. Grandpa will visit you too, when he wants to listen to your elder brother. Seeing Wendy suddenly crying, the little milk cat Carla looked at Wendy speechlessly and scolded. "It's really worthless. What's so good to cry? I won't be able to see you again in the future." But, Wendy scratched her mouth. She said so, but she is sad. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk about you. As Dragon Slayer, at any rate, give me a little stronger. How can you help me save the kingdom of Otherworld in the future?" Carla sighed. Otherworld? Save the kingdom? Me. Wendy pointed at herself with a dazed face. "I thought, why don't I know that I still have such a big mission? What are you talking about?" Carla met, holding a cute kitten face, and shook her head helplessly. "Forget it. You don't understand this now. Let's talk about it later. Don't cry. Cough." Wendy answered a little aggrieved. Carla is so harsh and late. Ming Ming was born only a few hours. However, it was amazing. Knowing so much and so mature and stable, Wendy decided to learn from Carla. Tianchen sat aside and witnessed the conversation between one person and one cat throughout the whole process, which was very interesting. A little milk cat that is a few hours old is a serious education to a 5 or 6-year-old child. How do you look at this picture? How do you think it is against and funny? It took Tianchen more than 1 hour when I came back. When I came back, because the distance was a little further, the speed was not as fast as before. It took more than 2 hours to reach the gate of Fairy Tale Guild in Magnolia. At this time, it was still more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and naturally there were many people in the guild. "Okay, here it is. Come down with me," Tianchen said, waved his hand, controlled Wendy and Carla with his mind to fly, took them 2 flying bodies off the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and put the fire-breathing dragon into the natal elf space at the center of the eyebrows, and then stepped into the guild hall. "Go." "Hey," I said, "can you let me down? This is rude." Carla was floating in the air, feeling very uncomfortable. Even directly used magic to conjure a pair of snow-white little wings, flapping them, trying to break away from Tianchen's thought power. Unfortunately, these are all in vain. "Wow, Carla, Can you actually make wings? That's amazing. So you can also be magical? Wendy was attracted by Carla's small wings and looked at Carla with admiration. Huh, of course. I'm different from those ordinary wild cats. I am the queen of the Transcendence Kingdom, Her Royal Highness Carla. Carla felt that he couldn't get rid of Tianchen's thought power and could only give up, and then replied to Wendy with a look of tsundere. Although she couldn't maintain the compulsion in the face of Tianchen, and even her predictions were invalid for Tianchen, Carla still attached great importance to her external image. At least, you can't let Wendy, the shit-shoveling officer, look down upon him, right? Hey, I know. The Queen of Cats, Her Royal Highness Carla. Wendy covered her mouth and smiled. Carla, like, this is really interesting. I'm back, Tianchen said loudly as soon as he entered the door. Welcome back, Tianchen. Everyone in the guild hall turned their heads to answer. Then, they saw Wendy and Carla floating beside Tianchen, and they were surprised. Huh? A little girl and another kitten with wings? This kitten will not be the same breed as Happy, right? What kind of Happy? I'm the Queen Xia Lu of the Land of Transcendence. You guys show me respect. Carla cried out suddenly. Duh. Chapter 281. Although Carla's wording is not very friendly, with the appearance of her little milk cat and the voice of her breasts, everyone's eyes show their favorite little stars. So Tsundere's little milk cat is so cute. Then everyone started talking. It turns out to be the Queen Carla of the Kingdom of Cats. Haha, really interesting. It feels more interesting than Happy. Speaking of the Queen, don't you think that Carla's temperament looks noble? It really is. When Carla heard these people's comments, she became angry. But in the end she could only sigh helplessly. There is no way to take these humans. Huh. Superficial humans. Carla turned her head and gave a cold snort. Tianchen is back. This is Wendy from your side, right? You really found her, brought her back. At this time, the old man at the old bar flew over and gave Tianchen a nicely done look. Then, looking at Wendy, he smiled kindly. Welcome, Wendy. I am Grandpa Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale Guild. Hello, Grandpa President. This is Wendy Marvel. Do you know me too? Wendy obediently floated in the air and bowed slightly to the old man, introduced herself, and then looked at the old man with some curiosity and doubt and asked, Haha, yeah, Wendy Sauce is so cute. Of course I know. Want to join Grandpa's guild? Everyone here is very nice. The old man laughed loudly. Uh-huh. Dee nodded obediently. I promised that big brother Tianchen would join. Is that okay? Grandpa President. Of course. Very welcome. Come and come. I will take you to print the emblem of the guild. With that, the old man stretched out his hand and floated Wendy towards the bar. When Tianchen saw him, he withdrew his mind and gave Wendy and Carla to the old man, letting the old man support Wendy with his mind. The old man's Casey has long evolved into a hoodie and gave him feedback twice. Therefore, the old man also acquired superpowers logically, with the strength of his old man's mental power. Even if Udi is not his natal elf, he has already raised his superpower to above the champion level, much stronger than Tianchen. Hey, wait for me. Suddenly losing the support of her thought power, Carla almost fell from midair, but fortunately, she used her magical power to conjure her wings and dance to catch up with Wendy in time. Joining Fairy Tale was also part of her plan on the way she came, so that all the dragon slayers in the guild here can be tied to her national salvation tank. Little things are not very old, so there's a lot of careful thinking, although it is naive. Soon, Wendy and Carla were printed with the coat of arms of the Fairy Tale Guild and formally joined the guild. Then, the old man stood on the counter and announced loudly to everyone in the guild hall. Little ones, Wendy and Carla have joined our guild today. Get ready. Will there be a celebration banquet at noon? Oh, welcome to you. Wendy, Carla, welcome. Banquet party. Get it up. Hey. Seeing the warm welcome from everyone, Wendy smiled happily. She can feel everyone's sincere welcome to her, and it feels good. It's really a noisy guild. Carla was holding a pair of short claws, standing on the bar with 2 feet, looking at the guild people cheering below. Although his mouth was not forgiving, the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. Although, because of her foreseeing talent, she has obtained a lot of knowledge and information, and she appears to be extraordinarily mature. But in the final analysis, she is just a small milk cat a few hours old. Maturity or anything, it's just appearance. Huh? Why is the guild so lively? At this time, Natsu came out with Happy and didn't know where he came from. Looking at the lively guild, he was a little puzzled. Cough. Then, he saw Wendy and Carla. First, his eyes fell on Wendy's face. I don't know why, he always feels that this little girl has a very familiar feeling. But, why can't you remember it? Natsu was a little distressed. Forget it. I don't want to. Unable to figure it out, Natsu simply used these thoughts in his mind, and then looked at Carla, and said to Happy, with a surprised look, Look, Happy, there are also kittens of the same breed as you. It is also a mouth standing on 2 feet. Uh-huh. Then, Natsu only heard a perfunctory hum sound. He turned his head a little puzzled and saw that Happy was lying on his shoulders. His eyes had turned into heart shapes, and he looked at Carla like an idiot, without blinking his eyes. 4 flowers. Natsu. I don't know why. Such Happy makes him have the urge to beat him up. Humph. Carla over there naturally found Natsu and Happy, and she suddenly snorted tsundere and turned her head aside. With her ability to foresee greatly increased, she knows a lot more than the original book at this time. Of course, she knows the identity of Happy and Natsu. Natsu didn't say anything. She didn't want to care about the male cat, Happy now. So stupid. Ale? Brother, who are you? How do you feel that you look familiar? Wendy over there also saw Natsu and Happy. Of course, she was also curious about the existence of Happy, but the familiarity of Natsu made her even more concerned. My name is Natsu, the son of the Fire Dragon King Natsu. I also think you look familiar, but you can't remember what you mean. Little sister, who do you mean? Natsu gave a generous introduction to himself, then stepped forward and asked curiously. He thought that only he had this familiar feeling. It seems that Wendy also has it now, which is a bit strange. Don't we know each other? We all have amnesia. Natsu thought a little confused. At this time, the dragon inside Natsu was in the sealed space. Tianlong Grandine turned into a light spot by his own means and came to this sealed space and saw the Fire Dragon King Igneal. Igneal, I found something unusual. Huh? What's the matter? The Fire Dragon King opened his eyes and raised his head, looking at Tianlong, who had contacted him with some surprise, and asked. He actually found a lot of abnormalities during this period, which seemed to be mainly caused by the little ghost head named Tianchen. However, from the current point of view, it is all good news, and he will not care, just watching silently. It's like this. Today, seeing Tianlong, he quickly explained the appearance of Tianchen today and the dialogue between him and Robin Liu. Then, he continued. This human being seems to know the past and the future and knows all of our plans. Will there be any problems? Chapter 282. You don't need to worry about this. I know it. The information I have obtained is good. Maybe that little ghost named Tianchen will bring me different surprises. I see infinite possibilities in him. Fire Dragon King Igneal said solemnly. In fact, he can't see Tianchen's future clearly, but from the things Tianchen exposed, he can see things that are good for their future plans and things that are good for Natsu and their growth. That's enough. Since you know it, I can rest assured. It seems that Wendy is indeed the right choice to come here. Tianlong Grandine's tone suddenly relaxed. With the Fire Dragon King's guarantee in Dingzhu, she doesn't need to worry so much. In the final analysis, she is not the same as the Fire Dragon King. She is essentially dead, but with the help of the Fire Dragon King to seal the undead in Wendy's body. Among the 5 dragons, only the Fire Dragon King is truly alive. Little brother, my name is Wendy Marvel, the Dragon Slayer of the Sky. Wendy heard Natsu's self-introduction and also made a self-introduction. Natsu heard it, but he was surprised. Huh? You are also Dragon Slayer. Then, he asked Wendy anxiously and expectantly. Then do you know where the Fire Dragon King Igneal is? Do not know. Wendy shook her head, and then said, Teach me the Celestial Dragon Grantine, my mother, she just disappeared a while ago. Woo woo woo. Wendy cried sadly when he mentioned this. Natsu looked at a loss. What's the situation? Why did you cry while talking about it? Natsu, why did you bully others? You made them cry. At this time, Gray, who did not know when he appeared and looked at Natsu speechlessly. Others in the guild also noticed the situation on Wendy's side, and they immediately surrounded them with anxiety and asked warmly, What's wrong? Wendy sauce is this? What kind of grievances can you tell us? If you can help, we will definitely help solve it. Is this guy Natsu bullying you? Can we beat him up for you? Wakaba looked at Natsu with a malicious look. The others listened and looked at them ferociously. Natsu. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Natsu's hair stand on end. Wendy sauce. Stop crying, okay. My father, Fire Dragon King Igneal, disappeared a while ago. How about we go to find him and your mother Tianlong together in the future? Natsu could only bite the bullet and comfort Wendy. Little girl crying or something. He really has a headache. Can't do it. Real. Wendy really stopped crying. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Natsu pitifully and asked expectantly. Yeah, really. I count on my words. Natsu patted his chest and promised. Thank you, brother Natsu. I will also help you find Igneal. Let's find it together. Wendy burst into tears and smiled. Together. Natsu also smiled and reached out and touched Wendy's little head. That's good too. Tianlong, who was watching all this silently, thought with some relief. Huh, this kid is far from it. Fire Dragon King spouted a flame from his nostrils and snorted coldly. Of course, the smile in the eyes cannot be hidden. This kid is finally a little manly. His old man is very pleased. Makarov, at all members, everyone from Fairy Tale Guild, please come back when you have time. Today Tianchen brought Wendy back to join the guild. We have a celebration banquet at noon. It is best not to be absent. Dr. Oki. Although I don't know what the situation is, it should be a good thing. Congratulations. Other non-Fairy Tale members also expressed their joy. It must be another genius who can make Makarov mention it in the group and call all Fairy Tale staff back to celebrate. Fairy Tale is getting stronger and stronger. Urza, Wendy, girl, I'll be back. President, Mira Jane, me, Lisana and Elfman too. Guildarts, huh? Tianlong, Wendy has the little girl brought back by Tianchen. Haha, very good. I'll be back now. Kana, you come back too. Kana, I know. Smelly dad. I will go back if you don't tell me. Laxus, Tianlong, what's the matter? Uncle, I always feel that you and the old man and Tianchen know some information we don't know. Don't you share it? Guildarts, haha. It's not the time to say it. You will know it later. Come back soon. Your Dragon Slayer team has one more person. Laxus, shout. I know you will say that. I will arrange it, and I will be back soon. He is still floating on the sea with a battleship. Can't leave for too long, lest things happen. However, it should be okay to smoke for half an hour to an hour. Welcome to join. Wendy, Carla, XN soon, everyone in the alien world rushed back, participated in this welcome banquet, and greeted Wendy and Carla together. Thank you all. Please take care of it in the future. Wendy responded happily to Wei Wei. Carla was holding a pair of short claws and didn't speak, but the twinkling eyes betrayed her. She was still very happy. A banquet lasted until the afternoon. Halfway through, Laxus only stayed for an hour before leaving. However, before leaving, I gave Wendy a beautiful small shell pendant, which was regarded as a gift for membership. The others didn't really matter. They all stayed at the guild until dinner before they left. Wendy and Carla will be taken care of by you. No problem, right? Tianchen. Halfway through, the old man pulled Tianchen aside and said to him, "Isn't it convenient? She hasn't joined Fairy Tail yet." Tianchen replied hesitantly, "Why don't you hand it over to Granny Policica? Isn't she granting from another world?" Speaking of this, Tianchen looked around and asked the old man, "It looks like she hasn't come? Have you always notified?" 3.9 The notice. "Oh, she just took a long look and left." The old man stretched out his hands helplessly. "You know, she hates humans. I think it's because of this. That's why Wendy, who is pure and kind, should be sent to her." Tianchen's eyes lit up slightly, and then he said, "You think Polyusica is the grantine of another world? For Wendy, she is the best guardian, and the simple and kind Wendy will surely let Polyu Granny Sika likes it. It just cures her crowd aversion. This is a win-win situation. You're saying that Policica is sick, right?" Unexpectedly, the old man slanted at Tianchen with a treacherous look. Tianchen. Chapter 283. Talking about business. Can you always stop being so skinny? Tianchen gave the old man angrily with a glance. How to drop? Still want to grab a handle? Ahem. 10 bottles of spirit wine, the most top-quality one. You just exposed it to me. The old man cleared his throat in embarrassment and threatened. Tianchen looked at the old man expressionlessly and raised a finger. "A bottle. There is no more bottle. Or you can just say it. Haha. One bottle is one bottle. Remember to be the top mouth." The old man seemed to have gotten a big deal, so he agreed directly. He also murmured and complained, "You kid is too stingy. Although the spirit wine put on the exchange platform is also good, but they are all of ordinary quality. The top quality is hidden." "Really? You mean you want me to interrupt the supply of ordinary spirit wine?" Tianchen stared at the old man word by word and secretly threatened. There are not many top spirit wines, and it is not easy to brew them. He still wants to store it for a few more years, and when he is older, he can drink it again. In fact, the father and the others have allocated spiritual fields, and they are also planting spiritual fruits and brewing spiritual wine. However, their spirit fruit trees were all provided by Tianchen afterwards. The trees are not very old, and the yield is low, and the quality is far not as good as the spirit fruit trees that have been cultivated for many years in the Tianchen 4-person planting area. Naturally, the brewed spirit wine is far behind. I don't talk nonsense." The old man listened and quickly shook his head and waved his hand to deny. Let's talk about the placement of Wendy. I think what you said makes sense. Let's go to Policica first. I'll talk about it." Z quickly changed the subject and resumed a serious promise. "Okay, that's it." Tianchen nodded in satisfaction. After that, Wendy and Carla were sent to the wooden house on the outskirts of the forest in the east by Granny Policica. Granny Policica disagreed at first, but then it seemed that Tianlong contacted her secretly and passed the contents of 2 kinds of Tianlong's secrets to her, asking her to wait for Wendy to be older, then transfer it to Wendy and ask her to take care of Wendy. In the end, Polyusica's mother-in-law agreed to take Wendy in. "It's really yes. It's such a remote place. How can you rest assured that she can live here with me? Arrange a house for me in a remote place near Magnolia and not too far away from the town. Not safe. Have you heard?" Granny Policica said angrily to the old man. Yes. I'll do it. Soon. Why don't you go and see it together? Otherwise, the house is not satisfied, and it's not good, right?" The old man replied again and again, as he was as good as a pig in front of Granny Policica. He knew it would be like this. However, for a bottle of top spirit wine, he willingly accepted the scolding. The world of drunks, ordinary people will not understand. Yes, bring Wendy to join Fairy Tail in advance. Reward, 125 origin points. Tianchen. Late rewards. Just here. After going around in many places in Magnolia, Granny Policica finally chose to go. She chose a piece of land next to Tianchen Manor and asked the father to arrange for someone to build the house as soon as possible. Then, she looked at the manor on the side, pulling her face, and said, "Next to him is the manor of Tianchen, isn't it? It's really luxurious. Humph. Why doesn't he take Wendy in? Ahaha. Isn't it that he is young, busy, and afraid of not taking care of it?" The old man hit haha road. Then, he quickly changed the subject and said, "As for the house, Tianchen should be there. I will ask him to help build it with transformation magic. This is the fastest. The quality is the best. It should be built in a while. You can live in today." With that, the old man hurriedly used magic power to amplify his voice and shouted at the inside of Tianchen Manor, "Tianchen, get out." At the same time, he was worried that Tianchen would not be able to hear him, so he entered the group to chat with Tianchen. "Makarov, come out quickly. Policica is going to build a house next to your manor. You can use transfiguration to build it." Tianchen: "Okay, come here soon." Tianchen didn't expect Granny Policica to be next to his manor. She knew it would be better to let her live in his manor with Wendy. It's big enough here anyway. But even if she wanted to come to Policica's mother-in-law, she would not agree. At the next moment, Tianchen teleported directly from the laboratory under the manor and appeared directly next to the old man. She said hello to Granny Barusica and Wendy-chan. Then, he looked at the 400 square meter open space next to him and said, "Is it here? Are you sure? Has the land been bought? I'm going to buy it. It will be ready soon. You can start work first. Can you get it done today?" The old man asked. 4 hours is enough. Go ahead. Tianchen made an estimate and waved his hand. Given his abundance of magic power and his mastery of magic power and transformation magic, a house covering 400 square meters would not take much time. Okay, I'll be back when I go. The old man nodded, flew up, and hurried to the city hall. Buying land will naturally go through the mayor. However, based on his relationship with the mayor, buying a piece of land is easy, and he can even get a big discount. Although, he is not very short of money now. The last time Laxus got the gold from Sky Island, he gave him a large amount of gold. Except for the part used to redeem points, the remaining exchanged money is worth tens of millions of dollars. Enough for him to spend many years. Tianchen turned to Granny Policica and Wendy and said, "Mother Policica, Wendy, what do you think about the style of the house? I have some examples here. Please take a look." With that said, he flipped his hand and took out a magic version of the virtual projector, projected a set of house design models, and showed them to both of them. In the end, they chose a 3-story Western-style villa with a small garden. After confirming the plan, Tianchen immediately put away the projector to mobilize the magic power. A huge magic circle immediately enveloped this open space. With the output of a large amount of magic power under the control of Tianchen, the mud and sand in the ground and surrounding areas began to enter the plasticine, which was generally shaped, changed the atomic arrangement, and turned into a variety of different materials, and quickly built the house. Stone, wood, lacquer, metal, tiles, etc. The deformation of these materials is permanently transformed. Under Tianchen's hands, it is as simple as eating and drinking. This is also magic. Wendy and Carla were stunned. It was Granny Policica who was shocked, looking at Tianchen who was still manipulating with a complicated expression, and said, "You transform the curse." "No, I am afraid that the research and attainments of transforming magic have surpassed Professor McGonagall, right? How long? It's amazing. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments." Chapter 284. The key is that Granny Policica knows that the magic that is transformed and created by the transformation of the transformation spell is just a kind of unremarkable magic in Tianchen's many studies, researches, and practices over the past year. It's hard to imagine how Naughty can take so many things into consideration and still learn so well. This is nothing. Mother-in-law, your level of pharmacy is amazing. I have heard Professor Snape say. He praised you as one of the most gifted pharmacy geniuses he has ever seen. Tianchen smiled and replied modestly. Snape? That guy has too many mental obstacles. He doesn't want to get through this. He has some achievements in the future. Granny Policica snorted coldly. She has studied magic and pharmacy in the HP world for more than half a year. In addition, she has also studied magic in the fairy tale world. At present, she has reached the level of a C-level wizard. Moreover, the momentum of progress is quite fast. It can be seen that her talent is not bad. So many years of potion research also gives her a considerable advantage in the control of magic. In the future, her achievements will not be low. After more than 10 minutes, Tianchen finished the basement floor, and the old man had already flown back. The land has been bought. He only heard the old man's laughter coming from far away. When he came closer, he looked at the underground floor built under the control of Tianchen's transformation magic slightly, and said, "Oh, the first floor is already built. Is it? It's fast. It doesn't take 2 or 3 hours at all. The basement is relatively simple. The upper floors are much more complicated." Tianchen replied distractedly. 2. The old man nodded in agreement. After more than 2 hours, the entire small villa was officially completed, and Tianchen greeted the old man, Granny Policica, and Wendy, and they went into the house to take a look. "Hush, is the furniture complete? Your boy's transformation magic is getting more and more perverted. Let's leave the damage repairs in the guild to you in the future. It can save a lot of money." The old man looked at everything in the room in amazement, and said to Tianchen jokingly. Tianchen rolled his eyes angrily. "I don't have any free time. You should always exchange the platform for this magic, and learn to repair it by yourself. Or, let other people in the guild learn it. It's not difficult anyway." This time, the old man hadn't spoken yet, and the grandmother Policica interrupted. "That's just for you, right? It's not easy just for the transformation spell. Your transformation magic will only be more difficult to learn. There is no certainty. His magical power controls his talent, and I don't know how many years it will take to reach your level. She, who has learned the transfiguration curse herself, still has a say in this." The old man laughed happily. He thought this proposal was good. "It's okay. Then let the group of bastards in the guild learn to learn. Anyway, they are idle too. They also like to do damage. I think people are only capable of transforming magic. Good. In the future, whoever damages will be repaired, even in the middle of the mission. Just be happy," Tianchen said to Tanshou. Then, he turned his head to Granny Policica and Wendy and said, "Here you can see what else is missing, and add it. I'm helping you install some appliances." "Okay." Policica and Wendy nodded. "Is the magic of home appliances on the technology side mature?" The old man asked curiously. "Yes. Go back and install a set for your villa. This is more convenient. Tianchen nodded. Then dare to love it. Haha. The old man smiled happily. Next, Tianchen spent another hour installing a batch of home appliances, magic lights, and other objects for Wendy and the others, and arranged a magical enchantment around their house by the way, and then bid them farewell and go back to work. My own business is gone. As for the daily necessities that need to be purchased, it is natural that the old man and Pelusica accompanied Wendy and Carla to buy them. Don't worry about him. Hawkeye, my hawk. The blood bodhi is here. I don't think I can take the fire unicorn away. This seems to be very important to the Fengyan world. If I take it away forcibly, I will probably be blackened by this world. It can help you get a little unicorn blood. In addition, the forging skills of Ice Apparition and Excalibur Villa are also available. Tianchen. That's it. Then take a little unicorn blood. Don't hurt the life of the fire unicorn. How many plants were found on the blood bodhi? Eagle Eye, my hawk. There are only 5 plants in total, but there are more roots and branches and leaves. It seems to belong to the creeping vine category. It should be able to survive by adding branches and part of the root system, because I can see that there are some on the branches. The tiny root system pierces the wall. Tianchen. Then take 5 branches. Pay attention to the main vine as well. Hawkeye, my hawk. Okay. I'll bring it to the exchange center for you later. Tianchen. Okay again. I'll wait here. See you later. It didn't take long for Eagle Eye to return to the exchange center, and gave Tianchen the 5 blood bodhi branches, 200 milliliters of Qilin blood, the forging technique of the Excalibur Villa, and the Ice Soul. Tianchen gave him a large sum of points and a small amount of origin points. The origin point is mainly used to purchase Ice Souls. This is a good thing. Not only he wants it, but Hawkeye is also very tempted by them. This is the ultimate material for making good swords and knives. However, since Tianchen had asked for it early, they had to give up. This bit of face still has to be given. With a large amount of points and a small amount of origin points, Hawkeye is also very happy, and there is no need to worry about consuming points for training resources for a long time. Of course, these points and origin points, he also scored some to Shiman Fushue and others. After all, he went with a team. It is inevitable that there will be conflicts, and they have formulated a package of distribution regulations long ago. Let's watch the spirit swordsmanship and the blood of the dragon. Since the fire unicorn can't take Wang Zhao away, you better not kill the dragon, one of the 5 sacred beasts. Even, I think you can. Try to resurrect all the 5 sacred beasts. Maybe you can dig out a good source point reward route. Tianchen reminded with a smile. We also have this plan. Hawkeye nodded and said, not only that. We also found that the fire unicorn seems to be eroded by negative energy, such as evil chi or devil chi. Whether it is spiritual wisdom or experience, it is greatly reduced. Maybe it has to be purified, your sacredness. Can the light magic be made into a magic scroll? A few of them practiced swordsmanship and did not concurrently practice magic, but only practiced a meditation idea to temper and enhance their spiritual power, because this is very important to Kendo and sword intent. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. Chapter 285. Magic Scroll. It should be possible to make. I will try my best. I haven't tried this level of magic scroll. Tianchen did not directly give an affirmative answer, replied. Hawkeye naturally has no objection, and nodded. Okay, if you can make it, make a few more. I am worried that one is not enough. In addition, based on the information you gave, I suspect that Shenlong also has the same problem, and it may also be. Use this. As for the reward. At this time, Tianchen interrupted him aloud. Wait until you really complete this task and get rewards. Give me 10% of the reward points for achievement. Okay, I can post this as a task to the task panel, and you can collect it. Then the task system will automatically settle the task according to the specific rewards of the task. Yes, it's just that if the task is unsuccessful, or there is no reward. Hawkeye nodded clearly, and then expressed his concerns. Then just treat it as if I gave it to you for free. Tianchen waved his hand indifferently. He mainly wanted to determine similar tasks in the form of tasks. The task panel and task system have been established for some time, but most of the time everyone is not used to using this. He has to take the lead. Then it's okay. You post the mission. I'll go back to Fengyan that world to discuss with them at 267, and then take the mission. Hawkeye smiled slightly. Good. Naturally, Tianchen didn't have any comments, so he immediately called up the task panel, compiled the task, and posted it. When Hawkeye bid farewell, Tianchen left the exchange center and returned to Fengyan world. In a short while, Tianchen received the message prompt that the task was accepted. Well, then go make a magic scroll first. It shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Tianchen came directly to his alchemy room in a small space, fetched a lot of materials, and started making magic scrolls. The process went smoothly, and it only took more than a few hours to make 12 pictures. Open the group chat panel, and send the 10 sacred light magic scrolls to Hawkeye in the form of red packets. The magic scroll has been sent to you. Remember to check it. Ding. Hawkeye Myhawk has received your designated red envelope. Hawkeye Myhawk, I have received it. Thanks. We will complete the task test as soon as possible. Tianchen, I'm not in a hurry. Come on. If you want to resurrect and purify the 5 sacred beasts, you must face the top powers of this world, such as Di Shirtian, Xia Sengxio, etc. Just relax. Don't hang on. Hawkeye Myhawk, haha. We will pay attention. It really doesn't work. It's a big deal. Just run away. Gildarts, listen, run. It's not like what you would say in Myhawk. You have changed. Hawkeye Myhawk. My name is to use all kinds of tactics flexibly, and I am not interested in doing things to find death. Let's do this first. They called me. Next, we are going to find the sword master to discuss it. Tianchen, remember to broadcast it when the time comes. Let everyone see the swordsman's holy spirit, swordsmanship. Hawkeye my hawk. No problem. It's down. After speaking, Hawkeye's head went dark. Gildarts, spray. This product has changed a lot. I still don't admit it. Tianchen, there are more friends. Naturally, they will change. Uncle, are you with the redheads? Gildarts, I'm separated long ago. I'm going to visit the kingdom of Dressrosa. Tianchen, huh? You are going to do something. Isn't Dressrosa the site of Doflamingo's turkey? Laxus, huh? Uncle, are you going to trouble Doflamingo guy? How about taking me? I've seen the turkey unhappy long ago. Tianchen was speechless when he heard it. Tianchen, don't you want the status of rear admiral? That guy is Kuei-hai, or a Tianlong who was expelled. You have no reason to do it. 5 old stars will not allow it. Laxus is swollen. CDDJ, Laxus. I don't need a few hundred source points to strengthen the thunder fruit and remove its defects. What a pity. He also said that if he did so, he would indeed lose the post of rear admiral he had worked so hard to manage. Seeing that it is about to be promoted to the head of the lieutenant general, to gain higher authority, and to exchange more good things from the Navy Treasury, Laxus is also reluctant to abandon this identity. Gildarts, then go and pack up a few large pirates, and make good use of your name as Major General Thunder Dragon. Laxus, it can only be done like this. Makarov, at Laxus for months later, it will be the annual Guild S-level wizard assessment. You have not seen the task load during this period of time. Don't blame me for not giving you candidates law. Recently you have done a bit less missions. Not as good as Urza and Mira. It won't work if you continue like this. He also thought about relying on Tianchen and Laxus to keep the name of the guild up for the past 2 years. Waiting for Urza, Mira, and even Gray to grow up in a few years, and then the guild can go further. Laxus, huh? No. Old man, you don't know my strength. Can you just pass it to me? It's so troublesome. Makarov, what are you kidding? What do you think of the guild's S-rank wizard? Enough tasks must be completed before participating in the assessment. There is no discussion about this. Laxus, yes. You are the boss. You have the final say. But, is Tianchen together this time? 2 people compete for 1 place. Or 2 places. In addition, Tianchen has not reached level 5, right? Combat power is combat power. The essence of the S-level wizard is the quality of magic power and the understanding of the profound meaning, which is still very different from the A-level. Makarov, he is an exception. The battle has surpassed the top S-level wizards. All aspects of experience are enough. Of course I have to participate. If it happens, the next S-level missions can help me share it with Gildarts. Gildarts, recently, I'm always surfing in Pirate World, and the completion of tasks above S rank has been greatly reduced. This is not good. It will affect the evaluation of the guild from the outside world. As for the quota, there is no quota this time. As long as you 2 can pass the promotion assessment arranged by me, how many people have given it? The old man couldn't always hold Gildarts alone to complete S-level tasks, so he had to promote a few new S-level wizards as soon as possible. Of course, they can't be promoted casually. At least they still have enough qualifications, and the rules of the guild cannot be broken. At present, there is nothing more suitable than Laxus and Tianchen. Chapter 286. Laxus, I rely on. Feelings are still the cause of the uncle. Forget it. Do more tasks and do more tasks. Remember to leave me some shorter tasks. Remind me if there are such tasks. You also know my situation. Otherwise, I really can't meet the task as required. Makarov, I see. Really? Tianchen, you kid? Why don't you speak? Tianchen, just arrange it. I can spare time anytime. Anyway, he hasn't explored the new world recently, mainly engaged in research, study, magic, sword skills, and so on, so he can spare time at any time. However, I still have to go to the Naruto world soon, at least get the shadow clone technique, so that you can do multi-line operations for tasks. Although the mind-body is also good, but there is no shadow clone is easy to use. Tianchen rubbed his chin and pondered. Of course, this is because he is not strong enough. If he can be as strong as Robin Liu, even the thinking body can be used as a real clone. After all, the quality of magic power and the understanding of profound meaning are a little bit worse. Tianchen shook his head helplessly. Makarov, okay. I will find a suitable task for you 2 to do. Be positive then. Laxus, got it. Long-winded. Makarov, there are just 4 missions to defeat the Dark Guild here. They were assigned by the council this month. Let the 2 of you find time to complete them as soon as possible. I will find other missions for you later. Laxus, all right. Wait for me to arrange it. At any rate, it was the captain of a warship. He couldn't leave for no reason. It was estimated that it would take a day or 2 for this time. Laxus simply took the ship back and prepared to ask the Marshal of the Warring States for 2 days off. Tianchen, I'll come here. The Dark Guild can be eliminated in a proper name. If it weren't for the council's permission, he would like to directly cleanse this Dark Guild in the Eastern Continent. Hey, of course, forget it for the time being if you can't beat it. In this way, you can get a lot of origin point rewards. Makarov, then you come to the guild now? I'm here. Tianchen, okay. Immediately, Tianchen's head went dark, and he flashed out of his manor in the fairy tale world, followed by a few flashes and teleported, and he came to the guild hall. Woo. Hello everyone. When the guild was already there, He waved his hand to greet everyone. It's Tianchen, you. Haven't seen you for a few days. Going to study magic again? You are young. Don't be like this house. Come out and walk more anyway. Macau and Wakaba met and said jokingly, I will. It's you guys. Didn't you go to the task? You are about to get married. It won't work if you don't save more milk powder money. Tianchen looked at Macau with a smile and joked. Ahaha. Macau blushed and touched the back of his head, glanced at Miss Lisa at the bar, and replied, I have been working hard on tasks recently. It is a rare day off today. Let me take it easy. Hey, this guy is really hard lately. Even with my teammate, I was dragged to do a lot of tasks. Wakaba complained with a cigar in his mouth. Macau immediately argued. You are willing to do it yourself. Didn't you say that you are also planning to get married this year? You also said that you can't lose to me. Tianchen and the old man who flew over did not know when they heard it, and they both looked at Wakaba with a look of surprise. What is the matter? I didn't listen to you. How about you, fellow? Nothing. Ahaha. I don't have a word in the horoscope. I can only say as much as possible. I will notify you when it is confirmed. Of course, there must be no less red envelopes. Haha. Speaking of marriage, Wakaba also said with a reddish cheek. It's rare to see this guy blushing. It seems something is true. Don't worry if you have red envelopes. You can't do without you. Seize the world, get married, and give birth to the next generation. There will be other red envelopes at that time. Macau too. Tianchen gave an atmospheric wave of his hand. Ahaha, that's great. Wakaba and Macau laughed happily when they heard it. After chatting with them for a few more words, Tianchen and the old man returned to the bar. The old man handed over 2 quest reward sheets and said, Hey, these are the 2 quests. A little bit farther than the other 2. You have more time, so let Laxus take care of it. Crow's feather? Devil's claw? All right, leave it to me. Tianchen quickly scanned the information on the task reward list, nodded clearly, flipped his hand, and collected the task list into the space bracelet. The old man saw him, and then reminded, Farewell. Crow's feather is fortunate to say, the strongest is only 2 A-level wizards. It is said that there are 2 S-level wizards and 4 A-level wizards in Devil's Claw. Of course, their S rank can't be compared with our guild, but it shouldn't be underestimated. Goodbye, for Flowers O. 2 S grades? This guild is not bad. Tianchen raised his brows unexpectedly. This is stronger than many Illuminati guilds. S-level is not so easy to break through. Yes. The old man nodded. That's why the council assigned the task to us. They originally planned to let Guildarts, or I go personally. It's just that I have another S-level task to complete recently, and I can't get away. It needs to be experienced by a strong enough opponent. In fact, the quest of Devil's Claw can be included in the S-level quest. It's just a crusade quest issued by the council. You know? Tianchen shook his head funny. Understood. Zero, isn't it just to save money? The council is bullying them, the Illuminati guild, but they still have nothing to resist. Fortunately, the council will not go too far. That is to say, the fairy tale is powerful, and this time the task is assigned here. Presumably, they did not expect that the old man would be relieved to assign this task to Tianchen to complete. In addition, it also means punishment. The main reason is that fairy tale has a lot of troubles on weekdays, and it is the end of the council. This task can be regarded as an alternative punishment. I did, and some of the previous things have been revealed. Just understand. Go. The old man also nodded helplessly. That is, fairy tale is not strong enough. Otherwise, he can completely avoid the bird council. Of course, if you really work hard, the current old man may not really be afraid of the council, but it is not necessary. It is true that fighting against the council will hurt both sides, and it is the dark guilds who have benefited. The deterrence of the council is still necessary. Some things he can be willful, some things he has to consider again and again. Then I'm leaving. With that said, Tianchen waved his hand to say goodbye to the old man, Miss Lisa, and Macau and others. So he walked out of the guild, waved to release the fire-breathing dragon, jumped up and sprayed fire dragons, and sat down firmly with his back, and pointed out the discovery to the fire-breathing dragon. Hey, the set off. Duh. Chapter 287. Within Fiori, the guild headquarters of the Dark Guild Crow's Feather. Quack. It is hidden by the gloomy tall woods, and even the trees here are weird and weird. From time to time, there are unpleasant crows sounding. If people who are less courageous come here, they might be frightened. Tianchen flew on the fire-breathing dragon for more than 4 hours, and fell to rest once in the middle. Looking at the gloomy dark guild building not far below, Tianchen's mental power swept away from the inside, and immediately grasped the situation inside. At the same time, it also alarmed the members of the Crow Feather Guild inside. Who dare to use mental power to explore the guild headquarters of our Crow Feather? Come out. Crow's Feathers Guild leader Crow's Peter suddenly stood up and shouted furiously at the surroundings. He thought someone was lurking in. What? President 270. Has a mouse from the Guild of Light sneaked in? Where? Drag it out. Step on these brave, bright dogs. Really looking for death. How dare to invade our Crow Feathers? I knew that during this period there will be mice from the Illuminati Guild to come and die. Shout. Who doesn't know? In which year did anyone come here to find death? The council has taken this as an annual routine all these years. I think we should fight back at any time and teach them a lesson. Quack. I think this is a good idea. A group of members of the Crow's Feather Guild are all bluffing and shouting. Oh, because I know that this period is the period of severe crackdown. Have all the members of the guild been basically summoned back? Great. Uh-huh. Tianchen in the sky outside received all these sounds in his ears through seeing and hearing, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. This is good news. There is no need for him to spend time looking for and cleaning these rubbish. Immediately, he flipped his hand and took out the holy light knife upgraded and transformed from the 3 generations of ghosts from the space bracelet, and injected the light magic power full of destruction aura into it, activating the Dao rune in the knife. The breath of horror rose from the sword. One sword flow, broken mountain slash. At the next moment, Tianchen held a knife in both hands and slashed at the building diagonally below. No, danger. Hurry and hide. The Crow's Feather Guild leader and vice-chairman still had 2 brushes. The moment Chun was cut out, they sensed the danger and hurriedly drank to remind the people in the guild. At the same time, they rushed towards the side window. I want to rush out with a broken window. Because they sensed the extreme danger and felt that it would be bad for them to stay in the guild. This is the spiritual sense that has reached a certain level of strength. Boom! In the next moment, a tens of meters long horrible light blade slash was cut out by Tianchen, and that slash was on the headquarters building of the Crow Feather Guild. In an instant, the magic enchantment barrier that had just been passively ascended was smashed into pieces, and then the entire building covering an area of hundreds of square meters was cut into 2 halves in one fell swoop. Run! Escape! It's going to collapse. The survivors inside the building suddenly screamed in horror and used their own methods to escape. Of course, there were also more than a dozen unlucky guys who were directly torn apart by the light blade slash that came in, and several huge stones dropped from the collapsed buildings hit them, seriously injured and dying. I want to escape. No way. I don't have so much time to chase. Shoo. Looking at the members of the Crow Feathers Guild who wanted to flee, Tianchen didn't even think about it. He swiped the knife quickly and cut out a few pieces of the mountain, directly cutting the entire building into dozens of parts in an instant. Dozens of Crow Feather members were killed. The rest was buried directly in the collapsed building and died quickly. Hey, are there still 3 missing fish escaped? Tianchen glanced unexpectedly and found that in addition to the 2 A-level wizards who were suspected of being the Crow's Feather Guild leader and vice president, there was also a B-level survivor. This guy is a wizard of shadow magic, somewhat similar to the shadow mountain magic of Eisenwald in the future. Leaning on Ingtong escaped from the ground. The guild was destroyed in an instant. What kind of monster is this time? Escape. Among the 3 surviving people, the guild leader and the vice president were terrified, and the survivor of the shadow magic did not hesitate to cast a shadow to the deep forest behind the guild and flee. The result is a deep secret to the true meaning of the Tao. Unfortunately, he met Tianchen. Tianchen saw all this in his eyes, and when he was about to hand it over to his left hand, his right hand was bent to one side, and the whole person was in a gun-throwing posture. A magic circle suddenly appeared in his hand, and the light demon began to condense and form in his hand, turning into a 1 meter 6 long light spear, and there were runes on the light spear condensed and formed. The magic of light, the spear of light. Then, Tianchen calculated the distance, predicted the position, and suddenly projected the light in his hand. There, I saw that the light directly tore the air. The speed broke through the sound barrier in the blink of an eye, and flew at an extremely terrifying speed to the forest behind the ruins of the Crow's Feather Guild resident. What? A violent impact was accompanied by a scream. Crow's Feathers Guild leader Peter and Vice President Ulchi saw that the guild member who had escaped was directly pierced through the chest by the light spear that fell from the sky, and was directly nailed to the ground, lying in the deep pit that was impacted. In the middle, motionless, there is no sound. Hiss. Guru. The 2 of them paled, and their foreheads were cold and sweaty. Looking at each other, they all saw the panic and determination in the opponent's eyes, turned their heads to look at Tianchen not far away, and said in unison, "Fight." They know that they can't escape, and they may still have a chance to live desperately. The strong desire to survive drove them crazy, and immediately rushed towards Tianchen and launched an attack frantically. One of the 2 is a dark shaping sorcerer, and the other is a wind sorcerer. One used magic power to shape a group of washbasin-sized crows to kill Xiang Tianchen, and the other used 2 wind tornadoes, and then used the wind demon to fly fast and approach Tianchen, obviously wanting to launch a melee attack on Tianchen. 3.9 It is true that they were frightened by the terror light spear thrown by Tianchen before. They lost confidence in long-range attacks and wanted to fight in close combat. It's just that the 2 of them obviously didn't see Tianchen's previous slashing movements. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so stupid. Magic of light. Knife. Instant light slash. Seeing the 2 people rushing crazy and the crow cloud and the tornado, Tianchen's eyes jumped slightly, and a magic circle appeared under his feet, and the sword of the holy light in his hand lit up the golden light demon again. At the next moment, Tianchen teleported directly in front of Vice President Werky. Ulki only felt a golden light flashing, and he felt black in front of him. The power of the wind on his body disappeared, his head and body separated, and he fell directly into the air. Chapter 288. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon behind him also attacked the tornado and crow cloud at the same time, and a full power jet flame spurted out. A flame column with a diameter of 2 meters thick directly rushed towards the tornado and the crow cloud. The 2 wind tornadoes were blown away in one face, and then the crow cloud was cast unabated. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and immediately, the entire crow cloud was enveloped in the sky and burned. Hundreds of thousands of magic crow flocks were destroyed in an instant. Magic of light. Knife. Instant light. Slash. Tianchen over there flashed again and appeared in front of President Peter again. Before he could react, he also slapped him in the head. Puff. With a sound, the corpse fell to the ground. The remaining crow cloud over there quickly dissipated with Peter's death. At this point, the entire Crow Feather Guild was destroyed. The entire battle process, including Tianchen's slash at the beginning, took only a minute and was extremely fast. 23 Tianchen flew over the ruins of the guild residence and flew around, scanning the entire ruins of the guild residence with mental power, and the guy who was buried inside, who had not yet died, made up another spiritual thorn and directly destroyed it. Weak spirit. At the same time, teleport all the money in the ruins and the good magic books to your side and put them in the space bracelet. After that, seeing the corpses of the guild president, vice president, and the crucified shadow magic member, Tianchen thought about it and waved 3 light bullets, directly destroying them as their corpses. Let's go. Go to Devil's Claw. Then, he flew back and sprayed Fire Dragon's back, patted its back lightly, pointed out the direction, and rushed to the location of the Demon Claw Guild. After waiting for more than a long time, some Dark Guild spies who noticed the movement here, and when the ears and eyes of the council reached this side, they were all given the traces of the huge blow remaining in the ruins here and the traces of light magic full of destruction. Shocked. Collect useful information one after another. Report to their superiors. Makarov. Tianchen, how about your mission? Have you reached the position? In fact, the position given by the council is not very precise, but a rough area. However, this is obviously not difficult for Tianchen. At present, his mental scanning range has been expanded to more than 4,000 meters, not to mention that he has an increasingly powerful experience, and the magic communication coverage network is gradually expanding. Tianchen, the crow's feather has been destroyed. On the way to the Devil's Claw. Makarov, huh? So fast. Didn't you encounter any resistance? This speed is too terrifying. If this continues, wouldn't Tianchen be able to complete the 2 crusade missions in one day? This is because Tianchen's mission locations are relatively far away. If it's a little closer, will it not be used for a long time? When was the Dark Guild so weak? Tianchen. It seems that they have also received that the recent council organized our Guangming Guild to attack them, so people gathered at their guild headquarters. It saved me a lot. Most of them were directly beheaded by me with swordsmanship, killed in the guild headquarters. The remaining president, vice president, and a shadow magic wizard are a one-shot thing to me who possesses teleport and photon magic. According to Tianchen's estimation, his combat power should barely reach the Saint 10 level. The original weaker attack strength, because of the domineering, physical, and kendo bonus, is no longer a problem. Isn't it enough to deal with a few A-level wizards? This is equivalent to the demon and martial artist who fights the crispy mage. The key is that he has the ability to teleport. Isn't the crispy mage who gets close is a good deal? Sorcerers are also magicians. Although their physical fitness is generally better than traditional magicians, this can't change their crispy nature. Not everyone is Natsu, Gray, Urza, Laxus, this group of perverts. Magic and physical skills are good. Dragon Slayer is even more foul. With the power of the dragon, they have high magic strength, physical defense, and magic resistance. When fighting, they naturally have a strong resilience. Makarov, so too. You who have mastered teleportation and powerful kendo and physical skills, feel that the damage to ordinary wizards is too great. Sure enough, let everyone practice physical skills correct. Laxus, you can be truly strong without your shortcomings. The wizards of these dark guilds, and even most wizards of the light guild, are the same. The whole foot is too serious. Laxus still has a say in this regard. Before encountering Tianchen, he himself had always paid great attention to bodybuilding. This can be seen from the creation of his Thunder bodybuilding technique and the Thunder Dragon Slayer bodybuilding technique inherited from the Dragon Devil Crystal. Obviously, he had realized the benefits of magic and the overall improvement of physique for a long time. In this year in the Navy, he was crazy to strengthen his standards in this regard. Gray, it's true. The improvement in physical skills and kendo not only enriches my attacks, but also makes my reaction speed and spiritual sense in all aspects become much stronger. Compared to a simple magician, both magic and martial arts more dominant. Myriad, I don't know anything else. But the practice of physique and kendo helps me control my magic power a lot. Urza, physique, kendo, and martial arts are of great significance to me who uses dress-up magic. Dumbledore, the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts is naturally good, but the premise is that we have resources like ours. Otherwise, apart from a very small number of uniquely 270 people, how many people can do it? Thank you, Tianchen. Haha. Dumbledore, who had lived for more than a year, clearly understood. In fact, he is the one who has the deepest experience of the benefits brought by the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts among the wizards. He was a real crispy mage before. The super crisp kind is not even as good as many ordinary people in the prime of life. But now I can clearly feel that my physique and energy are becoming stronger. The more I live, the younger I am, and the more I live, the more energetic I am. This was unbelievable before. All because of the sun's crystallization and the abundant forging resources of Pirate World. Makarov, yes. Haha. Since you all know the benefits, don't always complain about the tiredness of bodybuilding. Especially Gray, you little guys. Gray, who was named, suddenly felt a little haunted. Gray, master. I just grumbled deliberately. Not sincerely. I am still very persistent in getting stronger. Makarov, hey, I believe this. Tianchen, teleport is still very useful. It is recommended that everyone contract a superpower elf. First get the superpower version of the teleport skill. You can be more flexible and calm in battle. Chapter 289. Of course, the teleport skills of superpowers are spiritual, and the powerful magic power and promotion impact can affect this teleport ability. On the contrary, the teleport magic that Tianchen learned was stronger in stability, and it didn't have such a good effect. Unfortunately, not everyone can learn this. Of course, if you are willing to spend a lot of source points to acquire and improve the space affinity talent, then another thing to say. Perhaps, I went to Naruto World to have another goal, the Art of Thunder God. I will get it at that time and study the principles of it, and see if we can develop a teleportation magic that does not require so much space talent. Tianchen sat with Fire Dragon's back, pondering to himself. Makarov, well, I agree with this. Lisana, Kana, don't pick out some cute elf contracts, but also pay attention to practicality. Lisana. Hehe, I know. President. In fact, La Lura's is also very cute, or a powerful super system. Unfortunately, there is no stock on the exchange platform. I have asked Sister Sirona to help search. Kana. Same as above. It is not easy to want a talented, cute superpower elf. Or, Tianchen, when will you go to the Pokemon world to clean up again? It's been a year, then there should be a lot of well-qualified elf eggs in the elf shop on the side, right? Lisana. Agree. Hehe. Myriad, +1. Go as soon as possible if you have time. Urza. Chun. I also need a cute superpower elf. La Rulla's is good. When Tianchen saw it, he rolled his eyes. Tianchen, can you not catch La Rulla's all the time? No matter how you clean up, it is impossible to have so many high-qualified La Rullas. This is a very rare elf. Rare means that there are not many. Can't you choose Casey, Dummy Beast, Soul Lip, Jewel Starfish, etc.? Lisana. Hey, are there so many more in the super department? Tianchen, otherwise? You haven't understood all of them, have you? Lisana. Hehehe. We just saw you, Sirona, and Sister Nazi Xanadu. We think it's beautiful, so we want one. She hadn't really learned about the elves of other superpowers. Sirona. There are still a lot of elves in the superpower department. Many of them are cute. For example, Hippopotamus. I think it's quite interesting. Nazi, the giant golden monster, and Miss Goth are also very good. I recently bought these too. Nazi is obviously ready to go to the end on the super system. She even learned magic for the mind and magic, which was obtained by the old man specially for her. Quite rare magic. It goes well with Nazi. Dr. Oki, for the superpower system, such as the Sun Elf, the Super Magic Cat, the Demon Red Fox, the Bronze Bell, these are all very good. Of course, if you don't dislike the appearance, the Lip Sister, the Sucker Puppet, the Coconut Egg Tree is also a good choice. Lisana and others listened and started diving, and went to the group chat to see the information about the little elves that Tianchen and Dr. Omu had sent before. Soon they looked at these little elves, and suddenly, they felt that the door to the new century had been opened. Lisa Shauna, I have decided. I want a super powerful cat. Don't grab it with me. I remember there is one on the exchange platform. After speaking, Lisana's head went dark. Apparently she ran to the exchange center to exchange for Meow Meow's elf egg. Kana, I was preempted. I found out that Super Ning Meow is so pretty and cute. I blame you. I didn't tell me in advance. Forget it. I'd better choose a firefox. I remember this and several elven eggs. After speaking, Kana's head also darkened. Tianchen shook his head funny. Can you blame him for this kind of thing? If he wants to remind him of everything, then he shouldn't want to do other things. Urza, then I will choose a dumb beast. Suddenly I think it's so cute. The future fairy queen is obviously a bit biased in aesthetics, and she suddenly likes the cute beast. The dull beast's silly dullness hit her cute spot. Mirajanov. Since everyone has moved the target, then I will choose Baby Goth. This seems to be in stock. But, after speaking, she also ran to exchange it. Gray, let's choose the Gem Sea Star. It has water system with me. It is better with me. Tianchen, haha. Isn't the Millip Sister Ice plus superpower more suitable? You just dislike it for not looking good. Gray, oh ahem. I withdrew. Gray couldn't refute. He immediately lost and ran to exchange it. Aluffman, I choose a natural bird. It feels like a parrot. Very beautiful. How do you like parrots? Talking about it all day long. Goena. I choose Finglingaling, which is easy to carry, and Kendo is my major. Sauron, how about you? Sauron, huh? Do I want it too? Goena. I think it's necessary. Because you are crazy. With the help of Superpower Elf, it can lead you to the plight of getting lost to a certain extent. Sauron, huh? I'm so long-winded. I'm just an accident. I'm not a road idiot. In this case, I should choose Win Chanling too. It can be hung around my waist, which is convenient. I don't want it too much distraction. Kendo is his favorite. Like Goena, he is a sword idiot. Later, other people who had not chosen the Superpower Elf also chose a Superpower Elf under the recommendation of Dr. Oki and others to prepare for the acquisition of superpowers. Tianchen, Lahua, couple style, Sirona. There is a situation. Nazi. Oh, asterisk. Oh, Goena. It's just that it's not. Who would like this stubborn guy? Goena was flustered, with some insincere words. Sauron, huh? What the hell is the couple model? I only have a knife. Not to mention that he is still a kid now. Even when he has grown up, Sauron is also very slow in this aspect of Zhao's. Of course, his blushing face still betrayed his heart. This guy. Guena, you stand up. The next moment, Guena's head went dark. Later, after listening to Lysana, I saw Sauron cultivating cursing and cursing over there with a black face the next day. 3 hours later, deep in the dark forest northwest of Fiori, it took Tianchen a lot of time to finally find the guild resident of Devil's Claw. Several dark guilds actually got together. Tianchen stood on a big tree on the periphery of this dark town in the deep mountains, and it was exposed. The fire-breathing dragon had long been put away by him. Chapter 290. Perceiving everything in the small town over there with the color of sight and hearing, Tianchen frowned suddenly. 1, 2, 6 levels in total. From the intensity of his spirit and the sense of threat to him, Tianchen perceives the true 6 S-rank wizards of the Dark Guild. It happened to be 2 in a Dark Guild headquarters, very average. No wonder they can get along in harmony. But this way, it's not so easy to handle. He can deal with 2 S-classes, but if there are 6 at the same time, he is so arrogant. Huh? Someone is here again. This kind of magical aura and spiritual aura does not seem to be from the Dark Guild. Other guild teams. When Tianchen was worried, he sensed that 2 other teams came here quietly from different directions. Through telepathy and seeing and hearing, Tianchen quickly judged that these people should be other bright guilds to carry out the task of crusade against the Dark Guild. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Also, not only Fairy Tale Guild, other bright guilds were naturally assigned the task of crusade against the Dark Guild during this period. This is the annual mission of the entire Illuminati Guild. For S-ranks? Wow, that's okay. Very careful. Tianchen sensed the situation of these 2 teams, a little surprised. 278 Guild can come up with 2 S-ranks. Although these 5 ranks are different from Fairy Tale's S-ranks, they are not bad. It's just that he didn't know these 2 guilds. Obviously, they weren't the people of the Illuminati Guild he knew well. Also, there are more than 100 Illuminati guilds in the entire Fiori, not to mention the entire Eastern continent. Huh? Your Excellency won't come out? Seeing that these 2 teams carefully explored the situation in the Dark Town, and found that the situation here was not good, the 2 teams merged. Then, Tianchen was discovered by a person in their team who was good at telepathic magic. After informing the 2 team leaders, one of the team leaders cleared the direction of Tianchen hidden. I'm still very keen on perception. I'm the Tianchen of Fairy Tale Guild. Come to destroy the demon's 8 guilds. How about you? At the next moment, Tianchen did not continue to hide, but teleported directly to a tree not far from the 2 teams, looking at them below and saying, "It turns out to be Fairy Tale's genius light wizard Tianchen brother. I know you, Long Yang. I am the Angel Wings Guild S-rank wizard Rafi, and the 4 here are my companions Lucius, CDDJ, Jia West, Mark, Paris. The beautiful one Isan, who is wearing a platinum pair and full of light and magic, looked at Tianchen with a smile and said, there was a deep appreciation in his eyes. Angel Wings, as soon as I heard the name, I knew that there must be many people in the guild who majored in light magic, otherwise they would not be called by this name. At least, Tianchen felt that once again, 4 of the 5 people were majoring in light magic. The familiar light and magic breath could not be concealed in his eyes. Fortunately, how many people are here? Tianchen nodded, turned to look at the 5 people on the right and asked. The person who broke his shape before was also the leader here. The handsome black-haired guy in the lead smiled slightly. I am Osis, the S-rank sorcerer of Pegasus, and here are my companions, who are also Chris, Xiang, Lien, and Floy of Pegasus Guild. The relationship between our 2 guilds is pretty good. Is your Excellency Makarov okay? Huh? Tianma. Tianchen was a little surprised. He also discovered that these people did have the guild crest of Tianma on their bodies. The old man is fine. Tianchen smiled and nodded, and then said somewhat unexpectedly, I just found out that you are from Pegasus. You look very face-to-face. Didn't you come all night? Osis and Chris, the 2 magicians of Pegasus, have not been heard in his original work. Even the great demon fighting martial arts has never met these 2 people. I want to come. Either I didn't participate, or after that, I died in the great demon fighting martial arts for more than 10 years. Otherwise, it is impossible not to know. Osis listened and smiled heartily. I have teamed up with Chris to perform SS level 10-year missions outside for more than a year. You don't know it is normal. As for the Lord, yeah, he has another mission. Here, give it to us. You, Fairy Tale? Are you the only one to come? Neither Laxus nor Gildarts came? This task is very troublesome. Of course, Osis didn't underestimate Tianchen by saying that. They faintly felt the threat that Tianchen brought to him. What does this show? It shows that Tianchen is far more than just what you see on the surface. If you remember correctly, this Lord Tianchen is just an A-level wizard, right? It's incredible. Osis thought. He only came back recently, and he heard the president mention that the Fairy Tale Guild had a super genius named Tianchen. He was always curious before. Seeing him today, he really deserves his reputation. Tianchen shook his head. Uncle has something else to come. The 4 crusade missions sent by the council will be divided by Laxus and I. No, a small guild called Crow Feather has just been wiped out not long ago. Sigh. Speaking of this, Tianchen helplessly spread his hands and said, as a result, as soon as I got here, I found out that there are actually 3 guilds here. There are only 6 S-level wizards. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. What? Osis raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that Lord Tianchen still possesses a very powerful perception ability. It took us a lot of time to determine this. Then, Asus opened his mouth and proposed, "How about, let's discuss an attack plan together? I have no problem here too. It's just this little brother Tianchen." The beautiful blonde Lafite over there adjusted her long hair and looked at Tianchen with a smile. "Then discuss and discuss." Tianchen shrugged slightly. Then the three groups got together and began to discuss. Cut. At this moment, the sage wizard named Lucius in angel wings glanced at Tianchen with a disdainful face and said, "If you want me to say, there is nothing to discuss. Actually, we are here with your excellency Asus. There are 2 S-level wizards each, since your fairy tale guild sent you here alone. I think you must be able to solve 2 S-level and a whole dark guild alone, right? How about, we should deal with 1 guild each. As long as we act at the same time, there will be no problems, isn't it?" Obviously, this guy looks down on Tianchen, and at the same time wants to stumble him. He just couldn't get used to Tianchen's handsome little white face, and he also carried the name of a genius. Even Captain Rafi looked at Tianchen differently. This may be the main reason. Because this guy is always like Lafite. Anything he felt might threaten his pursuit of Raphite, he had to rule out in advance. Chapter 291. Lucius, can you shut up? Rafi frowned upon hearing this, and scolded. Then, she turned her head and apologized to Tianchen. "Sorry, he is like this, his mouth is stinky. Don't mind. I think it is our side or Tianma's side that will send an S-level to fight with you 2 S-level wizards." "Sure, what do you think?" "I have the same idea." Asus smiled and nodded. He and Rafi can become the leader of the team, and can hold down another S-rank wizard in the team. Obviously, they are much better than the average ones. Have the confidence and ability to fight against 2 S-rank wizards for a period of time. As long as the other pair of 2 S-rank wizards solve their opponents as soon as possible and come to support them, there will be no problem. As for Tianchen, as long as he can fight in S-rank, they will be satisfied. Their requirements are not high. Tianchen saw him, smiled slightly, and squinted at Lucius who was leaning on him over there. Then, he looked at Asus and Rafi with a smile and replied, "Actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Although this stinky mouth doesn't sound very good. But our old man sent me here alone because he believes that I can solve the entire Devil's Claw alone. Members of the guild. So, it would be a problem for the members of different guilds to cooperate. How about the target guilds that are responsible for their respective missions?" Tianchen still has this confidence. He planned that way from the beginning. It is enough to do his own task. He still doesn't want to owe favor to others. Are you really reckless? Deal with 2 S-rank wizards alone, plus an entire guild member? Who do you think you are? The Latina and Asus hadn't spoken yet, but the stinky Lucius spoke with sarcasm. He was very upset by what Tianchen said. If he didn't want to upset Rafi, he would like to teach Tianchen directly. "Lucius, shut up. You are here. Be careful I clean you." Rafi suddenly angered. Asus and Chris glanced at the shit-chucking stick displeased. During the mission, what they hate the most is this kind of unclear guy. If it were from their own guild, they would have taught him a meal. Ridiculous. Oops. After picking things over and over again, Tianchen felt uncomfortable. Wong. In the next moment, your powerful mental power burst out, avoiding everyone in an instant, and directly enveloping Lucius in his powerful mental power. Then, Tianchen looked at Lucius with an indifferent expression. "Is I behave too weak to be bullied? Or are you guilty of being cheap? Dare to make a splash, believe it or not I will kill you." Suddenly, Lucius only felt an irresistible horrible mental power acting on his body, which fixed his whole body and made him unable to move. Titicaca. With a horrified expression on his face, he moved his eyeballs with difficulty, and his lips trembled slightly as he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. Then, he wanted to mobilize the magic power in his body to impact the thought power that bound his body. Tianchen directly doubled his thought power instantly, and once again suppressed his magic power. Enough Tianchen. At this time, Asus and Raphite discovered the anomaly of Lucius, and Rafi hurriedly spoke. In other words, Lucius was also a member of his own guild. Although he was wrong first, Lafite could not ignore it. "All right, give you a face to Lafite beauty." Tianchen saw it and felt that he had taught Lucius a lesson, and immediately withdrew his mind. At this time, it's hard to overdo it. "You go to me." In the next moment, Lucius roared at Tianchen with a grim look, full of magic power, and he was about to rush over. Do you want to die? Immediately afterwards, he was locked by Rafi's magical power, and at the same time saw Rafi's willow brows erect, furious and full of evil spirits. When Lucius done wilted, he did it first. Lucius looked at Rafi aggrievedly and explained, "It's not that you are cheap." Lafite glared at Lucius angrily and said angrily, "Next, please be honest with me. Don't mess with me. Otherwise, you will be beautiful." Humph. Cough. Lucius didn't dare to refute at all, so he could only glance at Lafite with a grudge on his face, and then turn to glaring at Tianchen. It's a pity that Tianchen directly ignored it. He didn't pay attention to a very average S-rank magician. The point is that this product is also of the light type. Tianchen said that he is a sorcerer who belongs to the light element, and he fundamentally overcomes the light element. His light magic resistance is absolutely beyond imagination. Feel sorry. After Lafite scolded Lucius, he turned around and apologized to Tianchen. Then, he looked at Tianchen meaningfully and said, "It seems that the strength of Tianchen's little brother is really terrifying. He can actually control Lucius with only mental power. We are all underestimating you. You are sure that it is true? Do you want to deal with the entire Demon Claw Guild alone? Ask for Flowers. Mind Power Magic is also available, and Luffy is confident that he will not admit his mistakes. Asus on the side and the others looked at Tianchen strangely, and their evaluation of Tianchen's strength instantly rose to a level. Of course, Tianchen nodded affirmatively and said, I won't die to save my face. Leave it to me for the Demon Claw Guild. Let's see who solves their respective mission goals first. How? Good. So be it. Seeing Tianchen's self-confidence, Asus Calafii no longer said anything and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the three of them were divided into 3 groups again and started to act. No problem, they reached their designated positions. 0 start. Then, Tianchen sent a voice to Rafi and Asus directly through telepathy. Brush. The next moment, he appeared directly above the headquarters of the Demon's Aid Association. In the wave of his hand, countless runes flew out of him, but after a few breaths, the entire Demon Claw Guild headquarters was enveloped. Wham! The magic power in the air fluctuated, and a pale golden magic enchantment formed instantly, covering the entire Demon Claw Guild. Close the door and hit the dog. This time the opponent is stronger. Tianchen doesn't want anyone to run away. It will be very troublesome to chase afterwards. Immediately afterwards, Tianchen flipped his hand. The holy light knife appeared in his hand, and his left hand swept across the holy light knife, and a large amount of magic power was poured into the holy light knife. The entire knife was shrouded in golden light, and every rune lit up. One sword flow. Break mountain continuous slash. At the next moment, Tianchen cuts a dozen knives against the guild headquarters below with both hands in his hands. More than a dozen dozens of meters of huge blows, tears and tears. In a flash, they flew towards the headquarters of the Demon Claw Guild below. No, someone is coming. Fight. After all, there is an S-rank wizard. At the moment Tianchen attacked, in this guild headquarters, the guild leader Saras and the vice president Montos of Devil's Claw reacted instantly. While screaming, they showed their own means to resist. Chapter 292. Dark Magic. Devil's Claw. The magic of earth, rock and iron wall. Dozens of huge dark magic claws sprang from one side to the guild roof, and one directly injected magic power into the ground and surrounding walls, instantly revitalizing the ground and walls. Directly deformed into a semi-circular stone shield that is as solid as steel, dividing it to protect groups of guild members. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, dozens of terrifying slashes poured down, directly bombarding the guild dome and the devil's claws of guild leader Saras. A violent explosion sound was produced. The entire guild's premises collapsed and shattered into ruins, but it is rare that only a few hapless guys were smashed and broke through the rock fort defense and died tragically. Most of the others are well protected by the rock fortress. Obviously, the defensive force of the Vice President Montos rock fortress is still very strong. The magic bonus, at least, is much harder than ordinary steel. Wow, it's so intense when you come up. This level of slashing and magical explosions, Your Excellency Tianchen, is really powerful. On the other side, Asus and Chris naturally also saw the huge slash and movement in the distance, and they both looked surprised. The name of Tianchen Genius is really not blown out. This kid, is it so powerful? The other half of Lucius saw the terrifying slash over there and couldn't help but fought a cold war. He remembered the scene where Tianchen had stopped using his mind before. Originally, he thought that Tianchen was just a sneak attack, and if it was not powerful, now he is really scared. What? Rafi saw him and looked at him contemptuously and said, Now you know that you are afraid? That little guy felt dangerous to me at the beginning. You dare to mess with him? You really have the courage. Nothing else. Said that this swordsmanship alone is stronger than the average S-rank magician, not to mention his horrible magical power. It's hard to imagine that a magician can take care of both aspects. Without losing the magic, he can also improve physical skills and kendo to this level. This is an evildoer. Lucius. Sister. If I knew he was so perverted, how dare I? Our genius is so unreasonable these days. Fairy Tale Guild is also true. Such a pervert is not an S-rank wizard. How strict is your assessment? Lucius couldn't help but complain. Forget it. Don't say it. We should do it too. The little mouse inside was also alarmed. Go. In the next instant, both Rafi and Asus attacked their respective target guilds. Boom, boom, boom. The battle started instantly and directly entered the most intense stage. There is an attack. Be careful. Counterattack. It's those dog things from the Illuminati Guild. Give it to me. Kill them. Jia. How dare to come to the Dark Town to attack us? How do you look down on us? Don't be careless. The opponent has 4 S ranks. Both sides directly started fighting, vowing to kill each other. The picture returned to Tianchen's side. After passing Tianchen's first wave of slashes, seeing his guild become a ruin, and several people died, Demon Claw Guild President Saras was furious. What? Give me all. Kill him. He directly ordered all the members to attack Tianchen, and he himself cooperated with Vice President Montos, stepped on the rock pillar, and soared into the sky, rushing directly towards Tianchen. Dark Magic Devil's Claw. A large amount of dark magic power swelled on his body, turning into more than a dozen huge devil's claws, grabbing Tianchen in the air. Rock Blast Gun. Monto controlled this to shape a gun formation on the ground, directly firing dozens of rock guns with the thickness of arms, and attacking Tianchen in a covering type. Lightbulb. Tianchen didn't even think about it, and threw a light bullet in the direction the two attacked. Then, he teleported directly to the other side without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 6 zombies, including the fire-breathing dragon, Xanadu, Luca Lion, Bloodwing Flying Dragon, Zyra Aura, and Happy Egg, and told them, "You go and attack the people below, and on the premise of ensuring your own safety, kill these rubbish as much as possible. Thanks, Sanat, Lion, Roar." Luckily, Zyra, 6 little elves responded. Luca Lion and Happy Egg directly landed on the fire dragon's back, and the fire dragon took them directly and swooped down. The flame jet directly sweeps the members of the demon claw below who want to launch an attack. Boom, boom, boom. Luca Lion keeps throwing wave missiles one by one, and Happy Egg consumes mutant trees to display the grace of nature in a wide range to attack the target. On the other side, Zyra Outlaw is a team with Bloodwing Flying Dragon. One casts Thunder, and the other casts Dragon Wave, Dragon Breath, and other skills to attack the demon claws. Boom, boom, boom. Sela, Shinado, who was already at the peak of the early stage of the championship, was in a single group, constantly using teleportation and thought power. Wow. The magicians of Devil's Claw are not vegetarian, and they have used their own magic methods to fight against the elves. However, Tianchen's 6 little elves, and even the last-born vellay, had already caught up with the big army because of their outstanding talents, and broke through to the early days of the Heavenly Kings. There was one of the others, all of them at the Heavenly Kings. Where can these ordinary wizards resist? The elite can still fought against the elves, ordinary ones, and soon began to suffer casualties. Damn it, there is a kind of come to us. When Saras and Montos met over there, they were furious, and Saras directly threw dark energy balls toward Tianchen desperately, trying to attack Tianchen. Boom, boom. The dark energy spirit orb faced Tianchen, who had mastered the teleportation, and could not do anything at all. Montos wanted to use rock magic to protect the ordinary members of the guild while attacking the elves. Magic of light. Knife. Instant light. Slash. Tianchen teleported directly and continuously approached Saras and Montos, attacking them. However, it is worthy of being an S-rank sorcerer. Each one is not simple. In a short time, Tianchen's flash can't succeed. Demon Barrier. Armor of Rock. Both Saras and Montos possess powerful defensive magic. While resisting Tianchen's attack, they tried every means to lock Tianchen and attack him. Unfortunately, Tianchen's teleportation and speed were quite unsolvable, and the two of them couldn't succeed at all. Chapter 293. Cut. The two sides fought back and forth, and the entire sky was constantly shining with golden light, and I saw Tianchen constantly flickering and moving irregularly in the sky of the ruins of the guild. From time to time, giving them a shot makes them very passive. I don't know why, but Saras and Montos gradually felt a bad feeling. At this moment, suddenly in the sky, golden magic circles suddenly appeared, covering the ruins of the guild from all directions. The entire sky in this area was dyed golden. It was very eye-catching, and the fluctuation of magical power was also very huge, so that Rafi and Asis who were fighting fiercely over there couldn't help but pay more attention. Finally finished, Tianchen is very satisfied with his masterpiece. Group, multiple magic, arrow rain of light. At the next moment, all the magical circles shot countless palm-sized light arrows. Under Tianchen's control, the accuracy avoided the 6 elves, and poured down like a rainstorm to the members of the Demon Claw Guild below. Even Saras and Montos were not spared. 23, however, the two of them have been raising their own defenses, and these light arrows can't help them. But the following ordinary guild members have suffered. Originally, it was very reluctant to deal with the 6 small spirits, and there were constant casualties. Now countless rain of light arrows is falling quickly, except for a few elites who can barely support the remaining hundreds of ordinary members. Ah! He let out a scream, and began to die in pieces. This is not a battle, this is simply a slaughter. It's just that Tianchen didn't have a hint of softness. The people of these dark guilds have done all the bad things on weekdays, and at least one innocent life has been carried on each person, and death is not a pity. Stop. UB asterisk 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 D. Monster. When Saras and Montos met, they could only furiously resist the rain of light arrows that were constantly attacking, while rushing towards Tianchen, wanting to interrupt his magic. It's a pity that Tianchen didn't accept the move at all at this moment. All of them used teleport to dodge one by one. The constant scenes made the two people run and attack back and forth on both sides, constantly consuming their magic power. Boss, it's no way to continue like this. We can't attack him at all. Let's attack those 6 pets, right? After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, seeing that most of the guild members below were already dead, Monto shouted at Salads anxiously and unwillingly. No, let's consume him. I don't believe that he is an A-level wizard who can perform so many spells at the same time, and he can survive us. The proposal of Montos, which Saras categorically rejected, he is now stubborn, only thinking about consuming the sky. Magic power is not deceiving. Although the little devil in front of him is very strong, he did not comprehend the magical meaning and did not break through the S rank. When this kid's magic power is exhausted, then they can only let them slaughter. At that time, he would have to repaying Tianchen. I like the idea of this product. Tianchen couldn't help but smile when he heard the conversation between these two people. Fight with him. His current upper limit of magic power is a full 1 million ticks, which is comparable to the top Saint 10. And these two guys are only 20,000 to 30,000 magical powers, and they are tens of times apart. Even if he uses such a large-scale multi-composite magic, they don't want to consume it. 3 minutes later, the elite sorcerer of the last Demon Claw was broken by Shinado with the cooperation of the fire-breathing dragon. All members of Devil's Claw except Saras and Montos were killed. Master, do you want us to help? Xanadu directly contacted Tianchen Dao telepathically. No, just look at it. My side should be over too. Tianchen directly refused. At the next moment, he directly put away the light arrow rain magic, and several magic circles appeared on his body. Magic of light. Comprehensive amplification. Under the blessing of the amplification halo, the quality of the whole person has doubled in all aspects. Then, Tianchen raised his hand and wiped it across the holy light knife. Magic of light. Enchanting, laser light blade. The blade of the holy light knife directly showed a platinum horror laser light blade, and it felt unpredictable just by looking at it, and the surrounding air was transpired and torn apart. Then, Tianchen directly closed his eyes, combined the mental scan and the color of seeing, hearing, and seeing everything within a kilometer of a radius. Magic of light. Knife. Instant light, slash. Ding ding ding. In the next second, Tianchen appeared directly behind Saras, slashing against his back with both hands holding a knife. The slash directly hit the magic barrier of Saras, and the sharp laser light blade cut directly into the magic barrier, instantly cutting the barrier in half. Damn it. Magic barrier. Magic barrier. Magic barrier. Saras sensed a terrifying sense of danger coming from behind, and suddenly, without even thinking about it, while struggling to move aside, he desperately placed magical barriers on his body surface in an attempt to delay Tianchen's slash. Cutting. Not to mention, it really effectively delayed Tianchen's attack. Rock iron gun. Rock and iron wall. At this time, more than a dozen sharp rock iron spear pillars rushed over from several angles below. The hardness of these rock iron gun barrels exceeds that of ordinary steel, and under the control of Montos, they rushed towards Tianchen at an extremely fast speed, trying to force Tianchen back. At the same time, he raised another rock and iron wall, trying to protect Saras. Hehe. Tianchen sensed that Montos 273 was engrossed in attacking him and assisting Saras, and the corner of his mouth was momentary. Magic of light. Knife. Instant light slash. In the next moment, he directly gave up attacking Saras, appeared behind Montos, and quickly cut it down. Wow. Most of his energy was placed on the side of assisting Saras, and Montos, whose self-protection was greatly reduced, the rock and iron armor wrapped in his body could not stop Tianchen's attack at all. In one fell swoop, it was cut apart by the highly condensed laser light blade attached to the sword hero pinnacle slash. The light blade slashed directly on Montos's body, and the light blade instantly cut from head to toe. Wow. All the movements and magic froze during Monteson, and the soaring rock pillars and the rock iron walls still covering Saras also stopped surging. Boom. In the next moment, all of these collapsed directly, and the rock and iron armor on Montos also dissipated. He went straight to the bottom and rolled into two halves. At this point, the vice-chairman of Devil's Claw, the S-class soil wizard Montos, suddenly. Montos, Shareth, who noticed this scene, suddenly had blood-red eyes and roared at the bottom with a sullen face. Chapter 294. At this moment, the scene of growing up with Montos in the past 10 years appeared in Saras' mind, and the whole person was directly crazy. The whole body's magic power broke out directly, and the vitality began to burn. The magic level and power suddenly increased several times. Dark, profound Lord, Demon Lord. The next moment, he rose up with an extremely evil black-purple magic power, which instantly condensed into a demon phantom with the corner of a chair. His momentum soared to the stage of entering the Holy Ten. Roar. He roared like a devil, breaking through the speed of sound in an instant of boom, and rushed towards Tianchen. The demon lord behind him suddenly slapped his claws down, and the air burst, as if he was about to slap Tianchen to death. Is the space affected? Tianchen originally wanted to teleport to avoid it, but suddenly discovered that the surrounding space had become chaotic. In this case, teleportation is not good, and it is possible to be involved in spatial turbulence, and the transmission becomes very unstable, and he does not dare to teleport at all. At this time, he either chooses to go straight ahead, or he just flashes back to a small space for temporary shelter. This spatial disorder does not affect the transmission function of the system, no matter how strong it is 100 million times. However, Tianchen felt that it hadn't reached this level yet. Wong. His whole body exploded violently, and terrifying magic power rose up. That is, both auras are terrifying. Hey, is this still an S grade? Saint 10 is nothing more than that, right? The movement here directly shocked Asus, Rafi, and their opponents on the other two battlefields. The four sides stopped tacitly, withdrew from a distance, and began to silently pay attention to the movements of their tennies. The Devil Lord? So, the light of compound magic, the divine punishment of light. At the next moment, a huge golden magic circle with a diameter of more than 100 meters suddenly appeared across the sky. Most of the magic in Tianchen's body poured into this magic array, and an extremely terrifying coercion made everyone within a kilometer of this neighborhood feel extremely depressed. 1. The destructive platinum look and the light of punishment suddenly fell from the magic circle, directly shining on the huge demon phantom surrounding Saras. ZZ. When the black mist projected by the demon lord encounters the light of sacred punishment, it directly emits a nourishing sound. While confronting the light of sacred punishment, it is also rapidly dissolving. Daimi. At this time, Shalas didn't have much reason, and he didn't care about it at all. He wanted to put Tianchen to death, and continued to control the devil's hand to pat Tianchen. One sword flow cut off the air. Tianchen hurriedly drew his sword and reappeared towards the magic giant claw that was photographed. A huge blow tens of meters long rose into the sky and collided with the devil's giant claws. Strong. The sound, like a slash on the metal, actually held each other. Hanging after 2 seconds, slash. In the end, it was crushed by the devil's giant claws, and it continued to be crushed towards Tianchen. However, careful Tianchen found that the devil's giant claw was a little bit dim. At the same time, under the continuous output of the divine retribution light, the black mist around the demon Maharaja's projection has been completely melted away, and it began to erode and purify the demon Maharaja's projection itself. Now that the attack was effective, Tianchen immediately distracted and maintained the light magic of sacred punishment, while slashing out the demon giant claw above. Boom, boom, boom. From a distance, one after another huge blows soared into the sky, constantly colliding with the devil's giant claw, constantly weakening the devil's giant claw, delaying it, and making it impossible to fall for a long time. Master, do you want me to help? At this time, Shinedo's anxious voice sounded in Tianchen's mind. Obviously, she was very worried about Tianchen's situation. No, you take the fire-breathing dragons and stay away. I'm worried that this guy can't deal with me, and I'm looking for you. Tianchen quickly replied with a voice transmission. What's a joke, this kind of scene? Even if Shinedo has broken through to the peak of the early championship, it can't stop it, okay? Although Tianchen's realm is only the level pinnacle, but in the state of full explosion, the combat power has faintly surpassed the desperate Saras, and he has also entered the Saint 10 level. Hey, they are all false Saint 10, really have to fight Saint 10, the outcome is very uncertain. However, who made his opponent a fake? I understand. Master, you must be careful. Shinedo did not insist, and immediately used teleport to take the fire-breathing dragons and left the center battlefield directly, retreating to 2 kilometers away, watching the battle there nervously. Damn it, damn it, damn it, why don't you die? Seeing that his desperate attack was unable to make merit for a long time, and even his ultimatum was still constantly being corroded and melted by Tianchen's divine punishment light, Saras went crazy, roaring like an evil spirit. For an instant, a fierce color flashed in his eyes, and the whole person ignited a black magical flame, directly fusing with the demon lord's phantom. Roar! In the next moment, the phantom of the demon lord suddenly solidified by 5 minutes, and then the red light in his eyes lit up, and a humane and hideous expression appeared on the originally wooden face, as if he had come to life. I saw that the demon lord phantom roared at the sky. Devil roar. The mouth suddenly opened, and a black roaring magic beam of several meters in diameter was sprayed out. In the blink of an eye, it directly hit the golden magic circle, making the golden light on the magic circle unstable. It keeps flashing. Don't want to succeed. Give me stability. When Tianchen saw it, he quickly sank part of his mind into the manipulation of this magic circle, and the magic circle quickly shrank to a scale of more than 10 meters in diameter, gathering the light of sacred punishment. It turned into a devastating white gold ray, colliding with the roaring beam of light projected by the demon lord controlled by Sharas. Boom! Half. The heart-pounding explosion sounded immediately, and the air within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area bounced directly, Zhao to break away. The Tianchen below was directly rushed out by the shock wave, falling backward and retreating for a distance of more than 300 meters. The original residence of the Demon Claw Guild had now become a huge semicircular pit with a depth of several tens of meters. The ruins of buildings and corpses were all crushed without leaving a trace. Retreat. Rafi, Asis and others in the distance saw this kind of scene without even thinking about it. They took the accepted companions and retreated a kilometer away before continuing to watch the game. Their opponents, the people of the 2 dark guilds, also backed back again and again. At the same time, the senior leaders of these 2 dark guilds were also full of shock. When was Saras so strong? If he had this combat power, he would be able to conquer our 2 guilds long ago. Chapter 295. However, he obviously used a certain taboo method. He didn't see that his whole person was sacrificed. It won't last long. On the contrary, it is his opponent. That young kid is the real horror. When did the Illuminati Guild show such a monster again? Does anyone know him? The leader of a dark guild asked the subordinates around him solemnly. Do not know. Look at the coat of arms. It seems to be from Fairy Tale Guild. I seem to know who this guy is. Who? It should be the Fairy Tale Guild genius who has gained fame recently. He has mastered the magic of light, and the light of the fairy who created healing magic. Tianchen. It's just that he is already so strong. He has broken through to Saint 10. Finally, someone recognized Tianchen and was amazed. No. The president of the A Dark Guild shook his head and said, that kid is only an A-level pinnacle. The essence of magic is not deceiving, but his magic is more than the average Saint 10. The magic is strong enough. What a monster. Fortunately, our opponent is not him. President, you said that after he finishes the Devil's Claws, will he come to deal with us? They are all members of the Guild of Light, right? At this time, A dragon set from the 273rd Guild of the Darkness spoke with a worried expression. A Dark Guild president. The soy sauce parties of the first Dark Guild. The air was silent at this moment. Why don't we shift strategically? Among them, an elite group insisted. He actually didn't want to open this mouth, but the vice chairman has been winking at him. What can he do? Can't let the president come to say this, right? President don't want face? Okay, just do it. Withdraw. The guild president gave this person a look of admiration, glanced at Ossis and others who were 100 meters away, and immediately started running with a group of younger brothers, without hesitation. The speed is called a fast. Everyone in the Dark Guild. Vice President of Guild B. President, they ran away. Let's withdraw too. You don't want to face such a perversion, right? In fact, they were also discussing the same topic just now. Seeing that someone took the lead, they would not seem so embarrassed if they ran away, right? The president of the second Dark Guild immediately waved his hand. Withdraw. Then, he also, dang, led his men and started running. Ossis, Raphite, and others. Are they going to run? Chris stared at these two groups of Dark Guild people and murmured in disbelief. When are the people in the Dark Guild so timid? Wasn't it arrogant when fighting with them before? I'm afraid that Tianchen guy was scared. Chase it. Just let them run away. The mission will be considered a failure. Chris turned to look at Ossis and asked, Chase. As soon as Ossis gritted his teeth, without even thinking about it, he took 4 teammates and chased it out with all his strength. We chase it too. Can't let them run away. This is related to the bounty and the reputation of the guild. When Rafi saw it, he waved his hand and rushed out with Lucius and other 4 teammates. Good chasing. Good chasing. This way you can stay away from that monster. While pursuing, Lucius's pale face suddenly showed a touch of fortune. He didn't want to face Tianchen anymore. Knowing that Tianchen was so perverted and killed him, he would never provoke Tianchen before. What kind of monster did he offend? It feels better than their president. The screen turned to the battlefield on Tianchen's side. Tear. Zizi. The beam shock wave over there was still colliding. Tianchen and Saras began to enter the stalemate stage. Other attack methods stopped, and they were fully controlling the beam on their own side, wanting to annihilate the opponent's attack. But no one can do anything for a while. Shineduo in the distance became anxious when he saw it. Suddenly, she made up her mind and let the fire-breathing dragons wait here obediently, while she herself, CDD, swiftly. A few flashes appeared in the Devil's House, 200 meters behind Jun Shuiying. I want to teleport to a closer distance, but it can't be achieved. Not only is the mental power unable to locate the coordinates over there at all, the space over there is also extremely unstable, and it feels life-threatening if it continues to teleport. Mental destruction. The next moment, Xanadu's superpower burst out, and she directly poured all of her mental power into this attack. Then, he slammed the phantom that was attacking the demon lord and went straight to the spiritual body in his head. The attack arrived in the blink of an eye, and the mental destruction directly penetrated the outer layer of the demon Maharaja's phantom and immediately attacked the soul of Saras inside it. Thanks. Suddenly, Saras let out an inhuman scream. Suddenly, the demon lord phantom was unstable. The roaring beam of light in his mouth collapsed, and the demon lord phantom hugged his head in pain under his control. Good chance. When Tianchen saw it, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he immediately controlled the divine punishment beam across hundreds of meters of space. Boom! The bombardment was on the head of the demon lord. What? A miserable scream sounded, and the entire head of the demon lord Void Shadow, even his hands and upper body were directly annihilated by the light of divine punishment and turned into invisible. At this point, Devil's Claw Guild President Salus, suddenly, the remaining half of the ghost of the demon lord, lost the support of the magic power and began to collapse and dissipate on its own. Sanai? Great. Shane Duo saw him behind and suddenly showed a happy smile. Okay. The fire-breathing dragon and blood-winged flying dragon in the distance were suddenly shocked, flapping their wings violently and rushing over, trying to catch the head of Sister Shinedo. Brush. Before they arrived, Tianchen teleported directly under Shinedo, stretched out his hand to catch it firmly, and laughed softly. Thank you. Shinedo, without Shane Duo's shot, he should have been able to win, but in the end he would definitely be embarrassed and would be seriously injured. Sana, it's nothing. Master, it's all I should do, Xanadu said with a light smile. She is very happy to be able to help the host. With the improvement of the master's strength, there are fewer and fewer time to use them. Shineduo doesn't want this, and has been working hard to improve himself, just wanting to help Tianchen. The same goes for other partners. She was very happy and satisfied to be able to help this time. You, don't work so hard next time. What should I do if I am injured? Tianchen shook his head funny. Roar, big sister head. Master, how are you guys? At this time, the fire-breathing dragon and the blood-winged flying dragon flew over with Zyra Aula, the egg of happiness, and Luca Lion, and they leaned forward one after another, calling out with concern. Duh. Chapter 296. Sanai, I'm fine. Xanadu smiled knowingly. I'm fine. Everyone go down. Tianchen stretched out his hand and touched the heads of a few little guys, led them down from midair, and looked at the original Demon Claw Guild residence that had become a deep pit. Tianchen tried to scan the underground with mental power and sent out, except for some deformed gold and silver. Even gems were broken, let alone magic books. With a thought in his heart, he sent out the severely deformed gold and silver and put it into the space bracelet. It's a pity. I had been distracted to receive something good before I knew it. Tianchen shook his head regretfully. Master, why don't we go to the other two guilds to receive it? They ran in a hurry, and the other two groups of Illuminati guilds also ran to chase. No one is gone. Shineduo saw Tianchen's thoughts, and tranquility immediately suggested. Is this bad? Tianchen was very excited, but hesitated. At any rate, I was barely considered an alliance before. Would it be too ugly to do so? Why don't you move the gold and silver jewelry and just use the magic book that the master finds useful? Xanadu continued to voice the suggestion. They are not short of gold and silver anyway. Relatively speaking, rare magic books are more precious. Good idea. Just do it. When Tianchen heard it, his eyes lit up, and he immediately put away the fire-breathing dragons, leaving Shinedo to accompany him. Several flashes entered the headquarters of one of the black guilds, swept away their mental power, and quickly found all the magic books collected here. Pick and choose, put some precious magic books that he doesn't have into the space bracelet. Then, Tianchen did the same, and received the headquarters of another dark guild. He harvested hundreds of magic books, and sold the 2 dark magic books to the space bracelet. Go, let's try to chase after them to see how their battle is going. Tianchen said to Shinedo. Sanai, listen to your master. Xanadu naturally had no objection. Immediately one person spoiled the guild. Tianchen waved his hand, and summoned the fire-breathing dragon again, and took Shinedo to fly onto the fire dragon's back, and sat down. He patted Fire Dragon's back, and let him fly, and chase him along the direction in which the 2 groups of people had fled. Tianchen chatted with Shinedo while letting go of the meditation rune, letting it run automatically at full power, and helping him restore his magic power. This battle was quite expensive, and consumed most of his magic power. If it hadn't been for Xanadu's surprise attack to help him, it would only be consumed more severely, the magic power would be exhausted, and the serious injuries would not necessarily be guaranteed. I have to say that Shalas is a ruthless man, sacrificed his vitality and soul in exchange for this terrifying explosive power. After that, Tianchen chased Rafi and Asis. It turned out that the 2 dark guild members finally ran together. Tianchen originally wanted to intervene, but they refused. In their words, Tianchen solved a dark guild of the same level alone, and Fairy Tail did not have an S-level wizard. If they can't handle their opponents with 2 S-levels in each guild, then they are not very good. Fell shame? In the end, Tianchen just watched the scene with soy sauce. After Rafi and Asis eliminated their opponents, they talked a few words with each other, then said goodbye and parted ways. Tianchen changed to the Bloodwing Flying Dragon and drove back to Magnolia. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a bit faster, and it should be possible to make dinner. Of course, let the old man move the dinner to the communication center, and it will be fine if it is not in time. It's just that more and more people have joined recently. It's not easy to have dinner there. Father, the chefs they said are also on the agenda. Just go to a world where cooking is king in the next world. Tianchen pondered in his heart. He has decided to go to the Huxia Little Master world, Luminous Cuisine, which he likes. In addition, the captive world of food is actually good. The various magical ingredients there, as well as the food cells that can be made strong by eating, seem to be good too. Tianchen thinks that he can go there in the future. Even if you don't open up Wasteland, you can let others go. Then Tianchen opened the group chat again. Tianchen, Laxus, how is your mission accomplished? Laxus, listen to your tone. You won't have all done it, have you? Tianchen, yeah. The 2 dark guilds are all destroyed. The first one is very easy, and a few blows are done. The second has 2 S-rank wizards, which took a lot of hands and feet. Especially their guild leader finally exploded, and his combat power soared to the Saint 10 level, almost overturning. 4 flowers, Laxus. Huh? Can it be so explosive? How did it do it? This is not magic, okay. Makarov, it's dangerous to hear what you mean, right? Tianchen, no. I have Shinedo to help. Except for the consumption of magic power, everything else is okay. The main reason is that this product finally sacrificed his life force and soul, and summoned the demon lord's emptiness. Shadow, not an ordinary wolf. Then, Tianchen gave a general description of the entire battle process. Makarov, the devil lord? No wonder. Be careful next time. I knew that I should let you go with Laxus in a team. Laxus, old man, you are too nervous. You still don't know the strength of this boy Tianchen? Don't look at what he said. He still has a lot of methods to use. With his habit of researching and learning, God knows that he has recently what horrible magic has been fiddled with again. Can such an opponent threaten Tianchen? Laxus is 100 unbelievers. At least he hadn't heard of Tianchen using space magic other than teleport. Don't say that Tianchen has no other space magic. It has been nearly a year. Is it possible that Tianchen has not studied and mastered other space magic? Tianchen, hey, Laxus, you know me. You have to keep some whole cards, don't you? In the future, our side will not be even, so it's always right to keep more players. Makarov, your kid just likes to think more. With your growth rate, how can anyone threaten us in the future? He watched Tianchen grow from a newly awakened magic rookie to the current level of ability against the false Saint 10. This is only a year. Any enemy in front of Tianchen's enchanting plus hanging force, sooner or later will be left behind. Tianchen, haha, so too. Let's work hard. In other words, this time I also met the team of Tianma and a guild called Angel Wings. Master, why have I never heard of the 2 S-class Asis and Chris of Pegasus? Also, where's the guild of Angel Wings? Chapter 297. Makarov, Asis and Chris of Pegasus? It seems that there are such 2 people. I heard Bob mention before. It seems that he became an S-class last year, and then went to do missions outside Fury Go. It's normal to have never heard of it. As for Angel Wings, the old man is not very familiar. Guild Arts. This is the guild of the Holy Light Empire in the Eastern Continent, majoring in light magic. It is thousands of kilometers away from Fiore. Was it actually assigned here for the crusade? It's a bit strange. The uncle is still very knowledgeable and knows the origin of this guild as soon as he hears the name. Makarov. Maybe it was aimed at Tianchen. I vaguely remember that guild was very keen on collecting light magic geniuses. Otherwise, there is no way to explain. Tianchen, hey? It's directed at me? It's because of my awakened light magic? But I haven't touched 277 before, and I feel that they have intentions to say goodbye to me? Guild Arts. That should be because your performance afterwards is too strong. They feel that the possibility of recruiting is very small, so give up. If it is a genius who hasn't grown up yet, they still have the confidence to use their guild's extremely rich reserve of light magic to win you over. Their guild has always done this. Otherwise, there won't be so many wizards who use light magic. But you have to reach this level of strength. These are rather attractive. Besides, the president is not a vegetarian, and it is not so simple to dig the corner of our guild. If he hasn't grown up, the president may not pay so much attention to it. In addition, in order for Tianchen to grow better, he may also agree to Tianchen joining Angel Wings. Now, Lafitte could tell her thoughts without mentioning it. In fact, it is the same. Moreover, only Rafi knew about this, and even Lucius, who was an S-rank wizard, didn't even know about it. This is a secret mission assigned to Rafi by the president of the Angel Wings Guild. Makarov humph. Fortunately, they didn't come. Otherwise, I would definitely want them to look good. I didn't even dare to come to our guild to dig the wall. Tianchen is the guild's treasure. How could the old man allow such a poaching thing to happen? Makarov. It seems that I have been too low-key recently. It is necessary to mention the ranking of Saint 10. Some people in the province can't understand the reality. Humph. After more than a year of improvement, the old man is confident that he has steadily reached the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishujiar. The ordinary Saint 10 mages, even the council, the old man is not very good. Guild Arts. Ha ha. Do you need me to show up too? I don't seem to have seen Fairy Tale World for a while. In the past year, he has stayed in Pirate World more often. For bodybuilding and sea adventure, Uncle G said that he likes this interesting world a little. Exploring here is much more interesting than exploring Fairy Tale. Makarov, it's okay to show up. Just recently, there are a few S-level tasks that need people to do. I am not free, come on. After 4 months, Tianchen and Laxus have passed the S-level assessment. It would allow them to share some S-level tasks. Other guilds have 3 or 4 S-rank wizards. We are the only one of us. It's really unreasonable. Obviously, the old man still minds this kind of thing. Take a look at the people. Crusade against the Dark Guild directly sent 2 S-levels. They can only send A-levels such as Tianchen and Laxus. It doesn't sound good. Guild Arts. Then dare to love it. This way I can relax. Urza. S-level assessment. Can we become an S-level wizard as long as we pass it? Can we participate? Myriad. Same question. And Urza, I will definitely become an S-rank wizard in the guild before you. Urza, huh? Childish. Myriad, you are naive. 1L_L Tianchen, don't fight. It doesn't look good. Urza, good. Myriad, cough. Makarov, don't go too far. You are still far from the S-level assessment. Work hard. I will say that if the conditions are met. Gray, S-level? I feel that I am still far behind. Work hard. And strive to meet the requirements in 2 years. Since his family knew about his family affairs, Gray didn't think he could now pass the guild's S-level assessment. He also understands that the S-level assessment of their guild is the most rigorous among many luminous guilds. Lisana. S-level? I still think about when I can become an A-level wizard. I feel that S-level is still far away from me. Hehe. Elfman. A man is going to become an S-rank. Tianchen. Man. Elfman, when did your mantra come? Isn't this the second mantra that appeared after the accident of Lisana a few years after the original work, and after the drastic change of Elfman's personality? Gray. This is the masterpiece of the old man, although I don't know what it means. But it is still very useful for Elfman. At least, he is not as quiet as before. Tianchen. Sure enough. Makarov, huh? How? Not bad, right? I think Elfman wants to become stronger and change his cowardly character sooner. Otherwise, how to protect his sister and sister? A man must be a man looks like. With so much information from Tianchen, how could the old man who knows the plot of the original book not act? This is not in line with his character. Elfman, yes. I also think the chairman's grandfather makes sense. That's why I try to change. Myriad, stupid. My sister is not yet your turn to protect. But it's okay to work hard. Lisana. Brother Elfman, come on. Elfman, hey. Asterisk caret y caret asterisk. Tianchen, well. Work hard. Just like the old man said. A man should stand up and become a strong backing for his family. Don't let yourself regret your weakness in the future. Tianchen's words seem to have a point. Although Elfman didn't understand the meaning behind this, he understood the 3.9 meaning on Tianchen's face and nodded repeatedly. Great, come on. In terms of hard work, I won't lose to you. Laxus. You little guys work hard. I will lead you in front. Only Myriad. Laxus, you fellow. Humph. You are also careful. Before long, I will catch up and surpass you. In terms of talent, her demon Myriad does not mess with Laxus, and she has no confidence to surpass the abnormal Tianchen. Urza, Laxus, etc. are all her recent opponents. She will step on her feet one by one. Chapter 298. Laxus, listen. The courage is commendable, but I won't stop and wait for you to become stronger. Try to catch up, little girl. Sometimes, being older is also an advantage. Besides, Laxus has recently collected the cost of strengthening the 1,000 origin points. When the time comes to take the enhanced version of Thunderfruit, his strength and Thunder Element talent may have a big leap, and he will not be afraid of Mira and the latecomers. Mira Jane shout. Who wants you to wait? Just wait and see. Compared with the original book, with the cooperation of Sunshine Crystal and physical training, she can grasp the power of the devil in receiving magic faster, and the speed of becoming stronger will only get faster and faster. To some extent, receiving magic is actually very cheating. As long as one can bear it, receiving a powerful object can achieve a great leap in strength in a short period of time. In the original book, Mira even passed the assessment a year earlier than Urza and became the guild's S-rank wizard, and you can see the abnormalities of receiving magic. Therefore, Myra's self-confidence is not without reason. Urza didn't say much. She was also struggling in her heart, and she also had her own confidence. That is the powerful effect of One Piece World 23 on physical, kendo, and martial arts. As a dress-up magic wizard who mainly relies on physical skills and martial skills to fight, as long as the magic power is strong enough and the physical skills are strong enough, she can quickly increase her combat effectiveness by loading stronger magic armors and weapons. Calculated like this, whether it is Urza or Mira, it is a small trick. Even Laxus and Natsu also have the power of the dragon to help open the explosion. Also Gray, relying on penance. The original book later got the plug-in of the ice destruction demon technique from his father, and only managed to catch up with Natsu, who had been opened many times. 10 days later. Ding, 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 ding. In the small space, in Tianchen's forging room, Tianchen is swinging a big iron hammer, forging the blade of the sword held by the pliers in his left hand. Because the ice has already been melted in, the heating and melting of the sword embryo is not easy. If it weren't for the flame furnace with magical transformation, Tianchen wanted to use the ice soul to build a long sword, but it would not be so easy. These days, Tianchen has built a lot of long swords, in order to eat the sword forging that Eagle Eyes obtained from Fengyun World's Excalibur Villa. It wasn't until the sword forging technique was upgraded to the proficiency level that Tianchen began to use the Ice Demon Meteorite Iron plus Ice Soul produced from the north of Fairy Tale to forge the long sword. Paste. After another round of forging was completed, Tianchen put the sword embryo in the coolant to remove the fire. Then, continue heating. Ding ding dang dong, for a new round of forging. He had forged the entire sword embryo more than 100 times and felt that he had reached the limit of his current ability before he stopped forging. Regularize the sword embryo, open the blade, equip the sword hilt, sword block, and other accessories. Then, it's enchanting, portraying the rune magic circle. Looking at the long sword with icy blue glowing in the metal white in front of him, Tianchen turned his hand and took out a lot of materials for enchanting and began to enchant the longsword pair. First of all, it is a strong rune. A sword, strong is a must. Next, there is a sharp rune, which is related to the slashing ability. Then, there are the ice magic rune array, the powerful rune array, the armor-breaking rune array, and the energy storage rune array that fit the ice magic iron and ice soul attributes. Tianchen still wants to carve more runes and magic circles, but she can't carve them anymore. Wang, Yin. After half an hour, all the enchantments were completed. After Tianchen engraved the name of the sword, Bingpa, all the runes lit up, and the entire handle saw the ice blue cold light, and a sword chant sounded, and a sword was formed. This is a double-edged Huxia sword, not the island country's widow. Tianchen picked up the long sword and asked for a set of basic sword tactics, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Very smooth. In addition, he could feel that in this sword, spirituality is already gestating, and as long as it has been conceived for a period of time, this sword is very likely to become a real spirit sword. Right now, the feeling this sword gave Tianchen, whether it was strength, spirituality, or attributes, was much stronger than the holy light knife he had transformed. According to the level of the pirate world, it should be better than the big knife, and a bit worse than the supreme knife. In the future, it is expected to become the supreme sharp knife, and even the sword that surpasses the supreme sharp knife. Putting the long sword aside, Tianchen took out some more materials and began to build a scabbard with the Ice Soul sword. In the end, he chose a magic tree with ice attributes also produced in the northern snowy mountains of Fairy Tale, and combined with the ice magic iron to create a beautiful blue and white scabbard. Then, Tianchen painted the strong rune array, the spirit gathering rune array, the spirit rune array, and the energy storage rune array on the scabbard. Scabbard. Powerful. After returning the Ice Soul sword to its sheath, Tianchen nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and placed the Ice Soul sword in his private treasure house, a sword holder equipped with Spirit Gathering Array and Yunling Array. With this large-scale Spirit Gathering Array and Spirit Gathering Array, combined with the Spirit Gathering Array and Spirit Gathering Array on the scabbard, the sword can be better conceived. Anyway, if he wanted to use it, he could summon it from the treasure house at will, but he didn't need to put it in the space bracelet, which would delay the pregnancy and raising of the sword. In addition to the Ice Soul Sword, these days, Tianchen has also built many long swords when he tries his hands. The quality is not bad. Many of the same experimental seal engraved magic runes are all good magic weapons. Among them, there is no shortage of existences comparable to the Liang Kaido or even the big Kaido level. It is not impossible to have excellent materials, top 277 forging techniques, and with magic and enchanting methods. These will be put on the exchange platform for other people to redeem and use. Tianchen thought about it and handed it all to Hong Ho with a wave of his hand, letting her belong to the exchange platform. Then, he opened the group chat again. Tianchen, at all members, I have built some enchanted magic swords these days. If you are interested, you can go and see them. There are many good products. Sirona. So you said before that something is to build a long sword? Why is it so troublesome? Can't it be obtained directly from other worlds? Tianchen, isn't this you got the Ice Soul, and you want to build an Ice Soul sword? Sirona. So it has been successful? Take a look. Tianchen, I put it in the treasure house. I will show you the finished Yunling. Now, I can send you some photos. With that said, Tianchen sent a few photos of the Ice Soul sword to the group. Sirona, huh? It's pretty. I'm suddenly interested. How about you make me a handle? I still use alloy swords. Master Kashiro said this is not suitable for comprehension of swordsmanship. Chapter 299. Double-edged sword. I think the style of Ice Soul sword is more beautiful. For the material, you can introduce it to me, and I also collect it myself. Tianchen, okay. Then you have to practice the sword skills of the double-edged sword in a targeted manner. The sword skills that Yin collected from the world of Lu Xiaofeng, the world of Xiaoao, and the current Fengyun world are good. Sirona, okay. I'm very interested in your excellency Yi Guqing's flying fairy from the outside world. Just redeem this. Yi Guqing, when you are practicing, you can contact me if you have any questions. I will answer it for you. The sword technique is Yi Guqing put it on the shelves herself. It was put on the shelves by Eagle Eye earlier. After Yi Guqing joined Fairy Tail, it was automatically transferred to Yi Guqing. This is the sword technique he created after all. Some people agree and are willing to learn his own swordsmanship. Yi Guqing is actually quite happy. Because this is not just a matter of gaining more money, one more person, there may be one more possibility of continuation and development of the route in the future. It will help him to go further in the future. It doesn't make sense to scan your own cheats, especially in Fairy Tail. Sirona, okay, then thank you. Gray, elder brother, your Ice Soul sword is ice attribute, right? It feels very good with me. Tianchen, don't fight my Ice Soul sword idea. There are several ice magic swords made of ice magic iron and meteorite on the exchange platform. You can redeem this. His Ice Soul sword is only one, and he can't bear to give it to Gray. Gray, okay, I know. I'll go and see the ice demon sword you mentioned. After speaking, Gray's head went dark. Apparently, he went to the exchange center to check the ice demon sword. Urza. Tianchen, I feel that your forging level has improved. Then if I need weapons and armor in the future, I have to ask you. Don't worry, I will collect the energy of materials. Tianchen, okay, as long as I have time. Mira Jane, then I will also collect materials, and then create a long sword with dark attributes for me. The current sword is not suitable for me. These are all excuses. Mira is purely trying to be with Urza. Of course, there are also factors that like Tianchen in it. However, now she still only has a certain affection for Tianchen, and she can't really like it. Maybe it was Tianchen who saved their 3 siblings and brought them to Fairy Tail, and touched her. Lisana. Brother Tianchen, then I want to. Kana. There is me. Recently mine Kendo is also getting started. Need a really good sword. At Guildarts, Dad, help me collect relevant materials. By the way, help Hermione too. Guildarts, okay. Kana sauce. Dad is going to collect it. The daughter asked. The daughter of Uncle G was naturally obliged to set off immediately and began his journey of collecting materials. Hermione, thank you Kana. Uncle. Gray. Uncle, I will collect more by the way. We can spend points to buy from you. I don't know when this product will be online again. Urza, agree. Mira Jane, same as above. Guildarts, haha. Good, good. I am all. As for the points or something, just treat it as my initial gift to you. Urza and others listened, and one after another thanked. Sauron, I want a good knife too. Do I have to bring my own materials? Then I'd better go and check the exchange platform first. Gray, the exchange platform is also good. They are all high-quality goods, and they are basically comparable to the level of good knives and big knives. Of course, the premise is that you have to have magic power to inspire the magic runes inside. Otherwise, the power will be greatly reduced. Sauron, how is this? Can't you get something that doesn't use magic? Sauron felt that Kendo, physique, and domineering would be enough for him to learn for a long time. Can't do it. Gaina, same question. Except for the idea of meditation, there is no time to learn magic and condense too much magic. Eagle Eye Myhawk, same as above. Tianchen, Hawkeye, what are you going to join in the fun? You all have the supreme knife. Knight, do you need a new knife? Hawkeye, Myhawk. With the improvement of cultivation base, the supreme knife will be eliminated one day, and, as a Kendo pursuer, it is not normal to like to collect swords and swords. Yi Guqing, I'm taking care of it. I will try my best to collect materials, and I will need to trouble your Lord Tianchen at that time. Shimanchuksu, me too. Duga seek defeat. Huh? Me too. After stepping out of the world of swordsmen, I feel that my previous experience is shallow. I feel that there is still room for improvement in each of the several Kendo realms that I have summarized in the past, so I am going to do it again. I need a sword, and then I need to trouble your Lord Tianchen. Tianchen, okay, but everyone is limited to the first handle. The subsequent charges will be charged, and I have to wait until I have time. It's always free, so does he still want to practice? Dugu defeat. It should be. Eagle Eye Mihawk. Indeed, everyone agrees with Tianchen's approach. It is better for them to give orders if they are charged, otherwise, they will be embarrassed if they always trouble Tianchen for forging for free. King Shiro. Tianchen, I have the forging technique left by my father here. Since you like forging, I will give it to you. I hope you will become a true master of superb swordsmithing soon. Kosaburo's father, Kosaburo, is the master of swordsmithing in the country of Harawa, so it is normal to have inheritance. Tianchen wanted to see him a long time ago, and Kishiro took the initiative to mention Zhao Zhao. How could he be unhappy? Tianchen, hey, thank you teacher then. Your teacher wants a treasure knife, please tell me too. Koshiro, when I collect the right materials, I will come to trouble you. Changing the previous words, he may not care about the quality of the sword, but after seeing the swordsmanship and strength of the Fenyu world during this period of time, the blood in his heart has long boiled again. If you want to support him and continue his kendo, a good knife is a must. There are many swords and swords in Fenyu world, but for one thing, it is not suitable for him. Secondly, according to the experience summarized by Eagle Eye, this kind of important magic weapon that carries the luck and direction of the world cannot be taken. At least, it cannot be taken away from Fenyu world. Chapter 300. At this time, Kishiro and the others had no chance to take away most of the magical soldiers of Fenyu world. Of course, if you don't care about being blocked, it's okay to take it away. Tianchen, okay. Immediately, Kosaburo told Gana to follow his instructions to go to the family's hidden treasure house, take out Kosaburo's forging handbook, and send it to Tianchen in the form of a red envelope. Tianchen received it happily and opened it to look through it. After one day, Tianchen, are you all ready? Going to leave. Today is the day they agreed to go to the world of Little Master. It should have been there long ago, but it was delayed for more than 10 days in order to forge the Ice Soul Sword. Sirona, come here now? Hehe, there is something delicious to eat. Happy, Nazi. I'll be better soon too. Kana, I envy you for having so many sources to waste. Although she still has more than 200 original point deposits, she is reluctant to spend it in the world of small masters. Gray, I am even more envious of those with only dozens of origins. Remember to bring more delicious ones back. Tianchen, don't worry. Yes, my plan this time is to bring a few more excellent cooks back. By that time, I will eat as much as I want. Gray, hey, that's good. If eating 277 can improve cultivation, it would be even better. Myriad, you think so beautiful. Tianchen, it's not impossible. Perhaps you can use ingredients such as spiritual materials and sea king meat to let them try the way of spiritual cooking. Or, wait to go to the captive world of gourmet food and get gourmet food. When the cells are gone, they can really become stronger by eating. Sirona, gourmet cells? There is such a magical world. Then why not go to that world first? Makarov, ahem, asked the same. Obviously, the old man was also attracted by this method of getting stronger by eating. Others have also spoken to express their interest in this world. Can you become stronger by eating? Isn't this a lazy fetish? Tianchen, not for the time being. There are many strong players in the world, take it easy. In addition, relying on food cells to become stronger, you need good enough high-level food. So first find some good cooks, and train more. A good cook can't go wrong. Sirona, that's it. Then wait. This time I will find some good cooks, and eat some delicious food by the way. Makarov, ahem. Tianchen, do you want to organize another cooking training class in the small space? CDDJ, Tianchen, wait a few days. The Enlightenment Academy in the small space has officially opened. You can consider joining the cooking class. You always watch the arrangements. Makarov, good. The Enlightenment Academy is almost ready. When Natsu and Wendy Sauce pass the assessment and join Fairy Tail, the school will officially start. I am here to recruit all kinds of teachers. Welcome. Everyone is enthusiastic to sign up. If there are not enough teachers, I will forcibly catch the strong. Hey, everyone in the group. Well, as a teacher or something, most of them have never done it before, so you need to consider it carefully. System. Give each of us the access to the world of Little Master and the identity based on the origin point. Yes. After deducting 51 origin points for host, Sirona, and Nazi, the right of entry and related identities have been purchased. Does it open the gate of time and space? Turn on. The next moment, the gate of time and space opened directly, and the bottom of the world bid farewell to the old man and the people who came to see off, and took Hirona and Nazi into the gate of time and space. The Huxiao Little Master, G East. Today is the annual G East Dumpling Contest. At this time, the entire G East city is extremely lively. Not only the locals, but also the people who came from other places and specially participated in the dumpling contest are countless. They are all rushing to try them for free. As a member of the food empire, how can this opportunity be missed? In the annual dumpling competition, there will be many excellent works, and you can taste many delicious and creative dumplings. The key is not to have money. You can eat enough. How can you miss this kind of good thing? It's so lively. Tianchen walked along the street where the dumpling contest was held with Hirona and Natsi, who had changed their local costumes. Looking at the scene of people coming and going, Hirona sighed. The system assigned them the identity of the famous rich man's house in G East, and also included a 3-in-1 large yard. Tianchen and Sirona are very satisfied, so that they will have a place to stay here in the future, and they can come over and enjoy the food here at any time. In addition, this yard is not far from Yanchuan restaurant, which is very convenient. The day here is the dumpling contest. They haven't had time to go to Yanchuan restaurant to taste the food there. Sure. Today is a dumpling contest. Tianchen smiled and nodded. Oh. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the official responsible for hosting the dumpling contest sounded the gong, making the whole arena quiet. Then, the host announced loudly through the loudspeaker. Hello everyone. I announce. The annual Jidong dumpling contest now officially starts. Visitors can go to the stalls of various contestants on the field for free tasting. This competition will continue until the afternoon when the sun sinks into the western sky. Contestants, work hard. When the tourists listened, they all cheered. Oh. I like the dumpling contest the most. What kind of novel and delicious dumplings will appear this time? Where are you going to go? I'm going to go to the stall of G-State Dumpling Restaurant first. They were the #1 last year. I think they won't be bad today. You are all old news. It is said that the owner of G-State Dumpling Restaurant was dissatisfied with the Dumpling brothers who told the truth that the dumplings in their store were not delicious, so he almost got into a fight with them. Their dumplings were already no way. Is there anything else? Yeah, the character is not good. No matter how good the dumplings are, I have no interest in eating dumplings. I still go to the Dumpling Brothers stall. I have eaten their flame dumplings before. Today I want to eat it again. It's delicious. You want it. Don't be together. Is it delicious? Let's go together. I'm going to visit Yanchuan. Last year they unfortunately lost to Xu Dumpling Restaurant, but with the craftsmanship of the first master, they are likely to win the championship this year. Dumplings will definitely not be bad. Your news is out of date. I heard that a few days ago, Yanchuan's master GD was attacked and injured his hand, so he could not participate in the competition. This time I participated on behalf of Yanchuan Restaurant. Waiting for the little ghost chef? I think they are mysterious this year. I'm afraid it is not as good as last year. This is the case? This year, the situation is really frequent. Last year's champion and runner-up actually happened like this. Who said no? Let's go to the Dumpling Brothers to have a look. I heard that their flame dumplings are very good. Go with it. Go with it. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.